Blah.
その時の気持ちは全部体に残ってるから。
Which?
理由もわからないま
About
ま
Mr. Utube.
涙を流すのは嫌だよ。記憶は負担になるけど、それでも自分で背負わなきゃ。
There you go. Alright. Clear. There you go. And now we can finally start. Of course, we need to start with salt. 1 pulse until I get the 5-star or whatever. Unless this is Vina Victoria. It did not will into being. Give me Vina. Oops.
I'm Lava, a caster. Here to join
Man, we have all these updates, but still no update on the recruitment. Speed up. Hello? I should not have a skip. Oops. Oh yeah, who are the English voices this time? I actually didn't check.
Doctor, Rhodes Island has done so much for me. What can I say except
Who's the guy? Bobbing?
If you need anything,
Where's
just
also
say the
Catherine?
word, I'll do.
Vina. GG. Where is my speed up, yo, star?
My name's Gummy. You must be the doctor. Thank you and everyone from Rhodes Island for helping us.
What's this, 7 pulls? It ain't looking good, folks. Next 3 rolls. Bruh, should have been the first roll though.
I'm Lava, a
Yeah, man.
caster. Here to join you simply because I'm bored and want something to do. But I heard my sworn.
2 rolls. Wow. For real? Ain't no way. Of course. I mean, I'll be happy if this is Vina. Smiley face. I hate everything. Is this bobbing?
Hello.
I guess we'll
Here
take
at
that.
Rhodes Island for an exchange study, representing the Maylander Foundation's Pure Heart Medical.
Maylander?
Your operators saw me before in Victoria. Huh. I'd like to avoid discussing my experiences there for the time being, if I could.
A Maylander in Victoria. Okay. Well, that's that for now. Oh, hello. Oh, I forgot this was a thing. Here is Kingisikath, or however you pronounce that word. Melt Iron Cast. Hell yeah, on those heels. Where is Glasgow? I love the 2D, 3D. Neat. Drum roll, please. It is Catherine. Did not get Vina though. Unlucky. Pending bills. Bruh. This has EX. No S stage. Okay, so it's only 2 weeks? Yeah. What we got? Catherine. Already owned. Okay, sure. The usual stuff. Then after this is yeah, it's literally on the 24, right? Is Lapland, if the data mine was correct. Let's see here. Vina. Lauderdale? I think. Let's go, gang. And GX. Go ST. Once upon a time in Victoria. Writer. Morrigan. Yep. Die a hero or a villain? Once upon a time. Nay. You named it Nay. Course of history. History is like a sailing ship adrift, the course of which no one can predict. True enough. Oh, hello. Picture book. Isabella Montague, loyal Victorian knight of the Tower, once said, "History is like a granary. It stands in silence amidst the bustling estate, an unremarkable sight with a somewhat unpleasant scent of mold, only ever thought of when stowing something away. Containment, silently containing things, is its sole purpose. As for people, they are like stalks of wheat growing out in the fields, braving the elements so they might sprout those precious ears. All you have experienced will become shining golden grain stored within the granary called history. It's more apt to say that history is a showroom of human lives." Shining and golden. Yeah, I'd say that was a shining golden life. Okay, where are we here? I'm assuming just after the chapter 14. Vina, the sword is yours. Hello, Gawain, it is your destiny. Okay, never mind. Father, is this? Ruffians. Vina, the hell you're doing? Stop swinging already, you're nearly beating him dead. I... 13? Vina, it's time. Got it. Hello? Vina, who do you wish to be when you leave this palace? I choose... Perhaps this is how history runs its course. Those caught up in its flow won't accept things as they are. They will resist it with all their might. But reality always comes crashing down, slamming you into the ground over and over. You've got no choice but to get back up and figure a way to stand firm. You know the fight will never end, and you've got to make ready for the next fist in your face. Until you've circled round and round to find yourself back where you started, albeit by some different path. Wait, now that I think about it, Dagda might have said millstone. History is like a millstone? I forgot what metaphor she used exactly, just that it's got to do with a mill or a windmill or something. Sort of thing that'll get people thinking of the sunset. Ah, forget it. I never much fancied the way she talks all erudite like. When all's done, I'm here to record this heart-pounding moment in history. As a witness to this particular point, as one who personally experienced some of these events, I felt the need to share the tale with those who come after. It's worth remembering, considering the many bitter lessons learned. It must not be forgotten, with too many painful sacrifices made. Safe to say, the story's so twisty and turny that if you weren't there to see for yourself, you'd never guess where it ended up. Aha! I remember now. It was a ship. History is like a sailing ship adrift, and every age sees its share of experienced helmsmen who think to change its course. But in the end, none will truly ever know where the sunset and the river will take them. Bah, sod it. I don't need to copy the feel of those historical novels I read. It's my book. Why should I write it like how Vina's governess talks? Let me have a think on how I'll tell the story my way. There it is, picture book. This here's a tale of how a hoodlum became a hero. It's all about courage, friendship, conviction, and power. The heir to the king leaves the palace, and when she returns home, she's already fit to be called hero, standing alongside her merry band of mates. This epic begins the summer of the year we left, in the factories of Londinium's Norport borough. They were the happiest days of my life. Rip. Hey, we're missing the dude. The only dude, actually. Muncaster. Bristol. Got any more? Sheffi Dinoglau. Baird. Give me a hint already. Vina? You really gotta watch me embarrass myself. Hey, it's your bet. I can't say anything. Baird's right. Wouldn't be fair otherwise. Don't give up now, Indra. Victoria's got at least 60 or so nomadic cities. Can't think of one more, you're a sixth of the way there. My whole life I've never left Londinium. It's my home. Why the hell would I remember what some cities miles away were called? Must be real fond of cleaning up the alleys back home then. Damn it, I shouldn't be acting like a smart-arse. Oh Hannah, do you still recall the time we went to the video shop? After we were done doofing the Lane brothers up? I think I do. Didn't the film have a manor with white walls and a green lawn? Was it some kind of romance? It just went on and on. Also, the music is new, I believe, the background, BGM. Then do you remember what the leading lady loved eating the most at the nobles' banquets? Let me increase it then. Sidmouth butter and vanilla roast fowl beast. Yeah, Sidmouth, that's 10. Vina. You really are the best when it comes to leading, Vina. I'll follow you my entire life, I will. No need to get all sappy on me now. Alright Morgan, you lost. Here's your drink. You know Vina helped her out, Baird. Ah, whatevs. Drink's a drink. Morgan, it's your turn to pick up the protection money from the factories on Old Farley Road. Don't forget to help clean up the alleyways behind Old Hank's sandwich shop. It's times like these that Glasgow feels spread a bit thin. Ha! One day, I'm gonna make all of Londinium into Glasgow gang turf and all those fees will come straight to us, alongside the best sandwiches in the city. If you took all of Victoria under your wing, who'd you even protect them from? The Gaulish? Maybe those snotty nobles. Who knows? Some tosser's bound to show his face sooner or later. Norport can't make do without us, and neither can Londinium. There'll come a day when Glasgow's the heroes of the whole city. Just you wait. Not wrong, I'd say. Indeed, here's to the Glasgow gang, the most important gang in town. To the Glasgow gang. Well, -1. Oh wow, combative music. Oh hello, Cavendish Manor. That's new. Let me drink a bit. Yeah, what do you think of this dukedom, I guess? He is the guy who pretty much let them enter in. Did you enjoy the play? A Victorian duke's daughter falls in love with a handsome Sarkas youth. In order to eliminate this formidable rival, her would-be suitors conjure all sorts of dreadful, devilish plots. Who would have thought the playwright who penned The Lady of Windsor could produce such a provocative work, albeit only after a hefty writer's fee? What do you think, Lady Allerdale? I can't say I'm too fond of the ending of Cemeteries of Londinium, Earl Morrill. Oh, I guess we're gonna see how it started. Or how the deal was struck. Under the heavy hand of persecution, the Duke's daughter and the Sarkas lad elope, united in death as they are buried together in a public cemetery. A conclusion that's far too formulaic. I never expected a young lady such as yourself to have the taste of a haranguing critic. Is it not enough to bring tears to your eyes? To whose eyes? Duke Cavendish's or the Sarkas regents? Okay, so the regents already here. Tears are only served to blind us, my lord, and are often an accomplice to popular works harboring ill intent. A shame, truly. Here I was, thinking you would have some empathy for the leading lady, what with her bound to a fate beyond her control. Ah, I am so dreadfully sorry. Pray forgive my inadvertent offense. You must know that my family was once on good terms with the Cumberlands. I don't really mind. It's common knowledge that Her Grace, the Duke of Castor, aided me at my lowest. I have only gratitude for her. I see no shame in my circumstances either. Then, since you're taking part in today's festivities, may I take your words as Her Grace's own thoughts? You may consider them a friendly reminder. Londiniers should be wary of those mercenaries from Casdals. Heaven forbid some ridiculous story to sow the seeds of pity and sympathy in their unwitting minds. Castle is far, far away, and they simply don't understand these sarcasms in the slightest. Do not allow tears to blind their judgment, my lord. Your words would throttle a talented playwright. Bringing the citizenry to tears would hardly be a difficult thing for a duke, I say. Is this also Her Grace's opinion on the matter? No matter what you might think of this playwright, I do believe The Lady of Windsor is a rare work of art. I wholeheartedly invite you and perhaps Duke Cavendish to give it a thorough read-through. Finns have not the limbs to drag themselves out of the swamp. Man has not the eye to see beyond time. If Duke Cavendish can understand these words and take them to heart while keeping a wary eye on this matter, he can avoid becoming the next Duke Windsor. No offense meant, of course. Oh ho! I must say I quite enjoy your incisive view on this topic, Lady Allerdale. The eye to see beyond time, a rare thing indeed. In comparison, ambition beyond one's means is as cheap as chips, wouldn't you say? I can't say I disagree. Despite the many years past, there are still those who have not forgotten that Victoria once had a king. And there are those who carry the former heir to the throne in mind, alongside that sword of royal authority. Duke Castor's actions are hardly inscrutable. Whenever she dispenses advice to the other dukes, do not forget that there are eyes upon her in return. I will inform Her Grace, my lord. It's getting late. I fear I must be heading off. Not staying for dinner, Lady Cumberland? I have an appointment with my tailor to prepare some winter clothes. I'm sure you're aware that summer in Londinium lasts but a few fleeting days. But winter never comes late. Then I shan't keep you any longer, milady. I shall send a ticket for opening night to you beforehand. If Her Grace would like to watch, Duke Cavendish would happily sponsor the troupe to tour the Castor domain. I pray that Her Grace will not be blinded by her own tears. I mean, the dukes are kinda divvying up Londinium itself. A most suffocating banquet, was it not? Hello, Clovicia? And who might you be? She doesn't know. You may call me Clovicia. Based on that distinctive white hair of yours, you must be Lady Allerdale Cumberland. Madame Ailshee of your estate has ordered some outfits for the upcoming season from our shop, but I'm afraid we haven't finalized the details of yours quite yet. It's Ailshee. The maiden who got burned, Ripperoo. Sorry, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation with Earl Moree. It seems your reputation as a critic of the arts is well earned. You flatter me. I presume you too are concerned about the present situation in Londinium? Hardly. It's just rather difficult to not listen in as the clientele discuss the recent changes when you work at the tailor's. It's getting dark. I should head home. Once you've settled on the designs, please have Madame Ailshee contact me at your convenience. Alright, speaking of Madame Ailshee, she asked me to pass you the Londinium daily. Farewell. Might as well see if there's anything else newsworthy today, I suppose. A vicious brawl in Norport Borough. Is that? Siege. I'm sure means yep, Glasgow gang. Feckin' hell! That's bloody ridiculous is what it is. Okay, I'm not doing it. It's the third time this month. Been accident after accident here in the factory ever since that scoundrel took over our union. Much close enough when you start to notice how whenever some brave soul puts out a complaint about the union, he ends up dead in some freak accident a few days later. What union is this? Let's go then already. Take me to him. I'm gonna see just how brass this bastard's balls are. Calm down. The union handles union business, the street handles street business. That's the rule. Giving every bastard I see a right thrashing's my rule. I know, of course I know, but we got no other choice. The union's keeping it all hush-hush inside the factory. Not even the coppers can investigate. This new foreman, Johnny, right? Who's behind him? I remember hearing he's got some big name backing him. A relative of Duke Cavendish, apparently. Do you mean Duke Cavendish? Yeah, that's the one. Is he trying to get anything out of you lot? Hasn't been asking for money or any of the sort, but ever since he became foreman, lots of the important jobs are getting taken up by workers from outside. I see. You head on back. We need to talk this over a bit. What are we waiting around for, Morgan? Are we gonna let those bastards do as they like? It's not that simple. You heard the man. This isn't your average union tosser. He's got the backing of a duke. Why is he going out of his way to play tyrant in some little factory though? Who cares why? Since when did we need a reason to take out buggers like him? I know Londinium's rather restless these days. The dukes who've been playing their games around the clock. Don't tell me you haven't noticed all these fresh faces on the street lately. Time to come up with a plan, Vina. We're all ears. Since we've taken their protection money, it's up to us to do the legwork. Let's go have a chat with this bastard of foreman. Doesn't matter if he's got a duke behind him. That's more like it. Alright if you say so, Vina. But just to be safe, we should scope out the factory a bit, get some info. You with me, Baird? Sure. Hey, why did you ask me? There goes Hannah Jackson. What's wrong? You've been looking rather glum lately. It's nothing. I was just thinking I might be enjoying myself a little too much. What? Not too happy here, Miss Montague? You have a duty, Siege. I've told you before, Dagda. I've found a life for myself now, so why? Is this life of yours helping your neighbors seek the justice of the streets? Then heading to the noble manors to lob a few bricks? There's no escaping some things. You promised me you wouldn't talk about this in the gym. Then I'll stay by your side, waiting for the day you have your answer. Is she the only one who knows she's royalty? Life is long, but the pivotal moments that can change you, they're over in an instant. I recall that one afternoon before the chaos of the storm struck us, when we could still enjoy those peaceful hours. Indra didn't speak to me the whole day on account of my hesitation. Baird had to step in and smooth things over between us. And by nightfall, we were all happy as could be, buying hot dogs and beer. But I couldn't shake off the feeling that the Glasgow gang was about to enter the craziest chapter of this story yet. It wasn't until those wild dreams of ours came to an end that I realized the most pressing issue. The main character of this tale wasn't the Glasgow gang. It was Vina. Just Vina all along. Hello, Ailshi. What's the matter, Ailshi? Did you not instruct us to keep a close eye on Her Royal Highness Alexandrina's whereabouts? The chief of the Royal Police has just looked over the case file of that ghastly brawl in Norport. It involved a video shop known as McLaren's place and a street gang going by the name of Glasgow. Here's the original copy of the file. Rather vague, merely a record of the involved parties, but I thought you ought to know. Upon the fuzzy black and white photograph, a woman sucking on a lollipop stares indignantly at the camera. Person of interest, Siege, self-identified. Miss Allardale, if you are near certain she is Her Royal Highness, why not seek her out immediately? And what then? I bring her back to Cumberland Manor or send her off to Castor? Where or not she is Alexandria no longer matters. The Dukes are watching her closely. She can escape them no longer. And that's when the third party swoops in, alright? Sounds to me like she would be swallowed by the city herself. We'll be swallowed too, Ailshi. I'm willing to bet we're not the only ones with an interest in her. This matter has long since grown out of my control. Considering Duke Castor's orders, should he not find her and bring her to her grace? I need some time to think, Ailshi. I saw her once before. I saw Her Royal Highness with Gawain, right? Yep. But no matter how you put it, it was all such a long time ago. Things being what they are, is an unknown hair truly so important? It's merely an inkling. From the very first I saw her, so many years ago, I always believed she would change things. Let's go. There's a few workers I need to pop pipe in on. I would also like to know how Her Highness has been doing these past few years. Oof, it's getting cold. Hold up, let me... Yep. I saw that. It's like Morgan and Indra? Or Morgan and Montague? Slap! Montague it is. The coast is clear. I've handled this side too. This is it. The place Charlie told us about. We heard some chatter. Lately, the Union's been keeping a whole bunch of goods inside this old factory. Like they were a smuggling ring. Johnny seized control of the Union not just to skim some funds, but to do this sort of business. What's inside those containers? Just open them up and we'll find out. Hannah, slow. Brass knuckles with a dagger. Are those Originum weapons? They're not standard Victorian issue. No idea of their actual provenance though. Provenance. Interesting word. I've never heard of. I've heard of providence. Provenance. Place of origin or earliest known history of something. Interesting. Place of origin. The beginning of something's existence. Or a record of ownership of a work of art or antique. Uses the guide to authenticate. Okay. Provenance. Makes sense. Providence. Duke Cavendish man sneakily taking over a factory. Also, he can move weapons from God knows where into Londinium. What's he playing at here? The Duke's quietly stockpiling weapons within the city can only mean one thing. And now we've left our fingerprints all over the place. What do we do now, Vina? Looks to me like it's something way bigger than we can handle. We can't handle it ourselves, but we can tell others. Got a light, Hannah? What kind of light is this? Bloody hell. You can still see the factory burning from all the way out here. This is no laughing matter, Indra. Of course it is. We messed up some wicked Duke's scheme. We did something really big here. At least we can say we've done nothing wrong, yeah? Let the coppers handle the rest of it. They say Londinium's so big it defies borders, but at times I feel it's rather small. Wouldn't you agree? Uh-oh. Who would have thought I would meet you here, Alexandrina, your Royal Highness? Who are you? I'm Moril, a humble guest at the Cavendish estate. Nobody in particular, and yet I would say I'm one lucky chap. You know about the factory. You know what Duke Cavendish is up to. Though I can boast of sharing some of the Duke's burdens, I was not wholly in the know about His Grace's plan for Londinium. However, at this moment, my only concern is you, Your Highness Alexandrina. I must say, seeing Your Highness standing before me really does call to mind the sight of His Majesty all those years ago. You and he are so very alike, the same childish sense of justice, the same price you must pay for clinging to it. What do you want? Your little adventure with your friends this evening hardly matters, I say. A few boxes of lost merchandise is hardly anything compared to meeting you. Come now, at the very least, I'll let you chums leave alive. How about that? Why should I believe a word you're saying? Excuse my impertinence, Your Highness, but the truth is you have no other choice. Or should I say, you are free to try and escape, but I will be keeping a close eye on your whereabouts. No. You bonk him? Yep. Vina, the hell you doing? Stop swinging already. You've nearly beaten him to death. You've nearly beaten him dead. This is the opening. Whew. It's fine. He's still breathing. Vina, what's this all about? You lot, get out of here. The factory, all this, it was all my doing. Nothing to do with anyone else. Are you having a laugh? Vina, what was he saying? Why do he keep calling you your Royal Highness? Okay. So I'm assuming it was only Dagda who knows. Because she's the heir to the throne of Victoria. Because you're a Knight of the Tower. The daughter of the late King Alistair II, Alexandrina Vina Victoria. I didn't mean to hide it. I just thought it didn't really matter. You daft, mate? I'm not asking who you are. I'm asking why you try and shoulder all this by yourself. Hannah. Sounds like there's a long story you need to be telling us. Sorry. No time for that. Save it. We need to leave right now. Where can we go though? Out the city. Right now, this instant, immediately. I can't. We're nearly out of time. Once the police notice the factory's up in flames, they'll contact the defense forces and shutter each and every port. When that happens, we won't be able to fly out even if we sprouted wings. Don't worry about Norport. I'll hold the fort. Wait, Baird, you're not coming with? Hey, Morgan, say something, won't you? I get where she's coming from. The Glasgow gang's always going to be home to us, Hannah. Someone's gotta welcome you lot home when you get back, right? People are watching you, but I'm sorry, Vina. We can't protect you. Against real titans like them, the gang's nothing more than puny little moose beasts. You were never a Norporter, Vina, or should I say, never only a Norporter. I knew from the day you joined us. It's all my fault. I just wanted to protect you all, but now I've dumped a heap of trouble in your laps. Not wrong. If you're going to blame yourself though, there's something I hope you really keep in mind. Remember that you own Norport. Remember that one day you'll need to come back here to repay everyone. I swear I'll come back. Yeah, it's our turf after all. We'll snatch it right back someday. But are you really set on coming with me? There's no need to tangle yourself in all this. I'm your trusted advisor, Vina. I'm worried for you. If anyone comes looking to batter you, you're gonna need me to help bash their faces in. Wherever you go, Vina, I will follow. Never forget, Vina, no matter where you go, the Glasgow gang will be with you. I'll keep this place safe. We want it together after all. I promise you, Baird, I'll bring everyone back. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Here's to us, to the Glasgow gang. To the Glasgow gang. Oh. -1. Oh, hello. You're a new... Damn it. Damn it all. My lady, it's the Duke of Cavendish's man. My lady, I'll contact headquarters right away, even if you must turn all of Londinium upside down. Suppress this event. Very well. I'm contacting the hospital. What? Suppress it. I will have my men handle this. Nothing to come will have anything to do with the Norport police. Do not worry. The chief of the Royal Police will not come calling on you about this or anyone else on the scene for that matter. Really? How can you be so sure? Well, I cannot fix the future's course, sir. I can guide it... Oh. Whoops. I can guide it towards a path of my liking. That was the first time. The city will soon be welcoming a host of visitors. Do you not have more important things to handle? You. Alright, very well. This too is part of your destiny, Vina. Little scheming unicorn. When you found out about Vina's fast, I was amazed, sure, but I was more pleasantly surprised, as it were. I could see the entire story in my mind's eye. A lost heir to the throne, a heroic fantasy rising from the streets. Stories usually start with someone leaving and end with a reunion. But reality begs to differ. When we step out on the road away from home, none of us expected the way back could be so fraught with hardship. I'm fond of the words Dagda spoke once we set foot on our home again after many years away. History is like a sailing ship adrift, and every age sees its share of experienced helmsmen who think of... History is like a sailing ship, and every age sees its share of experienced helmsmen who think to change its course. But in the end, none will truly ever know where the sunset and the river will take them. We have come full circle. Present day. I lied. Hey, who are you? Here to get some rounds in the ring? I'd like to ask if this is where the Glasgow gang is based. I'm looking for Siege. If I understand things right, she's your leader? This team's only got one leader now. She's called Baird. Wait a sec. Looking at your clothes, you a noble? Get out. You ain't welcome here. Pardon me then. Wait. You're looking for Vina? You know her? I'm an old friend of hers. Vina's out on a trip. Got something to say? I can pass it on for you. No, nothing in particular. It's just that as her friend, I'm concerned about her current situation. Please let her know I'm wishing her all the best when you can. Sure, she's doing fine. I'll tell her on your behalf. Allerdale turns and leaves the messy gym. She knows the woman there wasn't lying because she saw the photo hanging on the wall and the smiling face upon it. It's not time yet. In her fit of absent-mindedness, that deep, resonant voice arises in her head once more. Allerdale, Cumberland. You will meet Vina again someday. And scene. There you go. Nice, 1 down, 10 million more to go. Do. Oh, I can't move it. I guess you couldn't? Maybe? Or is it gonna be like an emblem or something? Sure. Oh, hello. Abandoned factory. Self-salvation core? Section G12. All these linkage numbers have faded away since this place was abandoned. Is this it? Whew. Praying I don't run into those damn devils again. I think you're lost, lady. Hey, new guy, get her out of here. And while you're at it, ask her nicely how she found this place. Remember, keep your tail clean this time. Don't make the boss mad. You heard him, lady. Come with me. Let go of me. Is this any way to treat a lady? Mickey Robinson, hero of the exemplars. Or rather, one of the heroes. It's my husband. He entrusted me to fetch some medicine. The medicine to dull the pain from those hideous black stones. He can hardly even walk. Huh. Yet another unlucky bugger. Shut it. Listen, I haven't heard of any Mickey. All you'll find in this blasted place are some bumps, expired fun drugs, and the dead devil's bones. But anyways, if you want oropathy meds, go look for that newly built sanatorium. The new speaker lady promised it'll be stocked. You still use sanatoriums? Wait, we really have no other choice? There's simply not enough medicine there. I know I can get it here. My husband, Listen, I have a few valuables stashed away somewhere safe, all from Cumberland Manor. The late Duke gave them to us. If I could just get some medicine. Don't give a reason for the defense force patrolling out there to come sniffing around here. Just go already, lady. Make her sign the list, then let her come by tomorrow to pick up the meds. Yes, boss. What if she doesn't have the money? We do it the old-fashioned way then. Did the mafia? That's weird. I don't think the boss ever struck her nose in this sort of thing. Should I? Just give her the contract. Thank you. Wait, these clauses. My husband never mentioned them. If I sign this, then he'll live well, at least before we come calling for our due. Seems that hero husband of yours wasn't quite so honest with his better half, eh? Come on, hold that pen steady. If you can't, we can sign it for you. The mercenary holds her writing hand tight. The trembling overtakes her. She can no longer maintain her veneer of calm. She shuts her eyes, grits her teeth, and lets the mercenary guide her hand. Go on, enjoy your life. Bloody war is over after all. Asking Milscar for help will be the best decision you and your husband have ever made, lady. Oh, hello. That's Allerdale. So we are in present day. This morning, Londinium's interim health secretary, cum Provisioner General Madam Mayor, was found dead in her office in New Auxerre district. In today's parliamentary session, Madam Speaker Alexandrina expressed her support of Madam Major's work in caring for the infected and lamented her untimely passing. The final point in Madam Mayor's itinerary before she passed was a trip to the Dukedom of Normandy to discuss a purchase of medicine so as to relieve the shortages within Londinium's walls. But according to some reliable sources, Madam Major died of an acute oropathy attack. Not only did she conceal her infection, she was also often seen arguing furiously with the speaker in recent times. In this sensitive period where the number of reported infected within the city is growing exponentially, it is clearly worth looking into the death of Madam Major, who had lost her hereditary peerage. Peerage? What is that word? Okay. Title and rank of peer or peers. Peers as a class, those holding... Oh, hereditary. Okay, honor or honorary title. Interesting. Even now, 2 months after the Sarkaz withdrawal, why are there sinister plots coming back to the foray? As for the exemplars, are the terms of the resettlement program still not finalized? All eyes are on the newly appointed speaker, who has won the backing of a majority of the dukes. We have managed to connect with the speaker's close confidant, Miss Kate Morrigan, digging deeper into... A. Oh. The broadcast in the speaker's office suddenly falls silent. Those louts are a real crock of shit, I tell ya. They were loafing about the sanatorium cafeteria waiting for me to sit down for lunch before they tried to wheedle some info out of me. Then you beat the hell out of them. I thought that way they won't dare run their mouths on the news again. Sorry, I didn't think about how it affects the way everyone sees you. No, I would have kicked them out too, literally. Huh? But it doesn't matter what you say to those news hounds when they're in the business of making out fluff. They've already decided what to put in their latest story a long time ago. Since there's no way of shutting them up, might as well get straight to the point. Vina strikes her two fists together, putting herself through the paces engraved in her instincts with ease. Just like she always did back in the gym. Ha! That's the Vina I know. I knew it. Hannah even said... Whoa. These clothes really do get in the way. Maybe I should find someone to make some alterations. I happen to know a pretty good tailor. Hello. He made clothes for the royal family when he was younger. Luckily, he made it through everything alive. Shame nobody dares hire him nowadays. Infected as well? Yes. Ah yeah, any progress on that thing you mentioned in your message? The situation is complicated. We've captured the Sarkaz who have been hurting people. They are now cuffed in the Sineseldis parliamentary chamber. I suspect this might have something to do with the gangs operating out of the abandoned underground factories. Milskar. As for whether or not the Duke of Normandy's hair is behind all this, she and I will resume negotiations. Madam Mayor's death, the Londonier's medicine supply, as well as Milskar's gang and those Sarkaz. Does she... Wait, I don't think they know Milskar is Allerdale. There are a lot of things to handle in this city, and none we can solve with our fists like we did 2 months ago. Oh, this is 2 months after, it seems. After chapter 14. We've settled into the job quick, Vina. I believe Parliament as it is now can manage these issues, so relax. I'm here to help you. Mother taught me how to handle this sort of situation. I won't let her down. Morgan? I'm heading over to Parliament. See you there. She's not quite used to this sort of life yet. None of us are. There are some things Siege could do that this so-called speaker can't. How's the victim of the Sarkaz attack? In the care of our colleagues at Rhodes Island Medical Department. No life-threatening complications for the time being. Moreover, we've traced the source of those low-quality medicines. Most of them came from Milskar. Many turned to them in desperation, but in the end, all they got was a pile of harassment from that gang of wandering goons. As for whether this Milskar is in the know, or if it's the work of some overeager underlings, I'm not too sure. Allerdale knows. Okay, so I guess she knows. Milskar, the wildest villain running rampant in Londinium shadow. Allerdale, she's dead. The final furious flame of Cumberland, the ever on high. Vina herself has already forgotten when the figures behind those two names slowly became one. Was it when the war was nearly over? She subconsciously paused at her clothes. By the time the Exemplar's heroic leader walked out of the palace of West Haleg, wearing this old suit of royal armor, she had already torn down the flag of Castell's military commission at the break of dawn and had seen a familiar figure in the steam night fade away into the all-encompassing vapor. That day, Allerdale did not go to her. Rather, she turned and disappeared into the shadows of the ruined city. Let's go to the parliament. Oh dang. Do they also have the hammer thing? And then when someone steals it, the parliament is dead? The Siniselde, once a royal estate often rented by nobles as a banquet hall. It wasn't until everyone was dealing with the headache of where the house parliament that Vina realized that there weren't many choices left for the Londiniers. The chaos of war had destroyed far too much of this city. I've seen this room many times before on posters and in movies. I used to be astonished by how massive it was, big enough for every gang boss to bring all their boys and girls in to sit down and have a chat about their turfs. But now it disappoints me. It's filled to the gills, all cramped and suffocating. Though Venus never admitted it, I know her and I of our like mind. Miss Morgan. Huh? I didn't mean to interrupt your writing. It's just that Barnaby's late again. I'm thinking of going to look for him. I'm worried he's gone and gotten himself soused again. Well, Venus not here yet. If you're gonna look, go look. No need to ask me. Let me... soused. Preserved in a pickling solution or a marinade. Drunk. Lamau. That's funny. Well, Venus not here yet. If you're gonna look, go look. No need to ask. Wait. Now that I think about it, you said the same last time and the two of you never came back the entire session. We were just locked out last time. In all honesty, Miss Morgan, I've been carrying around the factory's design sheets for near my entire life. If you asked me to do a quality inspection, I'd know all the ins and outs, whichever parts you'd like, and there wasn't a foreman out there who would dare say I was wrong. But sitting here with those lords and ladies trying to read these documents covered in gobbledygook so we can manage such a ridiculously huge city. Biggest thing I've looked after in my life was my workshop. God, my heart's pounding like mad. With us at your back, why be scared of some tosspot nobles? Hello. An elegantly dressed member of Parliament's eyes meets Morgan's gaze and she smiles and nods her head in greeting. Fine weather we're having today. I hope you're all in good health. Ah yeah, good health to you too. We're fine. Just fine, thanks. Well, just treat it as helping Vina fill the seats. I suppose they're not all tossports, but keep in mind that we put our lives on the line to take back the right to sit here. Are you seriously thinking of going back to the days before that? If so, I'll have to sort you out first before these bastards ruin this city again. Alright, I get it. Are Miss Indra and Miss Dagda not showing up today? They're busy handling some public safety stuff. I'd rather hold my hammer tight and go back to bed too. Oh, Madam Speaker, you're here. What's this? Vina, wait. Who's that you're carrying? Barnaby. Clive. Help him to his seat, Delphine. He drank until he passed out in front of the Siniselda's doors. Now he won't let go of Vina. I'm waiting for the speaker. I've got a whole lot of proposals to help with the meds shortage. Then you should include them in your formal petition. Reform the rules issued by Parliament all so we could bind ourselves. Lady Delphine, I swear Barnaby here is not trying to be a simpleton on purpose. He and I have talked about his ideas loads of times. He's just like me, sick to our stomachs the moment we step foot into this bloody place, like the soul's getting sucked right out of us. It's not just that we can't speak, right? All the brass courage we had while chopping down devils is gone. So I came up with this stupid idea that maybe a bit of drink would relax. Vina's not going to get mad over something like that. Right, you need not worry. Parliament nowadays is incredibly complex by nature. Everyone here is on the lookout, getting used to things and learning on the job. That includes the speaker. If we're going to defeat those who wish us ill off the battlefield, we're going to have to learn how they think. It's not going to be an easy process for any of us. Two of you have done pretty well, all things considered. What if we become them once we learned enough about them? I certainly won't, Miss Morgan. I'm not saying you will, Clive. I can't guarantee that won't be the case, Morgan. Nobody can. I believe in Vina, so do Hannah and Dagda. I don't care what you all think. Yep. I'm sure we're all very clear on why we have convened this emergency meeting. Ever since Parliament was re-established, we have worked around the clock to resolve the issue of the Sarkas who continue to operate within Londinium's walls. We gave our citizens a promise of safety. It matters not if it's the Sarkas or roving mercenaries such as Milskar hiding within the city. Parliament will strive to settle the matter. We will brook no evil that threatens the safety of our people. You're putting me on trial? There will be no trial, Sarkas. Parliament's new interim bill dictates how we handle you. The provisional court has passed it as well. You will be dealt with in a manner that all agree upon. Not everyone, just you people. You caused grave injury to a kind-hearted shopkeep, all for a loaf of bread he had already set aside for you. He's still alive? He is. Good. So when's the execution? You really should have left with the rest of your kind when the war ended. You still remember me? Of course you do. You were the one who let me go during the big retreat after all. I'd say you were my savior, head of the exemplars. You. Long shot. That's what my daughter calls me. You didn't ask me my name at the time, and I'm betting the people sitting by your side don't give a damn what it is. But I'm going to ask everyone here something on behalf of a few others. Sarkas born and bred in Londinium who have never left the city still considered Victorians? Well, nationality-wise, yes. Ethnicity-wise, no? To be honest, I've never really thought about that question. Sarkas who called himself Longshot never yelled or shouted, but the rowdy chattering chamber went dead quiet as he spoke. I looked at the people all around me, paying special attention to the nobles' expressions. Those who had long made up their minds on the issue didn't feel like speaking up. As for those who hadn't, the more nervous of them had their eyes darting about, waiting for someone else to speak up first. But me? I was part of the third kind of people. I didn't have to make up my mind because Vina will do it for me. So that day, all I had to do was wait for her answer. Just like the time I was up on the city walls, watching the Sarkas troops leave the city, waiting for her to give me an answer. What? I don't think I'm ever going to forget that sight so long as I live. Back then, I also had a question for Vina. Why are we allowing those Sarkas who killed Bear to leave with so much pomp and circumstance? Life boned. She never said anything that day. Atop Londinium's walls. I like this new thing. It's no longer the one like in the bottom. Sarkas troops are leaving. The airship's shadows loom over the silent, orderly soldiers, the lifebone tearing ripples through the dark clouds hanging above the ruins outside the city. Vina stands atop the walls. I can't quite see where she is. Quietly watching them march into the distance. Not too long ago, they were tearing apart her home. The land is scarred and slick with blood. How many years will it take to recover from the wounds Amnanam left on Londinium? Probably never. I don't know what you and the doctor talked about, Vina, but there's still time to beat the shite out of all those bastards. Our men and the boys from the Ducal Alliance are still waiting down at the foot of the walls. Just Hannah. We're the ones who most need to stay calm right now. I'd like more than any of you to keep them here, but truth be told, we simply can't do it. The Duke's main fleets haven't retreated too far away, Delphine. Dagda's right. They can hem and haw all they like, but once we start the fight again, they'll have to help us out. Even if it's just keeping up pretenses. Then, are you going to let these people who fought so hard to survive the war just throw their lives away? Don't forget the ceasefire agreement. Now's not the time to act recklessly. All you ever say is don't. Screw this. Screw it all. I can't take it any longer. All those people, our friends, Baird. Inra stays not a moment longer. She fears she cannot stop herself from sliding down the walls to join the crowd below. She fears she cannot stop herself from leading the charge, pulling her battle-worn yet battle-hungry fellows back into the fray. Hannah. She's been bottling herself up this whole time. Don't worry, Vina. I'll go keep an eye on her. She's just venting. She's not the foolhardy type. Vina, why are we allowing those sarcasts who killed Bear to leave with so much pomp and circumstance? This is the best the Doctor and Wishdale could get us. Londinium cannot withstand another war. There's enough dead already. You know this, Vina. Tell the exemplars, no rash action from anyone. Doctor? Rose Islands received a few invitations from the Dukes. They want us to sit in the post-war conference on handling Londinium. Handling? You mean before all the sarcasts are even gone? Are they really in such a rush? I don't think the city, as it is now, is willing to play ball with their machinations. You realize that too. That's why they chose you. You could always refuse, Vina. This is my home, Doctor. Made your decision, Vina? Wasn't it made the moment we led the exemplars on our charge into the city? They know it, and I do too. It's not something to take lightly, but you have my full support. Then Rose Islands will attend the conference. We'll stand by your side. Thank you, Doctor. I suppose you're saying the biggest challenge is yet to come? I'm supremely curious as to what they'll spew out of those pretty little mouths of theirs. We'll meet you as soon as we can. Coming home's not always easy, is it? Baby homecoming. And there's a stage. Go 1. We are an hour-ish in.
These
Okay, what are
wonderful
the
days
enemies
just
here,
never
actually?
end.
Oh, hello. Novice
Picked
Junkman.
out your bait yet?
Not Junkman though.
I know you can't hide your fear.
主の名を掲げこの旗の下へ集えこんなセリフを一度言ってみたかったんだ即戦即決
Trash the mission briefing. I know what you want.
Bitch.
No one can see me.
Boom! Who says there's always a countdown?
I know what to do.
ヘッドセットのチェックをすんだ
Hello, Goggles Gang Team. Don't work to join the gang after the factory stop. Can equip gear. Several charges. Steals gear equipped by... What? Steals gear. Not sure what that means. At all.
The lava surges on, never turning back.
Oh, it has some motifs from chapter 9. Like the beginning part-ish. And then it changes it up.
Monster.
文句には悪いね僕は別に信徒じゃないよ
Yo.
Roar.
A refreshing breeze, mixed into bubbling soda.
If you're really incapable of settling this, then let me handle it.
What's your plan?
Oh, yeah, meltdown.
Mission accomplished.
Not really sure what they do. This is... Oh, this is what's Haleg. Shortly after the war. Whomst? This was a resplendent place 26 years ago. At the time, the dome above was polished to a mirror sheen, and the radiance of the twin moons and the enchanting darkness of the starry sky dancing together was a most beauteous sight. Once I kissed the back of His Majesty's hand here, Paying respects to King Alistair. A rare honor indeed. Victoria no longer has a king, my lady? Or should I call you the Earl of March? Just Eleanor is fine. I did not beg His Grace the Duke of Normandy for the seat of County March to hold the title of Earl, but rather to expedite a few business matters, Your Highness. If it were not for that farcical royal hanging, we might have been much closer, Vina. She takes out a gilded purple business card, its face embossed with nothing more than a golden loosestrife flower. Please take it, since you're more accustomed to do things in a business-like manner. This might put you at ease. I'm afraid we are not so well acquainted. You all always decide the future of Londinium here, my lady? It was never up to me where we meet. Besides, considering all that's happened here, surely there is nowhere else more suited than this. Eleanor looks at the faded statues and dusty doors at the end of the hallway as if she could capture their past glory. In the room beyond was the King of Victoria's throne. Upon it he once sat, dictating the rise and fall of the Empire. But what remains behind those doors now? I arrived early to both walk down memory lane and to meet you. You have much to talk about. Did you not wish to meet me too? You know, I'm holding a... Vina, surely your friends from Rhodes Island have divulged what the other dukes are thinking to you. The other dukes? I don't see much difference between you, them, and the Duke of Normandy backing you. Oh, don't get me mixed up with His Grace. He's a man worthy of respect, but it's not worth bothering him with trifles such as handling Londinium. As for the rest of them, I dare not say I'm worthy of comparison. Sarcasm withdrawal does not mean that Londinium's troubles are over. None are willing to tally up the change in the infected population, but the outcome is rather clear. Victoria's pharmaceutical production lines are insufficient, and nobody wants to rework their precious factories for the sake of the infected. You know what I mean. What do you mean? I have a long-standing partnership with the Colombian military. They even referred me to several pharmaceutical companies. There is no crack that cannot be plugged. For the right price, of course. Is that a threat? Only if you think it is. Don't be too hasty to respond. Figure out what bargaining chips you have first before you come find me, Vina. Let's start our future partnership on the right foot. Oh, and you know you can tell just by looking around that your family once steered the course of all Victoria from this ancient palace. Your Royal Highness Alexandrina, Londinium is far too small for you. The city's far too large if you ask me. It shames me to admit, but the wailing I heard all across Londinium had me quaking in my boots. And in my panic, I went the wrong way. Ah, so many tragic sights in this city. Hello, this fucking guy. You really have grown, Ellie. I still remember how you used to clamber up my back and grab onto my antlers. I am ever grateful for your generosity. His Grace the Duke of Normandy also reminded me that he is off soon to convalesce in greener pastures. You may join him if you wish. I'm not one to leave my manor before I've drained my wine cellar dry of the fine vintages within. And here I was thinking old Normandy would understand the importance of this little meeting of ours. But no matter, you're the reason we have gathered here today, Alexandrina. Your Grace didn't need to cut to the chase quite so quickly. The old soldier's running late. Did he refuse your invitation again? He turned his eyes away from Londinium a long time ago. I'm sure your spies will have all the details of my meeting with him served to you with breakfast tomorrow. Yet even now, his elegance is no less impressive than the time Gaul was swallowed whole. I wouldn't consider this a good thing for Victoria, Tara, and Dublin. Though he has not explicitly declared independence from Victoria, only the blind fail to see the reality of the situation. Abercorn and Fife suffered tremendous losses, and so have forfeited the right to take part in the big decisions. And the one behind Ashworth has decided to stay far from any sort of turmoil. As for Normandy, his stance is rather clear-cut. Gododin smiles at the young duke. Eleanor simply performs the most minute of bows in return. Aye, the vagaries of life. Back in those days, we still held parliamentary banquets here, and King Alistair still sat on the throne room. None would take his words lightly. Ha! In the dark and dusty hall, Duke Gododin lithely taps out a beat etched into his memories with one foot, just like in days past. Smoke, music, and the sunlight shined upon him from the dome above. He was a spirited young man back then, with all the lords and ladies at the feast lined up to be his dance partner. Even His Majesty applauded him. Then, together with the other dukes, he sent the king to the gallows. No need to memorialize the dead, Your Grace. His orphan stands before us, does she not? Ha, aye, so she does. What does it matter if Victoria has no king? The siege. That's all I can call you until you accept our proposal. There are better ways to implement your ideas on the infected, the refugees, even those pain-in-the-ass sarcasms. Madam Speaker, I consider this advice from the will of the Empire. Call it an attempt at giving some. We have other means to handle this near-ruined city. This is not a lifetime appointment. We will judge whether or not you are fit for the position. Just like the past, no? With your dinner table parliament, a handful of dukes could dance around the king behind closed doors, deciding the nation's future on a whim. And the results? Look outside. We have not yet washed ourselves clean of all the sarcasm blood. You look only at this little city, while I look at the whole of Victoria. If Londinium has become an ulcer sapping Victoria's strength, I do not mind gouging it out. I will allow other nations to see Victoria bleed, but I will not tolerate them mocking our scars, nauseating though that may be. If you stand in a sewer, you cannot expect to have full view of an ancient empire. Do not forget that the family name Victoria is no stranger to me, Your Royal Highness Alexandrina. Only the strong and the heroic have the power to steer the empire on its future course. Let's not frighten our future friend, Your Grace. Didn't we gather here to soothe our worries in a more pleasant manner? Old Wellington is far from the core, Windermere is in a constant state of uproar, and the rest are keeping an eye on how we stand. Since it's rare for all of us to see eye to eye on the matter, let's keep things simple. That I cannot deny, but Vina, you can do far more than this. Though this does not mean the speaker must sit on the throne, Ellie. Are you all finished? She draws her sword and the hall falls deathly silent. Vina insisted on recording some minutes for that secret meeting. It was a meeting to decide Londinium's future, so her residents had the right to know what happened exactly. I stood there in my hiding spot trying to note down every word as impartially as I could, but when I saw Vina draw that sword from her hip, pointing at those bastards who thought they knew it all, I hope from my deepest heart that she would strike them all down. That way, what came next might have gone differently. My teacher once told me the size of kings was used to behead rebellious nobles. No, not the size of kings any longer, though I do not know what to call it now. I have not the right to name it, as it was the workers who forged it, to commemorate that victory whose painful sting has not yet left us. At first, as it lay forgotten upon the muddy battlefield, I thought its duty had ended. But those heroes who lost everything still remember it, because it symbolizes the Victoria held in their hearts. They do not wish to see her laden with dust once more. I know what they intended when they gave it to me. They wanted me to judge in their stead. Judge those who brought them to desolation and ruin. But you don't fear it, do you? It was never the sword you feared. Vina gently caresses the flourishes on both sides of the sword's crossguard, every detail sculpted by the artisans of Londinium. A hammer and a sword. They glimmer in the darkness. So long as the sword gleams, Victoria's honor will shine eternal. They begged my aid in reforging this sword, broken to the point of no return, using my hammer as its core. Oh! Once reforged, they offered it to me without hesitation, but at the time, I could make no promises. King? Speaker? As far as I'm concerned, neither title is worth a damn. I'm no different from them. I'm just a woman who wanted to go home. And when I made it back, what did I find? I didn't see the grand Victoria you do, But I did see infected children in the boxing gym, hoping to learn pugilism so they could defend their homes. And drunkards, mouths full of rotting teeth, donating the drinks they had stashed away to the hospitals. Also, soldiers on the operating table could be saved. The glory of empire has long since left us, so far in the distance it can no longer warm our hard beds in the winter chill of the new year. This sword is the duty they entrusted to me. I need neither parliament nor royal authority to know what I must do. I will do what I can to show them the power they hold in their hands, to make them understand the land is theirs to protect. But until that day comes, I must stand at their forefront no matter what title I bear. Sewers too may bloom, and so here in my home, I will not be lectured by the likes of you. Vina firmly plants the sword into the ground, its point passing through the stone like butter. It stands tall before the dukes. All eyes fall upon the quivering sword, a very clear provocation from Vina. Realm blade and miracle. In the wake of the war, those two words have become joined at the hip. Rather than the late king's orphan, they are much more concerned about Vina's other identity. Ha! Well said, my lady. There's really no point in us keeping the sword nowadays. Best you pull it right out. No point in nicking such a fine blade. Your teacher really did give you a practical education. It seems you were worried over nothing, Dukecaster. Indeed, rather childish way of doing things, but one that will win over the people. Parliament will see her mature faster than ever. Wait just a bloody minute. You have no choice, Siege. Sundered Victoria needs a new voice, and you have stepped forward. But I have seen many die by their own blades, leading me to think long and hard about taking up that particular one. Do not let it cut you, Madam Speaker. That is my advice. She's more clear-headed than your graces think. I see you've done pretty well so far, Vina. Let's go with first one. Doctor. Pardon me, your grace. We were unable to stop the doctor. Who are you? Are you Wellington? Oh, hello. You are dismissed. Londinium needs a leader who can protect everyone. You cannot rely on anyone else. Doctor. Final decision is yours, naturally. We will do everything we can to help the infected here. How interesting. A pharmaceutical company specialized in oropathy that often dips its toes into areas outside its expertise. You circumvent the Ducal Alliance and tendered a ceasefire with those sarcasms. Well, there was no reaction from your grace's fleets. You assented to it, did you not? Merely a gift as thanks for all you have done on the battlefield. There are some lines that must not be crossed. And what is that? We will await your answer, Siege. As for Rhodes Island, you'll not have been keeping quiet for a while now. Why the sudden urgency? Time itself makes for irrational decisions. Oh, time is it? Vina, have a good think about what the people you're still protecting really need. And remember, if you do make your decision, don't get too close with those Rhodes Islanders. What is that face? I believe you have a good relationship with Duke of Normandy, my lady. That's exactly why I'm warning Vina, Doctor of Rhodes Island. She's not quite like the other dukes. So, what should we do now, Doctor? You already have your answer, don't you, Vina? It's not good for Rhodes to get more involved in Londinium's affairs. Amia's already left for Castle. Ooh, hello. Most of our staff will withdraw from Londinium ASAP. To Castle, huh? The Cinecell Parliamentary Chamber. It's been a long time since Babel took my brothers away. As for us who stayed, it's been real rough lately. Just do it already. I got nothing else to say. He looks all around him, watching the people on their benches whisper to one another uneasily, an unconscious sneer on his face. This place fettered him, and its magnanimity, it had also fettered those who would decide his fate. Not too long ago, Vina vetoed the proposal to use the Palace of West Haylake to house the Parliament, instead choosing this building oft rented out by the royal family. She hoped this would be the starting point of a new Parliament. I finished looking into him, Vina. Longshot, a lifelong mercenary, hailed from a place in Casa called the Scar Market. During the war, he took part in defending the city in the main name of the military commission. He never saw the front lines. 2 months ago, Babel organized a withdrawal effort. He didn't follow them. Instead, he got captured by Indra and Yagda. while covering for some local sarcasm as they evacuated. You really did save him. I don't remember that. Ha! After he committed this latest crime of his, we followed his trail and found the people he was hiding. His daughter has been helping a few sarcasts leave the city these past 2 months, but this time she's part of the group sneaking out herself. Sarcast expletive. You attacked the shopkeep who recognized you for supplies, didn't you? Ah! That acute? Restrain him. Don't lose your temper just yet, Longshot. Your loved ones managed to slip through our fingers. Someone's helping them. Milscar. Sounds familiar, right? Their business is creeping into places they shouldn't be creeping into. I don't know a damn thing, Feline. Just kill me already. Worried my blood's going to get this pretty little place all dirty? War's just ended and you're already trembling at the sight of some red? None of you sitting here have even 1/10 of the honesty of those sarcasts you refuse to call Victorians. Just leave the rest to me. Alright. Any new instructions from Her Grace on the latest going-ons in the city? Her Grace has long since been aware of the trouble these sarcasts and this Milscar has been causing, and she is very concerned about the safety of the citizens. But now Parliament is fully assembled, and since the Speaker has been doing a fine job of solving the issues plaguing the citizenry, she believes things will improve. However, when it comes to rooting out the risks against Londinium safety, Her Grace is of the opinion that we should not tarry, especially in regards to Milscar. And so there are still problems in this city that we must urge the Speaker to resolve sooner rather than later. Milscar hideout. Boss, Parliament hanged that devil, but we managed to snag the stuff he left for us. These goods. Send them out. But boss, that's way too risky right now. Parliament's been trying to sniff us out 24/7. Then hide them for a spell. They've paid their dues, so we'll get them delivered. No need to worry about anything else. Nobody knows about this batch anyway. Maybe we can just... Mercenary gestures at his neck, but a sharp pain accompanied by a chill suddenly pricks at his chin. Boss, I had to say it, even if you kill me, that's the best way to handle things. Didn't those devils kill a whole bunch of our people? If you really cared, you'd be on the exemplars list of decommissioned soldiers, not here. But there's nothing wrong with caution, I suppose. With the new speaker so concerned about the city's safety, we're an inevitable target alongside the sarcasts. Those devils brought it upon themselves though. 2 months ago, they decided not to withdraw alongside the rest of their kin. Now that things are heading south for them and they finally wish to flee, it's natural they have to pay extra. Don't worry, if this goes well, more and more business opportunities will be coming our way. You're back. How'd it go? Did you manage to get any? Sanatorium's as full as a tin of fins. Everyone's trying to get their suppressant as soon as they can, not to mention what just happened to Madame Major. Sorry Diane, not even exemplars get special treatment. Rhodes Island been working around the clock to provide as many suppressants as they can, but there's just too many new infected. I understand. Well, it's not like we got no way of getting any. I've heard from some war buddy that there's private channels. Legal ones? Hey, as long as you live to see another day. There's other means of buying medicine? Huh. My boss never told me we'd have competitors. Sure you didn't hear me wrong, mister? Hello? Sorry. My trip from Colombia must have tired me out too much. Hello, I'm Eliseo. Here's my business card. Colombia? Pure Heart Medical? That's right. I rushed over to Victoria to find... 1 second. Let me check my list. Ever since I arrived in Londinium, nearly everything's been different to how the preliminary briefing described it. Found it. Londinium's interim health secretary, Madame Major. Could you tell me how to get to the Office of Provisional Supply Procurement? Rest assured, I'm here representing Pure Heart Medical to discuss medical cooperation. The situation here will get better soon. Yeah, she's kinda dead. Did I say something wrong? Didn't you hear the news? Madame Major has passed away just this morning. Sorry. Sorry, I lost my cool for a second. No matter how hard we must try, pure heart medical sincerity and dedication will not change. Right now, could you please take me to her office? Who's next in charge?
In questa lotta non ci sono
And that's just the first one. God damn.
C'è qualcosa che non va.
Torniamo
indietro. Starò meglio dopo aver
tutorial.
bevuto qualcosa.
Streets of Londinium are not safe after dark. There are no lengths that some will not go to just for some canned food or medicine. Munitions Factory Command Center. The skill is activated, begins manufacturing equipment, and becomes the endpoint for all freight cars. Once HP gauge is full, deploys random equipment on surrounding 8 low ground and deployable high ground tiles. Interesting. Hey, Morgan. What am I looking at? Ugh. Vina says the streets have been restless lately. Prying eyes have been casing the freight cars. Ha! They're just street thugs. No big threat there. But if they rob the freight cars and get their hands on some new gear, they'll become a nuisance. We should secure the cargo before that happens. This equipment should come in handy. We just need to deploy operators on the same plates as the equipment, and we'll be able to use it. Unequipped blades will increase your attack. Protective vests will increase your defense. While the assault arts units, operators can temporarily frighten enemies after using their arts, dealing arts damage. However, if those bandits get their hands on the equipment, they'll also be able to use it. Can't let that happen. Enemies may look harmless, but after they put on equipment, they're no longer so easily dispatched. If enemies are frightened, their equipment will take more damage, i.e. they'll be easier to defeat, and use this to our advantage. Yeah, we weren't able to recover all of the equipment in time. Stay sharp and prepare for battle. Yes, ma'am.
To the death I go.
Chop. Ya. Arms factories a go. Where's my DP? Help. You have that? Damn it, my energy is nearly spent. He's got an assault arts unit. Stay focused. If you can get him to drop his equipment, we'll be in better shape. Help!
For Victoria!
5, 6, 7. This is a little tiring. His enemy is wearing a protective vest. It will be hard to defeat him without a frontal assault. This spot's ideal. You can also make use of the assault arts units up there. I'll give it a try.
Even without a blade, I can run you through.
Uh-oh, I was so focused on taking down these enemies that I let us get ambushed. Do something about it, Morgan. If freight cars get wrecked, our gear's going to be scattered all over the streets. Morgan, do something! We need to activate the Munitions Factory Command Center to reroute the rail. By guiding the freight cars towards the Command Center, we'll be able to protect them. I should go get moving too. Move your asses!
Watch. Let's see. Who's the next sap getting duffed up?
Oh, I didn't get to see. No! Okay, puts it around the
Wanna
8 tiles.
celebrate the Glasgow way? First me and Hannah grab a leg each, then we shut our eyes, and then we hip hip hooray and send you flying. Hey, no need to run, love. I'm just joking.
Just joking. Okay, it's getting hot again. Hold up. Hold up, BRB a bit. Bam. Hello? Okay. That was a while. Once upon a time. Crippling illness. Sleepless nights due to pain are rare for the infected of Rose Island. I used to think suppressants like that were available everywhere. Neat. This music. May the vast lands they keep... Oh god, is this Irish or something? May the vast lands they keep Ori Kinj. Oh god. Ori Kinj. Kinj. Yeah, what's an Ori first? Scottish over. How do you say it though? Where is the pronunciation? Oh boy. 2020. No, not that. What? This one's pretty bad. In Scots. Over. And then the other one. Oh, may the vast lands keep over. Kinj. What the hell is Kinj? How to pronounce Kinj. How to pronounce.com. Thank you, sir. Really? It's just Kinj? Are you for real? It's really just Kinj? Ain't no way. Where's Forbo? Kinj. What's the meaning then? Kinj is simply an alternative spelling for the word king. Interesting. Obsolete spelling of king. Okay, that's just the first sentence, by the way. May the vast lands they keep over Kinj. Please no more. Oh god. His people and ale his well willinge. What is this now? Willinge. It's an archaic word, a Middle English form of willing, meaning to wish, desire, or want. That's AI though, so... People... What's ale, ale? Go. Is this French? Oh god. And give them grace without end. I'm assuming. Without ending. Then may we call and savely sing. Victoria, ye thanks for our him. This is give thanks for what's home. Some plant home and home. What is the meaning of home? No. The same, similar, alike? With Vasaki or Kinj, his people and ale, his people and allies is well willinge. He agrees without ending. Then we will call and safely sing. Victoria, give thanks for our him. Or home. Well, that was the hardest language yet. Throne Room, Palace of Westhalic. You've been humming that song ever since you stepped into the throne room. Do you like it? Like is too strong a word. Just left an impression on me. My foster parents would hum it by my bedside whenever I couldn't sleep. I thought it was a lullaby. It's only long after they passed on that I realized whom I was to them, who was their kinge. Some became a stranger from that day forth, but the tune has remained familiar. I would never forget it. You still remember him? So, Kinge is Sikath? I mean, the one first word is king. The king? I'm not familiar with him. As for the man who is my closest blood relative, I won't lie, Doctor. I tried to piece together an image of my father in my memory, but when I saw him again with my own eyes, there was nothing familiar about him. He was a king and I'm just a gangster from the streets. We had nothing in common, save for the name Victoria. There are more important things for me to think about. You heard the Dukes talking. They're ready to abandon Londinium, my home to whatever fate. This wasn't what I expected when Dr. Calcet got you out of Chernobog and got me to plan to return to Victoria. But I've come too far to let it go. Responsibility is a curious thing. I can't let go of Rose Islanders either. We're the same. The Dukes know you can't let go of the people who need you. They're counting on it. And we're counting on them being obsessed with maintaining their own power. As long as their pride still needs the name Victoria, the city will have time to recover. It's a deal when the outcome is predetermined and both sides of the table know that. It's the people who have had my back through all this that keeps me going. We're home. This war is over. It's time to listen to their voices. Vina. What is it, Doc? Perhaps the day will come when Rhodes Island doesn't approve of the choices you make. Perhaps the day will come when you don't approve of the choices Rhodes Island makes. I know. Many of us find it hard to accept that you assisted Wishadel with the evacuation of the remaining Sarkas. But this war can go on no longer. We've lost enough people. And we've heard Sarkas' warning loud and clear. The ducal fleets held their positions during the retreat because they all got the news. Massive catastrophe clouds forming over the capitals of most of the core countries almost simultaneously. Talk about straightforward. They strolled back to castle in broad daylight. You and Dr. Calcet know what they could do with that piece of Originum. They won't abuse it unless their back is to the wall. For self-defense only. Maybe they think that way for now. But there is no such thing as a guarantee when one is in possession of power far greater than one can control. I've seen many gangs rise rapidly with the backing of the nobility, only to fall apart from the inside just as quickly. That's why Amiya is going back to castle with them. Amiya will keep the Originum under our oversight. But you're not in the position to determine Sarkas' destiny either. Both sides have been inflicted wounds that will not heal so easily. The young Sarkas regent has gotten his wish. The Sarkas are once again united by concrete hatred and obtain an Originum shard that belongs to them. Hatred always ends the same way. Where will you be when that time comes? Oh, hello, Gawain. A golden lion walks out from behind the darkened throne and crouches by its side. Gawain. It is like he was always there, like the reliefs around him bearing witness to the Empire's rise and fall, all in the blink of an eye. And now his dark eyes have witnessed you. Teacher? It's the first time you've shown yourself before me. No need to fear, I am neither a monster nor an illusion. I show myself now because I must. Vina's chosen a path that she had not even considered until now. She must grow, and you are in a position to help her. Rhodes Island is already assisting her work in Londinium, so they're telepaths. That is not what I meant. I have no intention to interfere in Victoria's destiny, whatever it may be. But you have led her towards a confrontation with the destiny of Terra itself, on which hope is hard to come by. I promised one who is long gone to walk with her until the very last, but now, even my own being is no longer a certainty. You will try not to drag others into it. I know Vina, when the day comes, she will stand with Rhodes Island, and you will need her. But where will you stand when that day comes? There is no need to answer. She will witness on my behalf. You are neither her follower, nor mentor, nor foe. You already realize that the ties you share are one of a kind. Perhaps you can afford to wait for a chance at a fresh start, but Vina cannot. I have taught you how to survive, Vina, but I cannot teach you how to become hope. The one before you, however, can. I know what I must do. Then guide her, the one whom Vina trusts. You are the spark that lights her fire, the spring that drives her forward. Listen to this one, Vina, when you find yourself in doubt. Lion jump scare. What is this instrument, Vina? An engineering sample made by Rock. Say it keeps tired workers from growing drowsy. But how's that different from just taking a nap? Does it work? Vina yawns, rubs her eyes, and continues to peruse the documents before her. No. What does wake you up, though, is responding to some 40 petitions to eliminate the traitor Milscar. Have the citizens fighting over this outside calmed down? Yes, Horn brought a bunch of city guards newcomers straight out of training camp. Thank goodness it didn't get out of hand. It helped that the soldiers had families and comrades on both sides. I really don't know what the people who still support Milscar are thinking. No surprise, it was Parliament that went back on its word first. We did have trouble with our medicine supply and her stuff gave people hope. Only false hope though. At first I thought you sent the defense forces to crack down. Using violence to suppress innocent countrymen is the most cowardly and least effective method. Why are you looking at me like that? Just feeling dumb for worrying at all? Don't tease me. I've got a long way to go before I'm used to this role. Thank goodness I have a lot of help from people I can trust. My teacher, the doctor, and you, and many others. She stretches, puts down Rock's sample, and lets out a long exhalation. I would be stumbling in the dark without the intel from your informants and our Rhodes Island colleagues. But Milscar, selling dangerous drugs of unknown origin, offering predatory loans, threatening the lives of the citizenry, and colluding with the Sarkas. All the evidence lies in my drawer, all of it corroborated. She cannot be allowed to run unchecked just because some few benefited from association with her. Allerdale, It's not just her, Delphine. No one wants to see this hard-earned peace broken again after all we've been through. Parliament promised safety to the people. I know what must be done. Very well, an old friend has a lead on her that might interest you. By the way, I've given serious consideration to the doctor's suggestion. Once things have settled down for a bit, I'll return to Windermere and take back certain things that have always belonged to me. How long will you be? I don't know, but the doctor is right. I need what Mother left behind if I'm to help you, even if I was reluctant at the time of her death. Thank you. It's for myself too, Victoria. Windermere, Lynn Cardine, I must see for myself which Mother cared so much about. It's the only way I can get closer to her. Sir, please allow me to still call you that. I didn't think you would come to me. My application go through? Walker, I've heard how Pitt and the others got you to leave the scene of the protest, I think. So that's not what you're here for. Alright. Actually, I've been listening to the radio, sir. I heard about the artillery handover to the newly reorganized defense force under your command and the newly constructed training plate outside the city. I went to see it myself. The facilities are superb. I can't even imagine myself training there. I'm sorry, Walker, but I can't approve your application to join the defense force. Sure, if I'm not up to standard, I'll redouble my... You know your own health. Training and fighting will only make it worse. My condition is under control. I'm taking medicine. Haven't felt any pain from the rock for a while. I'm getting better. Milscar's medicine, right? We've analyzed it, and it's nothing more than a painkiller, I know. But that's what we need. Parliament's medicine rations are running out, aren't they? At least this makes me feel better for a while and lets me practice wielding crossbow with one hand. I'll pass the Defense Forces tests, sir. There will be hope as long as we make it back home, no matter how bloody goddamn hard life is. That's what you told me during the defense of Shetley. We are the exemplars. We make miracles. What about life after the miracle then? Where do the exemplars go? Horn said the miracle of the previous exemplars lived on in Gaul, in the textbook of military schools. What about us? It was a question no one needed to think about before we truly returned to Londinium. When the city broadcast announced that the city belonged to the Victorians again, the youngest girl in my group asked me, "Where do we go from here?" I said we go home. I'll go back to the slobber knocker with Hannah, Vina, and Dagda, and you get to go home too. But the girl told me, I don't have a home anymore. I only have you. Vina and the others are here. Gotta go down. Vina? Speaker Vina? She's coming for me too? Because of the protest. Did you come to keep an eye on me, sir? She came to help you because she knew Vina was coming. Same for all of us. There is no warmth in Londinium's sunset. Survivors do not remember if it has always been this way. Those who come after will not even question it. Once, the shard was the pride of this old nomadic city. Now, people pay careful attention not to step into its shadow. They all remember the day that terror itself descended upon its pinnacle, beneath the burning red sky. Two walked side by side through the sparse crowd, the setting sun drawing long shadows behind them. Those they pass bow to them, then go back to the work at hand, humming. Then may we call and safely sing. Victoria, ye thanks for our own home. Our home. The refurbishment of the shard seems to be proceeding ahead of schedule. Rhodes Islands help a lot. Providing medicine, taking in patients, and the engineering department has helped with reconstruction work in the city. The initial incident left such an impression on the people that the proposal to modify the shard met no significant opposition, and we're cleaning up Eurasian crystal growths in the city while we're at it. But the engineers of the SSC say it'll take some time for things to go back to normal, even though mobility layer is affected. Have we confirmed the retrieval team for the shard's core technologies? We have a preliminary list, but we're still doing background checks on some of the technicians and scholars. They have certain links, if you know what I mean. I do. The Dukes have given me a heads up. We'll turn a blind eye as long as there's no serious issue. I, for one, am hoping that they find something worthwhile in that scrap heap. It would be a good thing for Victoria. And it's not just a bad thing for us if they started fighting over it. Hello, Scamandros, Vina, Delphine, Horn. I thought you came to visit an old comrade. Don't mind me, I was just about to go and see how Bagpipe's doing with the new recruits. Horn stretches, but shows no sign of leaving. Vina sighs. Vina, you would never guess what Walker and I talked about. Do you remember the Davises who came with us from Shetley? Well, the wife just gave birth. I know why you're here, Morgan. Walker and the protests are a matter for Parliament. It's not something I should get involved in. I'm just here to talk about the whereabouts of Milscar. Thanks, but there's no need to make things difficult for Madam Speaker. I trust Parliament. I know many MPs. Fine people. Parliament is not as simple as you think. There are those who would prefer to escalate the issue. But resolving the Milscar issue as soon as possible is in the best interest of everyone, including you. The soldier who charged into the city with us stood in the setting sun, suffering our interrogation. We all know that Vina can influence Parliament if she chooses to. That was the day when I truly realized that Vina had not belonged solely to the Glasgow gang for a long time. Maybe my Vina already said goodbye to us that afternoon. That day, all factories of the city came rumbling to life and steam gushed up to the sky. I saw her golden hair flying wild in the wind, blocking the fleeting tears in her eyes. She turns towards us with a smile and said, "We're home." We're home, but things have not gone the way we expected. Does going back home mean goodbye? Will we lose Vina? Factories welcome us. There are survivors in the city. Why do you stand in our way? I'm sorry, Duke's orders. The exemplars must not act on their own until the Dukes have come to a conclusion. Why are you pointing your bow at me? Weren't we fighting side by side just a moment ago? What do we do? Is that a protest in the city? 1098. Uh-oh. The city was angry. I thought it was gonna be Steam Night. The troops that stood in our way, are they falling back? Factories are waking up. I thought the Sarkas had shut everything down. I remember these factories. I know where they are. I always will. That's Miles Industries on York Street, and that's Coppola Foods on Scott Street, and that's Consolidated Inc., Hankins, South Wicker Cargo. Vina, I thought those that were silent, those that had been abandoned, those that had been commandeered by the Sarkas, and those that continued to run timidly. All the city's factories came alive at the same time, but the Sarkas hastily pulling back from the battlefield outside the city had no time to notice. The steam that gushed out was the breath of steel and machine. The factories were roaring. What's going on? They're helping us. Londinium is helping us. March on, exemplars. It's time to bring this to an end. This is Lieutenant Diane Weber of the 6th Column, 10th Infantry Regiment. Lower your weapons, soldiers, and escort the exemplars in their advance. You're defying the Dukes? Before I was a soldier, I was a Londinier. This is my home too. Go, Siege. The fight is not over yet. We will take back what is ours. First squad starts lowering their crossbows, and they are soon followed by others who step aside to clear a path. Exemplars, forward! Still has the hammer. We're home. Hello. Keep the factories running at full steam. Keep the Sarkas at bay just a bit longer. The Dukes want people to think there's no Victorians left alive. Just find them sitting on their hands out there, but we'll make them hear we're still here. People outside the walls will know we haven't given up yet. Oh, hello. Thanks for the assist, Madame Catherine. You can trust our guys. Everyone has a trick or two up their sleeves. 9 and the others are working. I was about to say, what about the reunion thing? 9 and the others are working on the other factories. This whole city is about to rise up. Are you coming back, Feist? Hello, Heidi. Is it on? On it is. The other factories have also been restored, just as the doctor planned. It's not just the citizens that are helping us though. There are other people, and they call themselves Reunion. The rise of Reunion once again. Well, I haven't seen the city so lively in years. I just got word that Alliance troops have cleared the path for the exemplars. That wasn't our orders. Are you happy with the test results? It seems you have underestimated the influence of a miracle. We should hasten our preparations then. Hey boss, looks like we don't have to cause a commotion anymore. You're letting the exemplars through. Hold the ambush and give a hand to the factories we captured. Tell the people in charge that the boilers keep burning until I say stop. You got it. Welcome home, Vina. It's the fucking gang signs. Oh, it's her suit. Well, Speaker's office. Walker's fine. Parliament won't come down hard on him over this little thing, but tell him to stay safe. There's no telling if the people watching us might find him inconvenient to them. And how are things going over there? Good. We'll find you, Allerdale. They are in the no. Go to. Why is it go?
All units. Double check.
Not my freight car. Look at this thing. It's so funny.
問題ないよ。いや悪いね。僕は別にヒントじゃないよ。
To me, child. No! My weapon!
I'm listening.
Screw you, man.
I know nothing can mask the scent of despair.
Oh, he's gonna steal it all. I have made a mistake, I think. The units are so expensive.
Crash the mission briefing. I know what you want.
You can do it, right, Elysium? Of course.
問題ない。これで分かったでしょ。
The
Let they
Revenant's
take
battling
everything.
again. Now,
Okay, so you
learn.
can't put things
Turn
there.
a sacred corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
役に立つ情報を奴らに吐かせてやる。
It's a me.
For them, the bell tolls.
Is he gonna say what kind of buff I have? Nope, it doesn't really. He's stealing everything. Bastard.
I got this. Focus elsewhere.
Hey, what happens if I click this? Oh no! It auto deploys stuff on the ground. Interesting. That's kinda good and bad, right? Wait, can you have multiples? Like if you put 8 people here and they all have one each, what's gonna happen? You're gonna have double? Potentially, maybe? Look at
The
that.
lava surges on, never turning back.
Bloop bloop.
War. A word I've not heard in a long time.
It's a big boy. What are you wearing? Oh wow, look, it changed into a dagger. It has a bayonet now. Hey, buddy.
Mission accomplished.
I just go over there like this? Ill-intentioned citizen. Yes, just go over there and ask what the price is. Alright. What are you wearing? Some sort of weird prison jumpsuit? The child approaches the merchant's stall and timidly peruses the wares. Fireworks, kid? Yeah? A special occasion, a gift. This one's real popular for celebrations, but there's a lot of dust. That's normal. It's been lying in the warehouse for a while. How about this? You buy one and I'll give you one free. What's that smell? Fire! It's you, isn't it? Ha! The fuck? Some weird ass pyromaniac? What are you standing there for? Run! The merchant tries to put out the fire to no avail and is soon surrounded by flames himself. The exploding fireworks draws a gawking crowd. The practical joker has long fled the scene with the child. But wasn't it supposed to be a joke? Serves him right for marrying a devil woman, the bastard. Okay, well, that went pretty bad real quick. The fire's getting bigger. I'll grab the man. You get the crowd out of here. Yes, ma'am. The pile driver's spear rips the flames apart. Sounds of explosions and crackling fire sings joyfully in cacophony. Okay, that is true. Explosions do kill fires. You know, just don't explode your house, I guess. A voivre emerges from the flames, spear in one hand, the merchant in the other. She puts the merchant down in a safe place, then sits beside him, wiping the soot off her face. sorry about your stall. I think I might have. It's fine. Fine, don't worry. Fine? This is fine? She points towards the raging fire with fireworks still leaping out from time to time. The gawking crowd continues to grow. A drunkard, seemingly oblivious to what is going on, pulls over an unsuspecting passerby and starts dancing. Under the setting sun is pandemonium. Drunken singing mixed with angry yelling mixed with a cackle of fireworks. The street has not been so lively since the Sarkas took over. It is the very picture of chaos. The merchant, who was already calmed down, begins to laugh. I haven't seen the folks so happy in a very long time. Brings back memories. But it's your stall that's on fire. You know what? I'm in a good mood today. Let's just call it a fireworks show for everyone. Between you and me, ma'am, my wife can finally leave the city tonight. No injuries, ma'am. Should we go after the troublemaker? Well, nobody got hurt. We've got a duty to handle anyone who commits an offense. Well, thank you in any case. Say, can you dance or play an instrument? What? Can't let good fireworks go to waste, can I? Maybe my wife will hear the commotion. My way of saying goodbye. I'm starting to miss wartime, even working on the farm. Anything's easier than this keeping the peace business. But hey, if everyone's happy, who am I to complain? Once she is satisfied that there is no danger, she lies down on a crate by the roadside, stretches and lets the beams of the setting sun fall upon her face. Give me a haystack over this any day. Where are you, Chen Chen? Where did I last see her actually? Why did you burn his stall? You said you were just going to snitch something. That shameless bastard's own fault for marrying a devil. On the bright side, maybe somebody's already lynched his wife. Okay, Jesus, man. Who the feck are you? Now's your chance to run, kid. Okay. What do you want? Just doing a favor for a client. Maybe it'll bring in future business. He got murked. Well, serves him right. What's the situation with this batch? Coast is clear and the head count checks out, no problem. But the word on the street is that Parliament is looking for you. Nothing they can actually do about it. Same as before, don't cause any trouble. Speaking of trouble, there's a kid in this batch that's giving us a hard time. Oh, hello. Why can't I see my dad one last time before we leave? This man says there's a fireworks outside. It's Dad's fireworks. Shh, quiet. You don't want to leave either, do you, Mom? Sarkas covers the child's mouth and holds her tightly, gazing up nervously at the woman looking quietly down at her. I'm sorry, she's just not used to this. Her father never left her side, even during the war. Our deal with your husband was to get you out of the city. The rest is not my business. If you want to stay, that's also your own decision. Ma'am, they're just scared because they've never been through anything like this. None of us have. Don't worry, I'll take care of the girl. She won't cause you any trouble. Where are we going? What about Dad? He'll come find us once he's taking care of things at home. I knew this day would come. The day the people from Castle came. You don't like the military commission? Isn't Theresis your legendary hero? I'm every bit the Londinier that you are. I've never been anywhere else since I was born and I don't know no Theresis. Your accent, that's not how commoners talk. I take it you ended up here because of the folks from Castle. Never mind. You're a good person, ma'am. No one else would come close to us at a time like this. Without you, the new parliament might have nothing to be surprised, I suppose. The bigwigs never change. Whatever happens. I've seen enough in my lifetime. This new parliament is different. Maybe. For people like us though, it all feels the same. The age Sarkas suits the sobbing child and sighs. Don't be afraid, child. Your father is an honest man. More honest than most people I've met. He'll find you. Alright, but where will you go after leaving here? I plan on visiting some old friends. They left during the withdrawal with their twins, who work for a pharmaceutical company. With their twins? It's not hibiscus lava, right? Do you know them, ma'am? No, we have no time. You should get ready to leave. What is your name, ma'am? We will not meet again. Humor an old woman, won't you? I just want to thank you on behalf of myself and all those who are afraid of you. And I would rather not direct this gratitude to a code name that's ready to be cast aside anytime. Allerdale. Beautiful name. Thank you, Allerdale. Allerdale. A name that should have been laid to rest in the mausoleum of kings. In the darkness, when even the passage of time became blurred, she has sought to die in the ruins of history, to be forgotten by all those whom she disappointed. Yet she was afraid to die, afraid to be forgotten. But when muddy water dripped from the hole that the steam knight left behind and fell upon her palm, she opened her eyes and saw light. What lay at the end of the light was life and submission again. Her hesitation may have lasted 3 days or 3 minutes. In the end, she made the same choice as she once did. Hello, Sir Charles. You will meet Vina again someday. She recited it over and over in her mind and crawled quietly into the light. Oh, hello. What do you mean the reservation with Madam Major is no longer valid and I have to get in queue again? Should we be trying to buy time for the infected who can't get medication? I'm afraid the reservation system is under maintenance. There are a lot of files that need to be organized following Madam Major's passing. However, we are all very busy with preparations for Madam Major's funeral. How long are we talking? It should be up and running within 7 business days. We will inform you as soon as reasonably possible. Well, it's a long ass time. Have you been to the Center for Biological Infection Control? More and more citizens whose conditions are deteriorating rapidly are being sent there day by the day. Most Londonians don't know how to handle acute oropathy attacks before the war. The ones who need help the most are the ones getting the least of it. They can't afford to wait, not to mention the proliferation of drugs that have little actual effectiveness. Your feedback is noted. We will pass it on the Center for Biological Infection Control. Is there anything else I can help you with? Tell me where the speaker's office is. If you would like to visit the speaker, I can assist you in making a reservation. Okay, just kill him. No need to ask him. I know where the speaker is. Come with me, Eliseo. I apologize for the inconvenience. Please let us know if you need any other assistance. And thank you for the coffee, sir. It's a very valuable gift. Try to bribe him? Aren't you furious, Diane? There's no way for that. This is no way for them to behave. I came to Londinium to save us? No, that's not what I mean. But it's what you think, isn't it? I mean, no offense. I'm grateful that you put a roof over my head, but I also see there's nothing but chaos in the matter of helping the infected here. I get that it takes time to build up and improve systems and workflows. Please understand, though, that it was my job to raise such issues back in Colombia. I just want to see more regulated and effective workflow to provide help to more infected, and if I may say so, we're a little ahead on that front. I've never been to Colombia, Eliseo, and I don't know how people like us are treated back where you call home. I would love to see it if I get a chance. But that gentleman has done nothing wrong. He has done what was tasked of him in such cases. In fact, he has done it better than any of his predecessors. Londinium has many problems, but things are getting better. Even better than before the war. It seems he trusts this new parliament. No, but I trust the speaker. Come, I'll take you to her. How do you know where she is? I take it you Colombians are not in the habit of listening to the broadcasts. Well, we're more used to watching. Never mind. Where is the speaker? At the memorial service for Madam Major. Here? There are so many people. How do we get to the speaker? Come with me. I know a shortcut. Through the window, Eliseo sees Vina Victoria for the first time. He has done his homework and heard the legends of the young speaker during the war. He thought the speaker would be more impressive. When he sees the well-dressed Aslan speaking at the podium, he feels nothing but disappointment. Vina Victoria is not nearly as splendid as you imagine. Are you lost? If you're here for the service, the entrance is that away. Would you like a hand, Eliseo? Oh, thank you. Hey, how did you... I was the one who put the files on Pure Heart Medical and yourself on the speaker's table, long before you arrived in Londinium. So you know what I'm here for, of course. And the speaker knows what I've been trying to do for the past few days? Of course. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. I thought the speaker would be different from the other nobles I've met. Eliseo. It's fine, I would just like to clear up the misunderstanding. This is not Columbia, Eliseo, and it is arrogance to judge us by your standards. Sometimes we must follow the rules first in order to change things. Not even she could do it? Inside the hall, Vina is muttering something with a sad expression on her face, but he cannot hear what she is saying. Delphine meets Diane's gaze and quickly averts her eyes. Was Madame Major another victim of the rules? No, only a respectable woman, one of those nobles you were talking about. She could have stayed in Normandy, far from danger, but she came of her own accord to the chaos of Londinium in order to help the people here. She refused to stop working even as her condition deteriorated, trying to help as many people as she could, just like you, Eliseo. Our conflict with her was only because of the harm that her radicalness and stubbornness were doing to herself. There are no dark secrets, no conspiracies behind her passing. She was not a victim. I'm sorry, I didn't know. But that makes it even harder to understand. Why do you refuse to work with Pure Heart? We're just trying to solve your problems. Are you aware that Pure Heart Medical is backed by the Colombian Department of Defense and the Maylander Foundation? It's USAID. That's funny. Of course, the military and the Foundation has always been our main stakeholders. You are a good responsible man. Feel free to come and find me if you insist on carrying out that responsibility. Oh, you are... Delphine Windermere. You may call me Delphine. Looks like your company has work to do when it comes to client research. I'm not giving up, Lady Delphine. I believe we can help with Londinium. I can't make any promises on behalf of Vina or Parliament, but believe me when I say we want to heal this city more than anyone else. But if you would like, you can come with me to say goodbye to Madame Major and to all those who have died in the chaos of the past few years. The bell of morning tolls. Foul beasts glide close to the ground, a sign of impending rain. Right now though, nobody pays any heed. Their heads are bowed. No tears are shed. War has already spent the city of its last drops. Water good. All leads point to this place being Milscar's hideout. Why are you still taking your time? Don't you think it's too easy? Besides, there has been rumors of unidentified Sarkas activity here. Can't hurt to be careful. I say it can't hurt to have an accident or two. Good exercise. Why do you think I refuse to help Morgan with her stupid paperwork? You're an upright girl to come along like this. I thought you'd shut yourself in the tower as soon as you came back. You really ought to be staying put at that ship, Hannah. How many times has Medical reminded you about your condition? Sound the bells echoes in the sky above the city, as if everything has gone quiet for a moment. The memorial services started. Well, no time to wallow in sentiment. Let's go, Dagda. I don't want to get my R's kicked while I'm trying to wipe the tears from my eyes. Sometimes I just don't know what to do with you, Hannah. What do we do if you run into Allerdale? Punch her in the gut and leave the rest for Vina to worry about. Who's there? I'm afraid you won't find her. It's not you she wants to see. Who are you? Entelekia? What? The Rose Riverside's canoe. I did not expect to see Entelekia here at all. Or whatever her real name is.
Qualcosa che non va. Torniamo indietro. Starò meglio dopo aver bevuto qualcosa.
Parliament's voice. I was so grateful to Allerdale, borderline reverent. Without her, the Glasgow gang and Rose Island would have had nowhere to go. Entelekia jump scare. I did not see that coming at all. I couldn't decide how to start a chapter on Allerdale when I decided to write one for her. I realized I knew so little about the name that should have been so familiar to me. The last Cumberland, the one who betrayed us, the one who gave her life to save us, the one who bragged about her cream stew. Milscar, Castor's minion, Cumberland the ever on high. Which one was the real Allerdale? All of them. Easy answer. The 98, September 28, 34 minutes until the exemplars break through the blockade. Coordinates confirmed, boss. The location the anonymous warning message is just ahead, and we've identified the source. Rhodes Island. No surprises there. Let's go. This is from 14, no? The mercenary does not move. There's uncertainty on his face. Out with it. The boys trust you. Without you, you would have rotted in the alleys, or the devils would have. I've already died once, so I'm fine with putting my head on the line for you. But this just doesn't make sense. Why should we trust Rhodes Island? We know nothing about them. The exemplars are almost inside the city. It's going to be bedlam outside. We could take this opportunity to line our pockets. Or at least, you should not risk yourself being here. You're not the one who thinks this way, are you? You're not the only one. The mercenary is silent. He dares not meet Milscar's gaze, fearing her wrath. But nothing happens. Have you thought about what will become of Londinium after this war? The way it used to be? No, nothing will go back to the way it used to be. No one can go back, no matter what comes of this war. You're abandoning us. No, I need you. Soon, Londinium will become a city in need of mending. The old order has been destroyed by death and violence. There will be plenty of gaps left behind, plenty to feed us. But I'm not asking your opinion. Listen, I don't plan on going back to the old life, which means we have a plan. We have to plan for a new one. I haven't forgotten about you, of course. In order to keep our livelihood, we need people to know what we're capable of. Don't say I didn't give you a choice. So, are you coming or not? Ah, sod it. Put me at the front of the line, boss. Hello. I'm not imagining it, am I? What is this? The blood red rocks in the gaps of the frame and in the furnace. Did the devils hide them here? What are they planning? Vampire stuff. There's a faint smell of blood in the air. She recalls the onrushing, squirming monsters that came straight out of a nightmare. Boss, I found something here. A Ducal Alliance soldier. Something's not right. He hasn't been dead for long. The name tag. 5th Infantry Regiment, 8th column. Rank. Major? The Earl of March's troops under the Duke of Normandy. No external wounds, but the death was not natural. What is that? Okay, hold up. Her unit should still be outside the walls. Why would the major from the unit be here? Where did he come from? Kill them, and quickly. The orders must not be delayed. There are other altars that still need to be activated. There is no time. Hello? The devils have us surrounded. There's no way out. Oh, hello. We got some battle scars going here. A bat? Is that a bat? Bat motif? And the fucking, what do you call this? A pile driver? It's like a Qatar. Why do we need one? Lunatic. No one knows where the Steam Knight sword in her hand came from, much less where Milscar herself came from. The mercenary's legs tremble. He regrets not turning around a few minutes ago. As long as that purple blade would not impale him from behind. Bugger all. Nadine? Huh, I know that sword. The general's briefing mentioned you. You've got nerve. Is the tin can somewhere nearby? Maybe we can kill 2 foul beasts with 1 stone. Carry on with your work. I'll handle this. The other one's Antelekia. Jingle jingle. Like wind chimes on the beams of a mausoleoma caressed by a breeze, the golden pendants and gems that hang from the veil of the one who slumbers sway and clang against each other in the air. Excuse me, did anyone see my earring? There you are, little garnet. Oh, it's broken. I guess I'll have to borrow your toys, Tukarael. Not like you're in any position to refuse. The blood-red altar within the iron frame begins to glow, but quickly goes dark again and then shatters. The broken red pendant in the air is now good as new, glowing with a faint light. The red glow is almost mesmerizing. Jingle jingle. The sound echoes by Milskar's ear. Take care of little Garnet for me for a while. She'll lead you where you belong. Now you should go. I'm surprised that anyone like Dame Calcit would trust you though. That's Entelekia, alright. She sees the red and black figure. Why would a vampire save my life? Dame Calcit? Dr. Calcit of Rhodes Island? What are they planning? She has many questions, but finds herself holding the cold conical earring in her hand. There's no time to waste if you want to help that one. This is not the only altar in these parts. What do I do? She will tell you. She? Milskar suddenly feels a pulse from the earring in her hand like a heartbeat. Stop her. Shh. Sarcasm expletive. Nadine feels all the blood in her body rush back towards her heart for a second, and the vertigo that comes with it. For the first time, she envies the kindred who have abandoned flesh and blood. The path has been prepared. Take care of her and she will guide you to me. (28-1098) 521. 6 minutes until the exemplars break through the blockade. Let's go to the next one. Boss, that weird vampire thing. As we destroy the altars, it just keeps getting prettier. We've got more important things to worry about. Word is that the exemplars have made it into the city but are being impeded by the Ducal Alliance's troops. Have the factories gotten the order? Aye, they're getting ready. These strange hidden Sarkaz altars and rumors that the Dukes are ready to leave Londinium blockaded and abandoned it to its fate. Ha! Who is the one who actually wants to blow up the city? Does it really matter? Hello! It's been a while, Allerdale. The fucking surprise face. The irises are so huge. I thought you were dead. I thought you were dead. Even with the Rhodes Island's help, there are too many of these for you to deal with and too little time. Who knows how many such altars the Sarkas have hidden across the city? Without my knowledge too, they could have done it on their own. More than one key district will be reduced to rubble if these altars are activated. I've discovered and destroyed several key ones, however. By yourself? Vina needs help. The exemplars need one final push, and the Dukes need to hear the true voice of the people. It was I who spread the rumors that the Dukes are planning to abandon Londinium. Not that there wasn't an element of truth with it. What do you want me to do? You're already doing it, you and those who follow you. But you too need a little push. I'll take care of the remaining altars. You've changed a lot. I could say the same for you, Milskar. Are you sure you like that name? You've chosen to live, then follow the path and see where it leads. Boss, she's... Run like you've got all Castle on your heels. Go to the outer city and tell the others to get ready to receive the exemplars. Ding dong, ding dong. 527. Everyone's 21. The exemplars break through the blockade. Across the city, factories roar to life, welcoming them home. I keep thinking back to that afternoon. Factories, Vina, steam, cheering, boxing, angry yelling, Baird. The bits of memory gush to the surface together, mixing together, wiping away what happened that afternoon. The one thing I will never forget is when Vina said, "We're home." I wanted to cry. It was a long, long journey from the day we left the city to the day we came back. We're home, but how many did we lose? How many who walked with us on this journey? And which of them could come back after they left, besides Allerdale? I miss Baird. Well, did he get shanked? Exemplars camp. Hey, September 30. 2 days after the exemplars break through the blockade. I never knew taking inventory could be such a pain. Taking inventories at the factories on Overture back in the day wasn't half as bad. This is pain, I'll gladly take more pain. Sure is exciting though to see so many people supporting us. Oh, we've been at this all night, the sun's already coming up. We have to push forward, the others can only buy so much time. Word from Wishido is that they threw a dozen wrenches into the military commission's system of command, but the Noxetters are still guarding West Halig. We've been inside the city for 2 days, but there has been little sign of movement from them. Weren't there rumors that Theresis has abandoned them and gone into hiding? Maybe that's why the Noxetters aren't moving. That's just speculation, not even the doctor's team have been able to confirm it. Get some rest, Morgan. The Alliance's order to attack will come soon. I just don't like counting, that's all. I want to help Dagda. I reckon I've got a little more experience sweet-talking people into helping us. Delphine is persuading the nobles who are still on the fence. Hannah and Catherine are organizing the surviving workers and SSC. I have no doubt they can get it done. But Dagda, she's not really the temperament for it. She doesn't really have the temperament for this. Go help her. What? That was kind of new. The fucking side-eye look. Whew. Let's continue. Supplies from Heidi. Improvised weapons by the SSC. Huh? What's this at the bottom? It's not on the list. She looks around and sees only exemplars transporting supplies. She recognizes all their faces. She carefully examines the box. After being satisfied that there is no threat, she opens it. She is struck dumb by what she sees. It is a set of clothing. The cool rays of the morning sun shines upon an emblem. The emblem of House Victoria. Her house. Vina feels a bout of anger. Is this some kind of sick joke? Wait, no. She recognizes the outfit in her hands. Belonged to the Victorian royal family. Why is it here? Who found it and delivered it to her? She can only come to one conclusion. A single name. Let's go. It's time. What's the situation, boss? Their equipment is inferior to the Alliance's. The Dukes are having the exemplars take the brunt of the fighting. Casualties will be heavy. But this is also an opportunity. The Dukes want a hero. The people need a hero. Why not add a finishing touch to the story? You're betting on them to win. Bet? No. The bets were already made when the battle outside the walls ended. This is just the last chance to double down. No idea how that works, but whatever you say, what's next? We kill. There will be chaos once the final battle begins, and opportunists too. I'm not about to let them do whatever they want right under my nose. Say, boss, what was that thing you left behind? A little stage prop to give more substance to the legend. Garment of the royal house, retrieved from the ruins of Cumberland Manor. The leader of the exemplars can make good use of it. Don't you like the story? The last heir to the throne returns to drive out the devils, garbed in the king's regalia. I heard that she didn't like the title. She'll need it if she wants to sway those who are still uncertain. For now, at least. Is she alive? Vina has had a little wish ever since the day that the Steam Knight returned. Perhaps those around her had the same, but no one spoke of it. She looks around nervously, but does not see her. If anything, that is a relief. She is not ready. A note. Tailored to your size. Hope it fits. There is no name on the note. But for the first time, she knows that Allerdale is still alive. There's something else. A few photos with the following words scribbled on the back. Something you might find interesting. Concerning a certain Duke. Whomst? Caster? I mean, she's been with Caster for the longest ass time. Who is this gonna be? I don't think it's gonna be Gododin. Maybe... what's her face?
These wonderful days just never end.
Picked out your bait yet?
Yo, chill.
I know nothing can mask the scent of despair.
Wow, looks awfully dangerous.
More damage? Yes, sir.
Call me out for this. So you rack now,
Bada bing, bada
get in
boom.
line. We got plenty for everyone.
What do you put there? You. And I can put someone here. Close. Are you ranged? I'm gonna assume yes. Oh yeah, that is range indeed.
Pebble returns to her home.
Should be fine. Oh my goodness. That was pretty cool. His slingshot turned into like a grappling hook.
I know what to do. Don't order.
Wakata de show.
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we sow
So
the grain.
Classic.
A cotton candy cloud drizzled in a clear sky syrup.
Yep. Slingshot, slingshot. 1, 2, 3. Every fourth hit, it turns into a grappling hook.
Mission accomplished.
I don't know if that pulls. It would be so funny if it did. Hello. I brought the Defense Forces files that were requested. Madam Speaker, since the establishment of the patrols, we have received no fewer than 200 requests for assistance involving Milskar and her followers. There is concrete evidence of their violation of Parliament's newly enacted laws. What are we waiting for? Getting in the way of honest people doing honest work. Give the order. Put their heads on pikes outside the Sineceld. Sineceld, whatever. Feist and Rockrock have already reported the situation to me. I want the rebuilding to progress smoothly as much as you do, but that's not how Parliament works. Go ahead, Viscount Elsa. Milskar's behavior is certainly questionable, but their medicine has at least provided consolation to those suffering from the current shortage, if nothing else. Balderdash. They're exacting payment in lives. Sit down, Lord Allen. You are in Parliament. They are using underground facilities, relics from the war, to evade our pursuit, Viscount Elsa. They've been decentralizing their operations, of course, but there is also evidence indicating that someone associated with Parliament is helping them. I believe we need an explanation for that, don't we? Are the Londinium Defense Forces requesting our assistance with the investigation, Lieutenant Scamandros? We are, of course, eager to help the citizens face the Milskar's threat. I could contact Her Grace, the Duke of Castor, to arrange for personnel to be deployed to Londinium. It is much reassuring to hear that Her Grace, the Duke of Castor has, at long last, deigned to generously offer her valuable assistance to Parliament, Viscount Elsa. I am very curious to know if other dukes will do the same. Baron Hector, Viscount Didion, Dr. Herman, and Academician Erwin, may I trust you to pass on the message to the other dukes should you, by any chance, have the opportunity to communicate with them? Startled, the members whose names are called who have been keeping a low profile in the room are left with little choice but to smile and bow to Vina. Hell yeah, bruh, that's politics. There's no affirmation or denial, but the argument in the chamber has evaporated, as though it never existed to begin with. A special provisional court will be convened of the members of Parliament to deal with the Milskar issue. Milskar will, of course, be granted the opportunity to present her defense. There's whispering amongst the seats. No objections. Will she show up for the trial, though? If she does not appear, she will forfeit her right to a defense, and the court shall pass judgment in a fair and just manner. Horn, kindly instruct patrols to take Milskar into custody and bring her to the parliamentary chamber. Prior to Parliament's recess today, she has 2 hours. I will wait for her here. You should wait in the office, get some rest. You don't look so well. I'll let you know if she comes. I said I'll wait here. Right then. Sorry, I know. I don't understand. There are so many things that are much more urgent. Infected in need of treatment, shortage of supplies, rebuilding the city, restoring order. My desk is constantly covered in important matters that require my attention. But they would rather spend an entire day bickering over something that they don't even disagree about. I'm not doing a good enough job. Are Remember that I promised you she would not get away if you give my people in the defense forces free rein to search for her. We're short-handed. Trying to solve the problem this way means ignoring other more urgent problems in the city. Then why do you think you're not doing a good enough job? Don't try to carry a nomadic city on your back. That's what the tracks underneath it are for. You don't have to become the perfect leader that they talk about, for whom solving every single problem is taken for granted. Besides, from Milscar to the protests to the medicine shortage, the shadow of the Dukes loom large over all these recent affairs. There is no doubt that Caster is behind the Milscar matter, but something has to give. Milscar has gone too far. Catching her is no easy task though. Indra and Dagda say she has associated with a strange vampire. Delphine, she doesn't show. You want her to, Vina? Milscar hideout. Intellect. December. Well, why are you blindfolding me? I paid my husband's bill. Yes, ma'am, you're an honest woman. You have paid the bill of Mickey Robinson. The boss sends her condolences. Your husband made many contributions to the city. Can I go now? Of course, once you paid your other debt, that is. 2 contracts. One signed by your husband, the one you just paid. Another signed by you on behalf of your husband. But he's gone. He's gone, but the medicine isn't. Here, do take it now. Now, let's talk about your bill. We accept credit, of course. We don't. Oh, boss, since when we don't? Just now. Take her to get some rest. Alright, and then? Send her to the Cineceld. The honorable MPs are waiting for me, aren't they? Trial. Out of the way, let the doctors work. We've identified the victim, Vina. One Mrs. Lawrence of Norport. Are the injuries life-threatening? No, the vital organs were unharmed. She's just lost a lot of blood. Milscar's people did it. But rumors are beginning to spread, and that's not a good thing. Her husband, Mickey Robinson, recently passed away from acute auropathy after being unable to get proper treatment. He was one of the exemplars who came home with us. This is her answer. Escort Mrs. Lawrence to the Defense Forces medical camp, Delphine. What about you? 2 more minutes. I'll keep the word of the Provisional Court and my own. At Delphine's behest, several MPs carefully carried the unconscious woman out of the parliamentary chamber. The carpet on the floor, which has only been recently replaced, is soaked in her blood. It was the Sarkas who had bled here 2 months ago. Oh, hello. The 2 feathers. There is order on the floor again. 1 more minute. There is no one except 2 black feathers that seem to be staring at Vina. They fell from the unconscious woman. As the group carrying her walked past, they were swept up into the air, only to slowly drift down. That is the place where she should have stood. The clock strikes 6. It is time. Esteemed members of Parliament, as Milscar has forfeited her right to a defense. In accordance with the law, I, Vina Victoria, Speaker of the Parliament of Londinium, pronounce a special warrant is hereby issued for the arrest of Milscar, dead or alive. Defense Forces patrols are to apprehend Milscar personnel by any means necessary. Effective immediately. Also issue a citywide announcement that Parliament will accelerate the enactment of the City Safety Act. On behalf of Parliament, I vow to the citizens of Londinium that the curfew will be fully lifted within a month, when the reorganization of the police forces is complete. The Provisional Court will complete the necessary personnel movement and additions within 2 months, at which point it will be renamed the Londinium City Court. The court will continue to process backloaded cases concerning public safety following the conclusion of the war. Parliament and I will ensure that everyone is treated in a fair and just manner. Regardless of any privileges that one may have enjoyed for whatever reason, all shall stand equal before the law. What kind of leader do you want to be, Vina? I don't know, Doctor. But I should at least know what is right and what is wrong, no? Sometimes right and wrong depend entirely on where you stand. Then what should I do? Accept those who despise you, for they keep you vigilant. Stay true to what you believe in to help you triumph over solitude. I learned that from a friend who recently left us. Bagpipe reporting in. Sweep complete in T11 and T32. No sign of Milscar. How's things over there? No sign of Milscar in C11, C20, ma'am. What about L10? No reports yet? Reynold, is there a situation? I'm here. There's nobody here in L10. His gaze alternates between the purple blade before him and Milscar, imploring for mercy. Nods. I'm coming back now. Did you find anything useful? No, nothing at all. The purple blade is lowered. He slowly backs off. Alright, meet up at the rendezvous point. Be there in a minute. Leave the communicator. Okay. He keeps his eyes on Milscar in the shadows. Once he is sure that she is not going to kill him, he drops the communicator and flees for his life. Hey, she gave her a chance. Cavendish Street, they're gonna change that name. That name is Dunzo. So quiet. I prefer the underground. At least the sound there doesn't make me feel... Aha! Parliament has yet to lift the post-war curfew. They're trying to protect the people from people like her. The communicator that she just obtained continues to supply the latest news about the patrols. Milscar strolls past the shops by the roadside. She hears the faint sound of a radio from one of them and stops before the dimly lit storefront. What do you think about Madam Speaker's announcement that the curfew will be lifted in stages as law and order are restored, Hans? Considering the current pace at which the police and courts are being reorganized? A joke if you ask me. Who's arresting whom and who's judging whom? You don't trust Parliament? Many citizens sleep sounder in their beds knowing that Parliament has been hard at work rooting out the remaining devils over the past few months. Today's sweep of underground insurgents has been particularly effective, eliminating another long-term threat to public safety. In the span of 3 hours, we have received thousands of messages from citizens expressing their gratitude to Parliament. In particular to our honorable, dare I say, majestic even, Madam Speaker. I do not deny that she has been a decisive leader up till now. How long do you think she can keep it up though? I bet you 10 pounds that in 3 months you wouldn't be able to tell her from those fat, filthy lying nobles. A lavish car stops next to her. The door opens. There is only the driver and a set of familiar clothing. She recognizes the emblem of House Cumberland. You're alive. Her Grace the Duke is willing to recognize your value. She's giving you a chance to come back. Tell her that Cumberland has died, and one who has already died once is not afraid to die again. Well, see ya, Trilby. The door closes and the car leaves, disappearing at the end of the street, I'm assuming. Bloody hell, looks like it's not just you who want to kill me, Vina. You'd better hurry. She walks silently in the shadows by the side of the street, disappearing into the night. At least there will be more people who believe that you can give them that most precious, most valuable of things right now, safety. Oh, I guess technically it's more peace of mind. I hope you like my final gift to you, Alexandrina. After this, we're even. Final gift. With a vampire. Yeah. Morale was high before our attack on the Naxeter position at the Palace of West Haleg. Couldn't say the same about the people in the city though. They had lived for so long under Sarkaz's rule that they could hardly even conceive of resistance. Dagda and I found it difficult to persuade able-bodied citizens to join us, until Vina showed up. She was wearing an outfit I never thought I would see her in, an outfit for a king. She never said who gave it to her, but we could all guess the answer. Allerdale. I was dumbfounded. I looked at Dagda and saw her fighting to contain her trembling. I saw the frenzied crowd rush through streets and alleys, scrambling over one another to join us. They carried Vina further and further away from me. Her Royal Highness Alexandrina has returned. She'll lead her people to drive out the Sarkaz and take back our home. Line 22. I thought you would reject my proposal. The important thing is to win the final battle. Everything else is secondary. The Scion of Cumberland yet lives? I hope so. She deserves a second chance, no matter what. What about you? You understand the significance of donning this garment? I do, but I always had a choice, didn't I? Vina walks through the crowd, escorted by Delphine. Everyone bows to her in reverence. This is hard to take, though. She thought she saw a certain figure in the crowd, drowned out by the onrushing soldiers and citizens. What is it? Nothing. Let's get the troops in order. It's time to put an end to this. You and your friends will win, Vina. The present I left you, the garb that always belonged to you, is merely icing on the cake of your final victory. There is no place for me by your side when victory comes. This is the choice that I made. But the end of this absurd war is simply the beginning of your story. Can you remain the ever victorious legend when that time comes? Victoria is not easily changed by anyone, not even you. But perhaps I would truly have believed. Goodbye, Vina. Goodbye.
Take a breather and tally up your losses.
I do need to take a breather,
here.
but I need water.
Dead in a second or two.
Go 4. Alcohol and placebo. I could always say I was moved by Vina's speech. The rest of the exemplars certainly were. They would have carried her straight through the gates of Londinium if they could. Oh, I need to mod 3 my old pianos. Probably my holder too, honestly. 10 Pints Pub. Good job, Madam Speaker, I say. Rip up every tile in Londinium and root out the devil scum hiding under them. I hear there's gonna be a big shipment of orpathy meds coming in. I got a friend at the procurement office. Maybe he could get me some meds first and I'll see if I can get some for you. Haha, cheers! You were strutting all day when you got into the Duke's army, and then you went to the Exemplars, and now here you are after the end of the war, just like me. 2 infected with nothing left. Who are you calling infected? I can fight. I'm not like you. I'm not afraid to die. The other patrons look up at the staggering soldier. A coin flies across his face and lands on the bar counter. A haggard figure grabs him by the shoulder. Hello. He's drunk. Take him home. I got the bill. Don't mind what they said, madame. Hello? He's just telling the truth, Lieutenant. I'm retired too, but suit yourself. Sure, as for your question, doesn't matter if I was talking to the one whose name's on the warrant or reunion or anybody else. The workers want to do something for our home. Can't just stand by and watch everything get worse. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. That's how things have always been for us. Just friendly advice. I've seen what medicine from dubious sources can do. I watched a soldier collapse into his drink a couple of days ago. I performed emergency surgery on him during the war. That time, he survived. But this time, it was the last checkup he ever got. You're a kind soul. The apothecary in my neighborhood says he can't remember how many came to him for poison during the war. I don't remember everyone I've ever treated, of course. I've seen much worse in my time as field medic, but at least I get to see those who walk out of the field hospital again. Spend enough time drinking here and you begin to recognize the faces in the crowd that you've seen before, even if it was only once. I know some doctors, the Rose Islanders. Maybe you need their help. You forget that I'm a physician myself. What do you think of the exemplars? It's asking a lot, getting an old burden beast to remember something that long ago. It's ancient history, even to me. All I remember is that decades ago, when kids would brag about this and that, they wouldn't be tossing around the names of dukes. It was the exemplars. There were lots of heroes. Lots of them lost. No, what I mean is, I know what you wanted to hear, but I don't have anything else for you. Sorry. Most people in the new exemplars aren't soldiers. You can't compare them to the old ones. We didn't start celebrating here in the city when the Dukes defeated the Sarkas. That's the end of it. The walls were on fire and unarmed Londiniers trapped inside with the Sarkas. Nobody knew if the Dukes would spend the next 2 months talking before they entered the city. Nobody knew what would become of us. It was the exemplars who came. No one can take away what you did. Not in Londinium, at least. Catherine pauses. She notices the officer's hand trembling in the dim light of the tavern. He reaches into his pouch trying to find something, but finally sighs and takes a big swing from his mug. These days, the only contribution most of us make is to the business of the city's drinking establishments. Thankfully, the kindly owner here doesn't throw out loitering drunkards. After all, most of those who fought tooth and nail to get back home no longer have homes at all. So hard-won victory. Shira raises his mug, but Catherine does not do the same. I'm afraid you found the wrong drinking partner. I have an appointment to keep, and I intend to be sober for it. You're the drunk, medic. Leave the alcohol to your later days. I've heard the rumors about the exemplars. Why don't you talk to the speaker directly? Catherine gets up, goes around the other patrons, nods at the owner behind the counter, and disappears behind a door in the corner obscured by boxes. Well, what makes you think I haven't? He looks in the direction where Catherine went. It leads to a forgotten corner of the city. The Defense Force patrols went in many times but never found anything. None of my business. Waves the proprietor over for another drink. Yep. Lieutenant Shearer sent 2 messages and I asked the messenger and both came from this underground pub. But Delphine said she made arrangements for all the surviving soldiers of Duke Windermere's ship. Are you sure we don't want to check out the street that Delphine talked about first? No, let's go in. I followed behind Vina and let her open the door because I was still used to kicking them in. The Glasgow gang never ever caused trouble in Auchterigg Borough. Vina said we were just getting a drink with some old exemplar friends, but I knew there was a lot on her mind. She had made arrangements to stop some factories and ration the refined originum reserves for the winter. But the word exemplars was always there at the bottom of her memo. Our old friends. Deal. You're gonna answer my questions frankly and truthfully, right? As long as you beat me at arm wrestling. Brr. Piece of cake. I figured my injury wouldn't be a problem. I know what you want to ask. Will she disband the exemplars? Honestly, I don't know. Stuff she's thinking about has been getting more and more complicated, and I've given up trying to figure it out. My guess is no. She even came to see us in the clothes that she wore when we fought together. If that's not sending a message, I don't know what is. Didn't she say she just didn't want to draw too much attention? That's what's in all the books. You wouldn't get it. What you see here is no exception. Many exemplars are suffering from their lingering war wounds. With medicine in short supply, alcohol represents one of the few sources of comfort available to them, hence the placebo. While some are here for information, most are here all day and night because they simply have nowhere else to go. Is this why you wrote to me? To stand up for them? No. I see you have not read my letter. I'm sorry, there's been so much going on. You used to be more straight and forthcoming, Madam Speaker. If you think the exemplars are calling for you to pay more attention to veterans' welfare, I can tell you that you're wrong. They're waiting for your next order. Everyone I've talked to for the past 2 months believes that Siege has grown since becoming speaker, and she's getting even better as a leader. And the question they ask the most is, where do we go next? Are you telling me to continue to send them to bleed and die instead of trying to make life better for them? You never truly saw yourself as their leader. You saw them as equals, as comrades in arms. I respect you for that, but it's also where you have failed in your responsibilities. Forgive my frankness, but for many of them, what's left of their lives will never know a greater happiness than the taste of victory that they enjoyed as the exemplars. grabs his mug and tries to take a swig. But it slips from his hand and falls to the ground. The others look towards Shearer, whose eyes are red as he takes deep breaths, trying to keep himself under control. He takes out a coin, puts it on the table, and raises his hand at the proprietor without looking at him. On his part, the proprietor simply goes about cleaning up the mess without batting an eyelid. One more of the same, please. Where were we, Madam Speaker? I never got along well with Lieutenant Shearer. For a long time, Vina's fist knocking him dizzy had cemented my impression of him. A field medic, stubborn but largely calm and dependable. His surgeon's hands brought many back from the brink of death. You, why? Lingering effect of an injury? It was one hell of a battle, wasn't it? It wasn't his hand that was injured. I remember it well. He sat straight and tall. I thought he had recovered with Delphine's help. As he said though, it was one hell of a battle we fought to return to Londinium. It's the artillery. Any news about the situation in the city? Unclear. As of yesterday, the military commission still had a heavy presence in important areas. With the royal court elites deployed around the walls in a standoff with the dukes, however, the resistance within the city stands a better chance. The siege has gone on 10 days already. When are the dukes gonna charge? If the priority is to minimize casualties amongst the allied forces, then besieging the city is the best way, particularly with the Duke of Wellington's position still uncertain. But they're playing with the lives of innocent citizens. This drags on much longer. Are they really okay with taking over an empty city? If the truth about the situation here gets out, nothing gets out. They will not allow anything to happen out of their control. People often underestimate the dukes, but the truth is they have never changed. Just like how they treated the Steam Knights. It's only one example. I can't say I know all of them well, but I knew my own mother. Ethics is the first thing to go out the window when dealing with matters of shared interest. The focus has already shifted to how to retrieve the shard tech at the joint staff meeting last night, so they've already accepted this outcome. Dagda. I need a squad, Siege. I'm going to try that Confessarius passage that Shining shared with us again. I'll be back, Vina, I promise. Go. You're just gonna let her go like that? I'm keeping an eye on you, Dagda. Now's not the time to play the hero. Well, you'd better not fall behind then, Hannah. Delphine, any updates from fights in Rock? They've reached the backup access port from when the wall was first built, but they cannot find an opportunity to get close with all the Sarkaz patrols. The Doctor's team is trying to give us an opening. One feint attack is all that it takes to create an opening, but the Alliance doesn't plan to attack at all. Correct. Delphine, can you guarantee that you'll find a way inside if there's a gap in the Sarkaz lines? Yes, but I need help. We can try to persuade the Dukes again. Vina shakes her head. Give me 2 hours. I'll pull a squad with decent art skills and some battle drones. We'll feign an attack on the access port at N2 to draw their attention. You take the rest of them. No, you'll be going to your death. Shetley, Brentwood, the Gloriana, Silver Rock Bluffs. We were going to our deaths each and every time. But somebody has to do it. I'm with you, Vina. There's no answer from Vina. Morgan notices a strange look on her face. Vina? Urgent message from the doctor. Lakshini just went into the Wellington encampment. Who's Lakshini? Read. There were many things on the battlefield that I didn't understand. Calm and storm, victory and defeat. Everything happened so fast. After the Alliance had besieged the city for 10 days, the Gastrel, which had long departed the Ducal Alliance camp, suddenly moved into the heart of the Allied position. For the first time in a very long while, those who were listening to the Alliance comms channel heard the voice of the old Duke. The Gastrel shall restore the Empire's glory. Guns went blazing. Broadsides fired straight at our city walls. Well, Wellington Giga Chad. Tell the people behind us, no delay through the trenches. Bulk of the Sarkaz forces are being tied up at the front, but that doesn't mean we have all day. Sir, there's a lot of equipment in the camp and we need time to... There is no time. We can deal with the equipment issue once we get into the city. Some of the wounded can't walk on their own. We'll need to carry them by stretcher. Follow the path the siege has cleared for us. I'll organize the transfer of the wounded. Now go. I'll help, sir. I'm more familiar with the situation of individual patients. Plus, I promised them I wouldn't leave them behind. Grab your own share of suppressant and protective gear from the patient's supplies. Better than nothing, at least. The closer we get to the walls, the higher the atmospheric origin particle density. The wounded will be in more danger than us. Yes, sir. They say you're not a Londonian, sir. Why would you risk your neck like this? Look, another battleship is giving covering fire for the Gastrel. The Duke of Castor. Weren't they saying that the Duke of Wellington betrayed us and fell out with the Duke of Castor? Shit! Contact his liege. You have sighted a small force of Victorians. Request permission to engage. Get them. Leave survivors. Find out what their unit's objective is. Hello? What happened to the clouds? Fire. Ibelana. The sky lights up with the fire on the city walls. The first wave of purple flame came from the bow of the gas trail, gushing towards the walls of Londinium, and again, like the cold waves of death that splashed against the sheer cliffs of Iberia. It fell upon the Noxiters before Shearer, burning away the rot. Londinium's walls are alight, ignited by Draco fire. The Sarkaz defenders become kindling for the purple inferno. They're dead? Careful, the fire has cleared the path, but it's a threat to us too. Ha! In the distance, he sees the figure on the withered throne, faded in and out of the purple flames. Gunfire from the ships roaring beside it. On the walls, death ignites death. Beneath the walls, the living walk amongst the ashes of the dead. This is a war that will shock all the core nations. It is not the number of casualties that will interest them the most, but how many people on both sides are actually fighting for the city of Londinium itself. It's a long way home for you. Alcohol and placebo.
All units, double-check the status of your anti-originium equipment.
Ariel. Well equipped. Superior firepower to protect its cargo. Deals large physical damage to all units in a fixed range when defeated and drops random gear. Interesting.
Picked out your bait yet?
I know nothing can mask the scent of despair.
Wow, looks awfully dangerous. You call me out for this?
For them, the bell tolls.
Hey! That thing did so much damage. What the hell, man? Kinda wanna face its front then.
The lava, sir.
So you racked your brain and came up with a plan of plopping me here. Bravo!
Oh, it keeps dropping stuff. Wait, what? Hey, yo, chill, bro.
An improv trauma?
Oh my god. Okay, this thing does a lot of damage, huh?
Now, wait in line.
Decently tanky
Plenty
too.
for everyone.
A cotton candy
items
drizzled in a zero sky syrup.
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
Okay, can't summons get this? Come on, man! Oh shoot, I don't have anti-flying really.
Waiting for your call.
It's doing so much damage. That's damage to monster, by the way. What the hell, man? That's crazy.
I hear the elegy. I hear the elegy. I hear the veil.
Yes, you do hear the elegy, sir. So much equipment. Still don't really know how to take advantage of this mechanic yet. Other than plopping units.
Mission accomplished.
So I don't think I want to get the defense. Lieutenant Shearer, wake up. He sees a pair of hands reach out towards him. Lady Delphine? Don't move, I'll carry you. We need to get back to the forward position that we captured. You have to move before more Sarkas arrive and fill this place with witchcraft bombs. I thank you for saving my life. No need, it was a brave soldier and nurse, Sarah, who saved your life. She used her arts to protect you and the other wounded soldiers from the witchcraft bomb despite her limited experience. That's her. Wait, did she? Don't worry, she just passed out, taking her to the forward position at the access port. But you've all been exposed to high original environments for too long. I need the risks. You succeeded in reaching the access port? Yes. I saw fire on the wall. It's out. Is the battle for the walls over? No, it has only just begun. The Noxeter is locked in a standoff with the Ducal Alliance, relying on the city's defensive artillery and the elite troops. Is there anything else we can do? Break through the access port, create a gap in the wall, and reveal a weakness in the Sarkas lines. Just like the Alliance helped us, even if they didn't mean to. Understood. Lieutenant Shearer, you are dismissed from this operation. That is an order. Does that come from Siege? It comes from me. Stand by at the forward position. You need to rest. Forward position. Oh, we're here. Then may we call and safely sing. May the vast lands they keep over King. His people and ale his well willinge, and give them grace without ending. Why aren't you singing? Cheer up, man. I know we're all hurt, but we're almost home. Then may we call and safely sing. Victoria, ye thanks for our home. Victoria, ye thanks for our home. Here, you can have the rest of this ration. Can finish it. It's our first breakfast since we came back home. Gotta fill up. Once the rest of our men make it into the city, we'll show those devils who really runs Londinium. I don't like that song. What about you, Vina? Don't ask her, she hums it in her sleep. Hannah, shut your gob and eep up, Indra. Or I'll take it if you don't want it, and I'll lead the assault since you got hurt attacking the Confessarius passage. Not a chance, it's just a scratch. A little scratch won't dull my fists. You're not getting ahead of me this time, Dagda. I'll do another round of patrol and scout ahead once I'm done. Make sure there's no mistake. The military commission set up defenses at this backup access port. Should only have been known to the workers who built the wall. This means they know the city much better than we expected. I'm back from patrol, Lady Delphine. Whomst? Hello. Spare a ration? I haven't had breakfast yet. Lieutenant, I thought you were recovering from your injuries. I'm a medic. I know how to restore a soldier to combat effectiveness as quickly as possible. I understand my own body, Lady Delphine. I am ready to return to duty. Giving your protective equipment to the wounded, getting exposed to high original environments, and being in close proximity to a witchcraft bomb explosion. You know exactly what all this means, Lieutenant? I do. A blood test is not possible now, but I understand the pathological progress of infection. What about it? Is that not normal in this place? He looks around. Exemplars are crowded around the narrow passage. The dust and original particles that cover their faces have not diminished the fire in their eyes at all. They know what they are doing. They know the price they will pay. But they are singing. Singing with joyous grace. Delphine, do you give the lieutenant permission to return to duty? Delphine can see the painkiller injector that Shira is trying to hide behind his back. Without sufficient access to oropathy suppressants, painkillers are the next best thing to deal with the suffering brought on by oropathy. Will you pull through? Of course, Lady Delphine. Never forget, I still have to see you go home and take back what is yours. You didn't need to do this. Neither did you. You want to witness what this ragtag team can achieve, what will come of this city. So do I. Very well, Lieutenant. Back to your post. What will Londinium be once we drive out the devils, Vina? Better than before, at least. You know what I'd like to see? More flower shops, making the flowers cheaper, making it easier for me to find a girl to marry, maybe a wealthy young woman or a widow who lost her husband. I want more original fuel for a warmer winter. I want more police stations and I want to be a cop. I want to give, not take. But you're a cop. What about you? I hope Mom's still waiting for me back home. Don't worry, she'll be there to open the door for you. What about you, Dagda? Gonna stick with us to get to the gym back in business, or will you lock yourself away in your tower? You and I, we've got a score to settle, Hannah. Let's go back to the gym together, Vina. Yes, we will. You haven't found Baird yet. Sad faces all around. One more step until we're home. That one step took us 3 days. We were welcomed by steam gushing from the factories, reaching into the clouds. Many didn't live to see it. They walked into the tunnel singing and never came out again. Have one on me, Vina. Oh, didn't click. The devils ran, but they're not dead yet. They still have that tech that filled the city with originum dust. They'll be back, mark my words. And you can bet those dukes won't give a shit about us when something happens again. Like you said, we need to defend ourselves. That's why I don't believe the rumors that say the exemplars are getting disbanded. Right, Vina? Do you remember the wishes we made at the access port? For the factory boilers to burn bright as they used to. For the guns on Londinium's walls to defend her as they used to. For the doors of the police stations to be wide open to all. For the police to defy the nobles' will and treat the infected with fairness and justice. That's gonna be hard to do since they are an instrument of said nobles. For the law of parliament to be the only rule. That's what I'll hope to see and what I'm trying to bring about. Are you happy with Londinium now? Has she gotten better? I can tell you that I'm not happy. You're dodging the question, Madam Speaker. If you choose to do nothing and keep the status quo of the exemplars, that's entirely fine with everyone. All they want is an answer. Will the exemplars continue to exist? This is my answer, Lieutenant. What Parliament fears is your trust in me, personally. That runs deeper than your trust in Parliament itself. Perhaps they fear that the exemplars will become the private army of Vina Victoria. What will become of the glory and honor of the exemplars when that day comes? Will the day come when our wishes come true? Thank you. I will inform Parliament of what I learned today. It's not my place to give an answer over the heads of Parliament. Let's go, Morgan. Morgan? You go first, Vina. I'll have a couple of rounds with the guys here. Sure. I didn't understand what Vina said that day, but I agreed with the lieutenant. Our exemplar comrades needed our help. That's why I needed to stay on Vina's behalf, at least to talk to them. Even though she was the speaker and there was so much she could do. For the first time since the war ended, I drank until I passed out. It burned my belly. It was Hannah who found me and I asked her the question that I could never ask Vina. When can we go home, back to our gym? Hey, Vendela! The herbs are growing well. Diane would be glad. Sanatorium patient. When the farm was rebuilt, it was she who persuaded the engineers to leave behind the damaged lighting equipment and refit it for small greenhouses that didn't draw so much power. Sorry, reminded me. Where were we? We were talking about your condition. You mentioned that you noticed a significant increase in the strength of your original arts. Yes, sorry. I'm finding it hard to remember things lately. Keep getting distracted. Doctor says originum has made its way into my brain. Don't tell me. I've told you this before too? We're just chatting. You can say anything you want. Anything else that doesn't feel right? Difficulty walking straight? It's happened to a lot of people though. Ataxia. It's a common symptom of many infected in Londinium, but I'm not sure what the cause is. When I'm by myself, I've been trying to... It's strange. My original art seems to be changing. Changing? I don't have any other reports of... Never mind. Please continue, Sarah. Are you casting with your bare hands, by the way? The doctors may have told you this already, but that's detrimental to keeping your condition under control. You're a worrier, alright, just like Diane said. I just can't help it. It's how I search for the war memories in my clouded mind. The battle for the walls. You said you were a nurse and you were trying to stop a witchcraft bomb explosion with your arts, but it didn't work out too well. Yes, I remember I was behind Lieutenant Shearer and the blast threw me off my feet. Next thing I remember, I was in the field hospital, lying next to the other acute infected. I don't know how many witchcraft bombs fell upon the exemplars. So many fates turned on their heads in an instant, but I didn't see any of it, and I don't remember any of it. How could things be like this? Sarah? The patient is trembling and begins to cast original marks without realizing it. Eliseo does not know if it is a symptom of PTSD, but he quickly attempts to direct her attention elsewhere. Listen to me, Sarah. Take a deep breath. Can you smell the flowers? You're in the sanatorium. The war is over. The exemplars are home. You're back in Londinium. You're... He pauses and looks up at the damaged lighting above his head. A strange and unfamiliar city, one that to his eyes is not far off from a pile of rubble. You're in a place where everything will get better. The alteration of Sarah's original marks is a symptom that has never been observed in other infected. I should ask my colleagues to keep an eye out. I wonder if Diane could get me in touch with an international messenger. Waiting for Mainlander's regular messenger would take too long. Londinium needs supplies urgently. Hello? Huh? Eliseo, you're here too? Why did you stop her? Weren't you looking for her? Who? The speaker. The speaker? I saw her coming out of an underground pub. That's where I came from. I happened to run into her when she went to have a drink with old friends. Sounds like she really considers herself your friend. Yeah, if only she considered herself more than a friend. Eliseo, I've always felt that Londinium could become a better place, that Victoria would be proud of her. Can the speaker really make that happen though? Gulledia. Thank you, sir. Goal 5. Oh, there we go. Change of scenery. A hero die. A legend rise. Hero D die. I can't read this. Scrap and nail. Factory equipment was being watched by the Sarkas, so the workers tried to borrow Vina's hammer to bash through to a secret passage. Guess what? She said yes. Oh. Ah, Fuvi. Go, 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 go. Water good. New Auxerig. There you are, Captain. Here, take a look at this blueprint. Auk has been saying it's pointless to design a new electrical transmission distribution valve. Is this Feist? But more and more big guys are gonna roll out from our factory to the other plates of Londinium. I say we ought to make preparations ahead of time, or Catherine. I don't want to hear people complain when they find that these things don't have enough power and torque. Those short-sighted idiots. Stop calling me Captain. Okay, Feist. This is a factory. We're not in the SSC anymore. Besides, I'm sure Auk has thought about it too. Just about saving costs where you can. I know, but it's the young ones coming after us who would have to deal with any problems. I know how you feel, Martin. But we have to take things one at a time. Closure shared a bunch of drone technology with us that I would love to put into our new four-legged crawler. But problems like power supply and automaton doesn't just solve themselves. It's all good to have them in the blueprints, but let's take one step at a time, starting with the present. Let's do it Oxway for now and get a basic version out to meet our present needs. Follow your blueprint with the Londinium Industry Development Association, don't lose it. Its mission is to restore Victoria's technological superiority with the support of Parliament. Your ideas should be respected. Whatever you say, you're a consultant for them after all. There have been so many new ideas lately that it's getting hard to keep up. People are enthusiastic. You can feel that things are changing because of their ideas. Yes, factory production lines, a railway system that links all the districts, and walls and artillery that protect all of Londinium. We can build them the way we want, with our own two hands. I could agree with everything else, but please, not the way you want, Feist, or we're all gonna end up in one big amusement park where the only form of transportation is zip lines. Come on, that's just the one that drew the most laughs amongst the proposals that got shut down. Not all of my ideas are like that. By the way, are you sure your factory wants to keep Ock in the core workshop? I heard he didn't get along with you at the old place. Oh, I thought Ock was Rock. It wasn't. Each factory has its own technical secrets and there's been friction over competition for orders. Well, that's true. Not all of our workers were in the SSC. But if Catherine could convince the other factories to join the association and share technologies, then there's nothing for us to hide. Somebody, help! Matthew just got pummeled. What do you mean pummeled? Like OSHA violation? Didn't wear a safety helmet pummeled? Or have we met before, sir? Not exactly, Madam Speaker. The name's Matthew, a humble businessman who owns a little factory. I simply felt the need to speak up about the present situation. Ten's music. You can write to Parliament or seek assistance from the Industry Development Association. I have other things that require my attention. I have written to Parliament on behalf of a dozen factories that were shut down. My letter's gone unread for the better part of a month. It was the decision of Parliament to shut down a number of factories. You know better than I that the state of Londinium's logistics. The burden of one's factory debt can crush hundreds of families in Sudayan or Highbury. We're just asking for the scales to be tipped a little towards us, even if only in a private manner. Workers from factories that have been shut down could not even afford to buy medicine on the black market. An experienced line worker is worth 10 pieces of machinery. I believe in my workers. There is much that they can still do for the city. Meanwhile, invaluable property suppressants are being wasted on dying soldiers on their beds in the sanatorium. What are you on about? Explaining the realities of economic... You bloody... Well, I guess that's the pummeling. Vina's fist found the man's nose before she knew it. The man by the name of Matthew grabs his bleeding nose with one hand and searches haplessly for a handkerchief with the other. Blood continues to seep from the gaps in his fingers, dyeing his clothes red. More and more onlookers gathered, all of them staring at Vina. There is no hostility or anger in their eyes, but each and every gaze reminds her of her helplessness, of her ill timing. I understand why you're angry, Madam Speaker, I know, but someone has to say it. I assure you, it gives me no pleasure. I was part of the SSC that stayed in the city. You came with a Cottas girl and then you left. When the exemplars came and I learned from Catherine that you're their leader, I agreed to turn on the boilers to welcome you without a second thought. But I didn't recognize you when I saw you standing in the middle of the street, dressed like a king, promising a better life for everyone on behalf of Parliament. You knew that some promises could never be fulfilled. You chose to sacrifice some people to save others, didn't you? She wants to shut him up. She grabs the man by the collar and lifts him off the ground, but she can see his eyes and the eyes of everyone standing around. Siege solves problems with her fists. She wishes she could make these problems go away with her fists the way she used to. Something falls out of her pocket and makes a clanging sound on the ground. It's been a long time since she had candy. She forgot the box was in her pocket. We believed in you when we agreed to shut down and relinquish our original fuel. But now we can only hope that we're not the ones being marked for sacrifice. Not all problems can be solved by your fists, Siege. Vina. Let Matthew go, please. That's a doozy. Matthew's views don't represent those of all the workers. Neither do mine, of course. All I know is that a few friends have reached out to Rhodes Island through me, hoping to improve the state of equipment at the sanatorium. We can't make new equipment appear out of thin air, but maybe we can make the existing kit more efficient. Most workers still support the current medical system, I think. No, you don't have to explain, Feist. I was the one who let the blood get to my head. You have done as much as you could possibly do. Improve medical equipment effectiveness, reopening the fast transport tunnels, the central heating system under experimentation. A lot of people have benefited from the changes in a short period of time. It's all thanks to how you've given us the green light and fended off trouble for us in Parliament. That's my job. How's Catherine? Granny? Well, I doubt she would answer even if I asked. She won't even let people see her cough. Otherwise, she's the same, still busy. Even though she's not working at the factory anymore, I rarely get to see her. I had a conversation with her like this last month. She sat on this very chair and turned down my invitation for her to become a member of Parliament. Secret workshop that he kept hidden from the Sarkas and the weapon inside. Londinium doesn't need it anymore. Yes, I have reached a consensus with Catherine on this matter. As long as you and Catherine are able to unite most of the workers, it's not a bad thing for the weapon to stay under your watch. Parliament needs oversight, so do I. The system of Parliament is yet immature. We're still searching, and there are people trying to get something done through it. But sooner or later, they must understand that the Parliament which revolved around the king is long gone. Was it when the king was No, nothing changed with Parliament when he was hanged, other than power being transferred from the king to the dukes. It was only recently that the surviving fellows of the Royal Academy of Sciences were able to resume work on the Chronicle of Londinium. 1,000,000 words that took half a lifetime to compile and edit, encompassing every aspect of Londinium. I never thought I would get to know my own home again from this angle. It was only after reading it that I realized the city's resistance began a long time ago. When the Sarkas gained control of the city, it was the Londiniers who still lived within who had, of their own accord, come together to maintain the city's core functions, irrespective of upbringing and status. The Academy's fellows see it as a precursor to the new Parliament. Seems a little far-fetched, but it does make sense in a way. But I see another side, Feist. During the war, we were able to set aside our differences, our own interests, in our struggle to survive. Now, though, I'm not so sure. There are times that I can't even guarantee my own reason. I need someone to pull me back when You want it to be us? That was my promise with Catherine. It was you lot who gave me my sword after all. The war destroyed many things. Londinium needs your help in order to not fall behind the changing times. Some of your ideas may create headaches in Parliament and the Royal Academy of Sciences, but that's not such a bad thing. A city defense system that belongs only to us, automation that the Dukes have long ignored, and a new deterrent for a post-Steam Knight era. Your help is needed in all of this, and it must be for Londinium, not for any individual. Post-Steam Knight. I don't deserve your trust, Feist, and neither does Parliament in its current state. Send Matthew my apologies again if you see him. I will continue to lobby Parliament for policies that will improve the condition of workers. The medicine that we purchased from the Dukes is on its way. Things will get better once supply routes are secured. Who dares threatens the Duke's cargo ships? I'll continue to communicate with the ducal representatives in the city. We're here for you if you need any help. Feist stands up, but then hesitates. He does not leave the room. Granny always scolded me for my fancies, but she said nothing the day I brought back the proposals from the future from the Industry Development Association. She retired from the line soon after, claiming health issues. You like to dream about the future, Vina. We'll pull through. The office falls quiet. Vina stares at the mountain of papers on her desk, then turns on the radio. Bzzzt. Late afternoon today, citizens witnessed the Speaker of Parliament, Vina Victoria, put a scoundrel in his place. It was reported that the gentleman had attempted to bribe the Speaker for his own selfish interests, which the Speaker rejected in the most direct manner possible. Many citizens speak highly of Speaker Victoria's charisma and believe that she... Yep. Sag. Hello. Is he gonna say Milscar? Oh, okay, so. Just the general underground? I guess we've finally learned to trust each other a bit. Whether you're confident that the supply route is safe enough for one person to manage, or that most of you have left Victoria, just as you said. Hello, Percival. Some sign of trust when you have your little trinket in plain sight. This is a city full of homeless, desperate people. Who knows if somebody won't get ideas? Never said you're not part of the threat, of course. Not that many people in Londinium remember reunions past. Go ahead, check. Everything on the list is here, and I'll deliver the next batch of medicine on time. You said most of you have left. What about 9? Left, along with many people for whom there is no place in the city. Our factories outside the city won't be affected, of course, and the routes you found for us will continue to be useful. You're not going with them? Londinium isn't a great place for infected anymore. Isn't a great place, spoken with true Londinier irony. When I was little, I was fascinated by the Londinium in the storybooks. The palaces and the gardens where the kings and the young princes lived, and the adventures to be found in the maze-like factories. Now I find that Londinium is no different from anywhere else in Victoria. It's no place to make a home. I stay because someone has to, and I like doing good, honest work. Besides, the treatment of the infected in Londinium today is not terrible. Really? I followed them because they saved my life. I'm not like those who are ready to die, who have already figured out how to die for something worthwhile. Besides, in the end, it usually isn't worthwhile. Nobody deserves to die. Saved a lot of lives, thank you, on behalf of the workers. Stop by Highbury. The next time you're passing out pamphlets in the city, I'll see right through that disguise. The goods check out. I'm off then. One more thing, Catherine. Go ahead. If the rocks hurt at night, I knew a few techniques to make you feel better. I think you know, our medicine doesn't work as well as the stuff from the big pharmas. Yes, it may fool the other workers, but it can't fool me. Same for most of the suppressants you can get in Londinium right now. My age though, I don't have too many lucid days ahead of me, and I guess you could say I've seen worse. One more day with my senses is one more thing I can do. That's plenty. Our men have tracked down Reunion's hideouts outside the city, 2 major factories and their supply routes. Should we shut them down? No need. Based on available information, they are not a threat to the citizens of Londinium. Vina says she has personal reasons to be wary of Reunion, but even she admits that they were a big help to us when they incited the citizens to oppose the Dukes. As for the grey market, just make sure we keep track of everything that's going on. Percival is not stupid, she knows what she's not supposed to touch. The Reunion threat is much diminished now that their main members have left Londinium. Continue to monitor the situation. I will even go so far to say that establishing contact at the private level is an option. There is consensus about improving the infected situation. Understood. We will continue to monitor Reunion activity without taking direct action. I suppose I'm wasting you a lot on this kind of work. Of course not, Lady Delphine. From the day we left the Duke of Windermere's ship, setting intelligence network aside to focus on the assault of Londinium, and now. Do you miss the waters of Lincardine? There goes their estate. Scrap and nail.
Cercate di non lasciare macchie di sangue. Sono
Di
difficili.
sangue.
I'm listening.
What? Immune? Ain't no way, brother. They're trolling me. It's a good one here.
Wow.
I want her to get the thingy.
Looks awfully dangerous. You call me
Sure,
out?
why
For
not?
them, the bell tolls.
Oh, right, your range. Shoot.
The remnants. Who says there's always a countdown? The pebble returns to her
This thing is not taking damage. Brah! Run, child! Oh, hello. Milscar Mercenary. We'll take gear from nearby enemies until all 3 types are equipped. That's illegal.
The curtain of
Please die. You can't do this to me. Oh, finally. We have broken through, gentlemen.
役に立つ情報を奴らに吐かせてやる。
シン、これで分かったでしょ。
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we sail.
A cotton candy cloud, drizzled in a clear sky syrup.
God, do heal.
The remnants.
There you go.
Who says there's always a countdown?
Hello. It's hard to believe that you're leaving, Lady Heidi, after all the effort it took to return to this great city. But perhaps it's time you return to your father. Back to Tauron? Well, maybe I'll go further than that. My father's not the only guide I have in my life. Your advice has been most enlightening, of course, such as your story of dinner with the envoy of the Earl of March. It's my pleasure to offer first-hand information to an aspiring novelist who is not involved in the political world. Yeah, about that. Or perhaps I will write my familiar homeland of Tauron into the story of this terrible war in Londinium. Yes, it can be painful to recall those shameful times, but someone must remember the heroic deeds we performed for the city. Heroic? You're right. Maybe we're all heroes. How about a love story? A girl from the Victorian borderlands falls in love with a young man who came on holiday, but the young man dies on the battlefields of Londinium. In the end though, the news of the young man's death turns out to be false and he returns to her side a hero. A brilliant idea, Lady Heidi. A love lost and found again, just like a city trampled by outsiders but saved by our hands. Here, the orchestra plays, there is no wine or dessert, and the candles do not burn as bright, but the music remains beautiful. By all means, join the dance. Leave me on this balcony with the inspiration you've supplied. What about your friends here? Hello. An emissary from a foreign land, yet unfamiliar with Victorian customs. Surely you will forgive him? Of course, of course. Lady Heidi, is that right? Ah, I can show you around the place. No, we shouldn't bother you any more than we already have. Thank you for the assist. This place turns away no one. Next time, you should come in through the front door rather than the balcony though. Thank you for the offer, but I'm not that interested in noble parties, to be honest. Victorian noble politics was the first thing I studied before I came. I'm familiar with your customs, your attitudes towards the infected, even your dance steps. Setting aside whether a third-rate novelist would call herself noble, have you asked this soldier why she brought you here? She didn't make me come here. I insisted on coming. I apologize, Lady Heidi. He said he wanted to stay in Londinium and learn more about our infected problem. So I was taking him around in less than conventional ways sometimes. You can laugh if you want, you see how he is. Not at all adept at lying or concealing his thoughts. Rather fits the Pure Heart name, doesn't it? Eliseo, representative of Pure Heart Medical. I didn't expect our reputation to precede us. It's easy to recognize the people who are interested in the infected problem. Less easy to see through the concerted deception of the nobility. Like how most of the people stepping onto the dance floor are infected. That's to be expected, in theory at least. The original particles that the sarcas spread don't discriminate according to social status, but nobody will say it out loud, nobody asks if they're standing next to an infected. It's about appearances and a dream. Eliseo gazes at the hall. There are holes on pillars where golden ornaments once glittered, a testament to the looting during the war, but the passionate playing of the musicians is almost enough to cover up the desolation. The self-proclaimed novelist opens the cap of her fountain pen and scribbles in a notebook. You could call it meaningless self-consolation at a time where basic livelihood is in question. No, not at all. Just different ways of living. What is that? The shadow of a synopsis and little extra information. I would like you to take it. I have a feeling we will meet again, Eliseo. Thank you. If you don't mind me asking though, you seem to be holding onto some pain that this banquet can soothe. I'm just missing a friend of mine. Yep, Golding. There's one less person who will speak with me frankly now that she's gone. Super question the Damasti. This. Oh, hello! What in God's name are you doing here? The Summit of Nations. The Lateran is paying close attention to the events in Victoria. After all, this is a disaster caused by the Sarkas. However, the decisiveness that you and Parliament have shown on the Sarkas question gave me hope for the city's revival. Of course, His Holiness sincerely wishes to build a bridge of peace for the nations of Terra, in order to prevent another tragedy from happening. You're not only here on behalf of His Holiness the Lateran Pope, are you? I am but a humble messenger, here to deliver a message to you and Parliament. Then please send my apologies to His Holiness. I appreciate the kindness that Laterana is demonstrating, but Parliament is not in a position to address matters beyond Londinium. Kindly inform the Duke currently playing host to you that I am not going to Laterana in any capacity. As for his own plans, those have never been any business of Parliament nor myself, are they? Of course, that's what messengers are for. This is the international messenger? I guess they're kinda like Oren Argiones. He was on Duke Gododin's battleship during the war, but never participated directly on behalf of Laterana. Do I recall that detail? I don't know if this is just a drop now or if I just completely forgot. I'm gonna assume just now. He was on his ship? Of course! The fucking scumbag ship. It just fucking cements it, huh? Just as I thought, does Gododin have a sweet tooth too? If so, we don't have much for him here in Londinium. So much for Parliament's day off. One interesting tidbit, the Lateran messenger went onto the ship with a group of refugees. He made an oath by placing his hand on his gun in order to convince the Duke to accept the refugees. And the scorching hot barrel gave him a blister on his hand. Huh, that's out of nowhere. Is it important? Day off. Alright, I've been off. Now, which message should I read first? Investigation report on the Art Circle remnants? Oh. Vina sees Lieutenant Shearer's name. Another letter. She sighs and drops it in the pending bin. Delphin, is this? Hello, the pull-up. Hey Vina, we got those robots you were on about and taught them a lesson. Targeting frail Oropathy's patients. Scum. You know what's even worse? We got a bunch of cowardly wankers who wanted to join the ranks. It's a good job you got the news quick and didn't give him a chance to grow. I wish I could go out and move about. Don't worry, I gave an extra punch for you. And I saved you your share of the thank you gift. Wait, we're not collecting protection money. Turn it a racket. Lollipop. What am I looking at? When was the last time you had candy since we got back to Victoria? Indra. The lad who got robbed said he made them himself. A risk with every mouthful. It's not like he ever liked normal candy sticks. He said he couldn't get his hands on regular sweeteners, so he tried potatoes, carrots, original slug fluids. I tried all of them. Didn't throw up for nothing. Sounds like a real pick-me-up. Can I try one? Sure, that's plenty. Are you okay, Vina? Fine, I've had worse. What about your speaker duties? Yeah, what are you worried about right now? New laws, announcements, reports? Any work you need us to do? Especially the ones that involve punching which you can't do yourself? I even took on a new lackey today. He's built like a straw, but I can teach him a few moves to defend himself. Who this? It's time for Glasgow to rebuild. When can we go back? Indra scratches her head. She does not need her friend's reproaching glances to realize she should not have asked. Vina glances across her desk when the mountain of papers has not grown any thinner. Delphine walks to her side and takes the letters that she was holding. I think it's time to give a public answer to the issues that concern our citizens. Most don't come to listen to parliamentary debate, but they'll listen to the radio at the end of a long day. The situation in the city is stabilizing. I've requested a third engineering team for Norport. Soon our home will be back to the way it was. Better than the way it was. You can go back to Lincardine, Delphine, once we've taken care of business. Where's Mandela? They're probably just, reusing the background there. Diane? Lieutenant? Shearer? I'm retired, Sarah. Oh, okay, sir. I thought you had declined the sanatorium's invitation. Just coming to visit and to thank you again. I hope you don't mind. I don't remember much, to be honest. The doctors say the rocks have gone into my head. Your hands are trembling. No need to hide it from me, sir. I haven't forgotten what you taught me. Looks like addiction symptoms. From the war? Excessive painkiller use after that thing at the walls. You must stay. I'll go for a doctor. Maybe they can at least find you some. More painkillers? Yeah, maybe that will soothe the pain. That's why you're here, isn't it? Supplies are short, but maybe they can spare some. Lady Delphine has been very good at the sanatorium and to us. Just a moment, I'll be right back. He wants to stay. Maybe he could really get some painkillers, even if there is little enough to spare. Whew! Oh, where did he go? See ya! Oh god, it's getting blurry. Maybe you should have stayed, buddy. Hey, watch where you're going. Whoa, keep your distance. Something's not right with him. The speaker's office is this way. He just toppled over. Another of those poor infected sods? Stay away from him. We're all goners if he shatters. I'm not. My body. I can't. I'll go get someone. Keep your distance, everyone. Well, that's just unfortunate. Shearer collapses on the street. The rays of the setting sun are not particularly bright, but they are enough to hurt his eyes. Or perhaps it is his body's way of reminding him that only another deep-seated desire can mask the pain. He tries to adjust his breathing like he instructed the soldiers fighting pain during the war. But he fails. He has already lost the fight. Shearer sees fire. It is so hot he cannot open his eyes. The sky burns. The walls burn. He burns. Acute auropathy? Maybe he was infected after all. He sees the day when he lay on the ground beneath the walls. The walls of Londinium burned with Draco fire, burning brighter and brighter until the flames consumed the sky. He cries out in fear and tries to cover his eyes. Lieutenant! Windermere! Lieutenant Shearer, wake up! He sees a hand reach out towards him. Lady Delphine? I have been waiting for you, Lieutenant. I saw the letter you wrote to Vina, but you avoided me just like you refused my offer of treatment. She never read my letter, did she, Lady Delphine? I can guess what you wrote. I'm sorry, but I can't help you here. We both know the state of medicine availability in Londinium. You can't stay here. Where can I go? Lincardine. No, I wasn't asking, Lieutenant. This is an order. And don't give me that excuse about being retired. I know why you hesitate. I know what you fear. You're afraid to face the senior officers who betrayed and abandoned you at Ironclad Galavay. You're afraid that you won't come good on your loyalty to me and my mother, and you're afraid to return home like this, aren't you? I don't know. You're not as strong as you think, Lieutenant, and I'm not as weak or noble as you think. Our homeless Linkar died, not here. The war is over, Lieutenant. This soldier should go home. Don't be afraid. I'm going home with you. Let's go. But how? How do I make it home when I'm like this? I'll take care of it. Do you really think I would abandon you just because you didn't come looking for me? Thank you, Lady Delphine. Will you return to Londinium? Yes, I promised Vina, but she may have to wait. I'll make arrangements for you to get treatment. We'll depart once I've taken care of what I have in front of me. Yes, my lady. Linkar died. I'm coming home, mother.
All units.
That's an oofy.
Proceed according to plan. I will hand the report to the doctor.
What else needs So Visha is still such a mystery to me. The dinner proclamation. We never knew when our next meal was coming. We often had to drive away troublemakers in the middle of a meal. What do you mean? But food is yummy and good. I don't recall it. Knights of the Tower Watchtower Backyard. Oh, no. They used this in Maria Niarl, right? When they were training, I think. I thought you've gotten everyone to help fix up the guts of this tower by now. And I thought you'd be getting ready for the speaker's speech, Vina. I'd rather not meddle with the designers while they work anyway. They know how to build a museum better than I do, and I'm looking forward to what little surprises the Knights of the Tower Museum they're making has in store for me. But carving a monument commemorating the Knights? That's something I've got to do myself. Here, have a look. How is it? Never took you for a sculptor. Master Mitchell taught me how when I was really young. Though he'd always get so drunk he'd forget to teach me his special techniques. Come on over and I'll introduce you. This is Master Finn, the last captain of the watch, and the elder knight I was closest to. This is old Ferguson, the one who taught me to drink. This is Master Bailey, who did her best to teach me how to do makeup. And here's Master Mitchell, not my carving though. He made it himself after a night at the pub. This is Carl, the crybaby. This is Martin. Every week he'd sneak off before getting sent back by his family. This is Karen. And then there's... Vina gently hugs Dagda, comforting her. Thanks, Vina, but I'm fine. It's just that every time I come back here, those fading memories of mine become a lot clearer. Carve your own name too, Isabel Montague. The Knights of the Tower never left. We're still here. Master Finn will be glad to hear it. You know, Parliament could retain the institution of the Knights, even if our duty is already over, no? Victoria has no need for a monarch, so naturally, she has no need for the Knights. Let the past be remembered in the museum. That's the best ending we could ask for. Since there's no more need to light up the tower for the palace's sake, my own duty's done as well. These days, Londinium is no longer home to Isabel, the Knight of the Tower. There's just Dagda now. Dagda of the Glasgow gang. But Vina, if you still have need of the Knights, I won't hesitate. Just say the word. Oh, don't tease me, Dagda. You heard those rumors too? We've been looking into who's been spreading them, but it seems there's a lot of people who believe, even wholeheartedly, to support the idea that Vina Victoria will be crowned king. No, this is the Golding School. Well, at least the background. St. Marcel's College. Heidi could be here as well. Yep, Heidi bobbing. Hey! Little brat. Eliseo, please wait. Oh, Jenna, more questions you'd like to ask me? Miss Molly wants to invite you to stay and watch us rehearse our new play. The Mousy? Hello? Also, Eliseo, could you help me improve something? What is it? Jamie and I had a wager. Even if my grand and I moved to Columbia, we wouldn't be much better off than we are now. His dad said that in Columbia, kids like us won't get to go to school and there won't be any teachers who want to teach us how to do plays. Jamie said everything he told us in class was a lie. Jenna, you should be up on stage for the rehearsal. Don't be bothering Elisea now. Miss Molly, I was just inviting him to stay and watch. Bruh, okay, this is kinda fucked. Allow me. Jamie's waiting for you on stage. He's about to cry any moment now. Without you, he can't say any of his lines. Go on. Oh, he's so annoying. Alright, I'll go. You've got to stay and watch, Eliseo. Yeah, we have a cluster on our sides over here. Hello? Wee woo, sarcasm alert. Do forget the children, Eliseo. They tend to just speak their mind. I must admit, I'm not too familiar with Colombia and I'm not entirely sure how infected children will be treated. They'd be treated very well, so long as their guardians can afford health insurance. I see. Children are very fond of you and I'm grateful that you took the time to explain how they should take care of themselves after infection. It's important for them to know. Thank you, truly. I have to give the same lectures to kids back home pretty often. It's no trouble at all. Honestly, I'd like to thank you for letting me teach them. I thought since Parliament's on bad terms with Pure Heart Medical, the schools wouldn't let me near the children. Parliament's never forbidden us from reaching out to you though. On the contrary, they tend to approve of this sort of thing as long as we're quiet about it, up to a certain degree. Not just you either, we've also invited Rose Island doctors over to give the children checkups and lessons. Parliament knows that children would need assistance, but there's only so much that checkups and lessons can do for them. What they need is medicine and treatment. I know, but all we can do now is stay by their side and make sure they are not overcome by fear. At least at this school, they can still live like how they're used to, like regular people. I really admire you, Molly. Back home, if a young infected is as energetic as these kids here, it usually means their family is pretty well off. But here, I hear some kids have nowhere to go, so you gave them shelter at the school. Got them putting on plays, ones that bring hope to the people here. That's amazing. You flatter me, Eliseo. I am merely following in the footsteps of those teachers who can no longer return to school, especially the lady I respect the most. You mean Lady Golding? I heard Heidi mentioned her before. Okay, now I cannot tell if this is Lady... if this is Molly or the... what's his face? Damasti. Yes, the play we are rehearsing today was the last she ever wrote in this classroom. It's a lovely little tale. Two young children go on many adventures to find a foul beast that can chase away any illness, which saves their sickly friend. What is this, Ibong Adarna? Lady Heidi once asked me if Lady Golding ever called it a meaningless consolation when she was writing it. But why? Is it alright if I stay and watch them rehearse, Molly? For the sake of the children and so I can show how much I respect you and your lady. I have a feeling that maybe here in Londinium, there's still a lot I can do to help. For Lady Golding. For Lady Golding. Parliament's in session. Are all the MPs present? They are. How much longer until the citywide broadcast? 2 minutes. It was an evening close to New Year's. After several long years living in fear, most folk could finally feel at ease and enjoy dinner with their families, listening to the Speaker of Parliament's broadcast together. They even started calling it the Dinner Time Declaration in jest. Pity that dinner didn't taste so good. Of course, British! Testing. Shall I begin? Go ahead. This is Vina Victoria. As Speaker of Londinium's Parliament, I now address all the city's residents who took part in resistance during the war and who yet live. Time to turn on the radio. 2 months ago, we walked out from the midst of tragedy. You lot shut up. Can't you tell the speaker started her speech already? On behalf of Parliament, allow me to convey our respect to those heroes who contributed to the war effort. Every citizen, every soldier of the Ducal Alliance, every fighters of the Exemplars. The city will remember each and every one of your deeds and honor all those who are no longer with us. above falls silent as everyone lifts their cups. To you, my brothers, and to me. Now, Londinium has begun her long road to recovery. Order will be re-established, and those lives once so familiar to us will return. But that's not all. In regards to the exemplars, those glorious fighters of extraordinary circumstance, Parliament has decided to reserve this unit designation forevermore, so that we may commemorate both the past and the present of these troops. I can hear the children singing and the retired soldiers singing alongside them. Seems like they're in a good mood. The song they're singing is from the end of the play. The sickly child finally recovers and together they find happiness. I expected those homeless soldiers to care a lot more about the speaker's speech. Of course they care, but they are of firm belief that the speaker will not abandon them. After all the suffering endured, happiness will surely come, Eliseo. Do you believe so? That's actually not quite the case, unfortunately. The exemplars came together once more for one simple dream, to go home. No matter their status, no matter their standing. Now, this dream of theirs has become reality. We are home now. We have reached the end of the road. Reached the end of the road. Seems this speaker lady really is set on disbanding them. What an idiot. Pulling apart your army of mates? Then what do you propose she should do with such a motley crew? Keep chasing those sarcasts for the kill, or set their sights on the dukes? We've got better things to worry about than the exemplars. Such as replenishing our strength as quickly as we can. Focus on that instead. What is she gonna do? Many former exemplars have joined the Defense Forces ranks, continuing to protect our homeland. As for those who no longer wish to bear arms, they have the right to enjoy peace alongside their families. Parliament promises each and every one of our exemplar comrades a place to settle down. May take a long time for this to come to fruition, but the door to the Speaker's office is forever open to my friends. I'm afraid it'll take a few years to see this through. Got a long road ahead of you, Vina. Coming along for dinner, Catherine? There's a fair few old retired blokes who would have reported back to the factory. They'll be real happy to see you. Sure you're not just angling for my stash of smokes? I've worked real hard to collect them. Hehe. Fine, I'll come along. Alright, while you're at it, tell everyone to bring a few friends along. Once Parliament helps us restart more factories, the hands we have now won't be enough. Industrialize. Well, it's more like restoration. And I, Vina Victoria, do promise to every one of this city's residents that in this coming future without a king, the broadcast abruptly comes to an end. As it does so, Dagda hears an uproar suddenly echo through the skies above the city. What? Why the cutoff? What's going on at Parliament? Is it? Wait, no. I was gonna say, is it open building? Madam Speaker, Madam Delphin, while I was fixing up the broadcast system, I noticed this old component. Its ancient scrap should have been replaced when His Majesty Alistair was on the throne. Who would have thought that an unremarkable thing could still hold up until now? My mentor never told me anything about this. So was all just an accident? Why was there suddenly something on your maintenance checklist that wasn't there before? I just followed what the system synced up to me. What's going on here? Ladies and gentlemen, may I sit on this round of parliamentary discussion? Earl of March. Hello. Joker ass face. I cannot tell what animal this is. I'm just gonna assume feline because it's Londinium. Eleanor. The name's not hard to remember, Vina. You seem rather surprised to see me here. What? Did no one tell you? It seems your informants have been lax of late, Lady Delphine. Londinium has no need for informants to host a guest, my lady. The city welcomes every Victorian who loves this land. Lovely to hear. Then I suppose you won't mind if I invite a few dukes to revisit an old haunt for a little reunion. Judging by the time, they should be arriving any moment now. Considering their sensitive position, The Dukes are hesitant to drop in on any specific person's home, so I was forced to borrow one of your places. I hope Parliament will understand. You're also welcome to join in. And you too, of course, Delphine. I know you're about to leave for Windermere. There are a few old friends who hope you could take their condolences for your mother along with you. Eleanor doffs her hat, greeting Delphine with a smile. She then immediately walks to Vina's side and lowers her voice. Loved your speech. A very sensible decision, yet far too impatient. There are some things you are free to say to us, but not to the common public. This is for their own good, and yours too. So you were the one who cut our signal. We'll be assembling at the Royal Academy of Sciences, Vina. It won't take too long, so don't be late. By the by, sometimes there's no need for you to think you haven't done enough. The changes the city have seen are far beyond what I imagined. The freaking smile. Why does it have to be like that? Well, Victorian Academy of Sciences reception room, 22nd. I assumed your grace would have less of an appetite. I've always been a practical lad, Eleanor. We all know the situation in Londinium. Slight wine and bread is already enough to show us the speaker's good faith. The Duke of Wellington is absent, yet again. It seems the alliance between yourself and his grace is not as reliable as we imagined. We all know why we're here. For more than just pleasantries, your grace. Old Wellington would never have come in the first place. How do you believe we should treat with Duke of Wellington, Vina? If it has not to do with Londinium, it has not to do with me. Oh, really? Would he really care what you all think? He's always been one to seize the initiative. All I know is that since the battle for the walls ended 2 months ago, the engines of the Gastrel and the other frigates have not rested for even a moment. Wellington has been waiting for you to bite. I'm afraid to say that he's very disappointed in you all. Quite right. But what you see is merely one side of the matter, Delphine Windermere. In old Wellington's eyes, it is still far too early to decide what sort of relationship will exist between Tara and Victoria. In these 2 months, we have had a tacit understanding. So long as nobody moves to break the silence, then silence we shall enjoy. But really, it's her grace over here whose emissaries are always sneaking into Wellington's domain. She's much better qualified than I to speak on the matter, no? Once I return, I will be investigating who has been going against my orders. After you return to Windermere, young Delphine, I would happily welcome some tired guests at the Lincardine Winery whenever you like. Could we dispense with the banalities already? Londinium may welcome all Victorians, but we have no time to waste chatting with each and every one of them. There are still many issues affecting our citizens that need urgent handling, all more important than the people sitting here. I am, of course, well aware that your sudden visit to Londinium is also thanks to an tacit understanding. I know that Wellington's only an excuse. Parliament will not interfere in this matter. So if what you're going to discuss next doesn't involve Parliament, then I don't need to waste my time here. That's where you're wrong, Vina. The Duke of Wellington's choice really does have something to do with you. Or to be more precise, it is to do with the late king, your late father. 26 years ago, old Wellington never cast a vote in the matter of how to handle your father. He simply watched in silence as King Alistair was led from the throne to the gallows. Thereafter, he was disappointed. Disappointed in Victoria, disappointed in the Dukes, disappointed in your father. From that moment on, the tug of Tara's undercurrent has never ceased. Duke Windermere never mentioned any of this to me. Your mother didn't care. No one regretted executing the king. Sorry, Vina. You know I don't mean anything untoward. Just because old Wellington himself will never come to Londinium doesn't mean that he has no interest in the city, or in you. For the time being, we still do not know his true intentions. But just because the throne has sat idle for many years does not mean Victoria needs no king. Vina does not understand where Eleanor is going with this. She only made clear her refusal long ago. The kingship, the crown, they were never what she needed. Bloody hell, Vina. Patrols just come by your office to tell you. The crown's been stolen from the throne room. Well, pardon? It seems our meeting must be postponed. Speaker Victoria, there are side matters that require your attention. If you need help, Vina, you know where to find me. Chances are we'll be troubling you a little longer, Madam Speaker. You sodding. This is like the hammer situation. The dinner proclamation.
Notes fall into
Oh
memory.
god.
And a melody
what is your
resonates
range?
in the mind.
Okay. So I'm assuming it's gonna be 3 blocks. Probably.
Picked out your bait yet?
Jesus!
Don't keep
The
me
damage is crazy.
Hide your fear.
Wow, looks awfully dangerous.
Okay, as long as they have like high-ish defense.
So you wrapped your
Oh, Vina can actually almost solo. Pretty good damage at least.
For them, the bell tolls.
Hey, you there? Face down or face left? Ah, shoot.
Wait, morning star.
Wait, why
The
are you...
illumination
Oh,
of
right, because the dude exploded. Right. Has to be facing up, facing down. Oof.
The pebble returns.
I don't really know what to do with these. Do I just like... Oops. That's probably what they want you to do? Like, use gravel, steal all of this, don't let them use it? I'm assuming.
Roar. A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
I got this. Focus elsewhere.
Yep, he's gonna steal everything. Well, it's the other guy, I guess. But still.
Sleep now and fall into a sweet dream.
I know what to do. Don't order me around.
Nope.
An improv from us.
Comes this guy.
Waiting period. The reversal of finality.
The reversal of finality. So much shield, man. It's like an insanely strong version of the Monhan. That's a crazy ass shield.
Mission accomplished.
That is definitely probably one of the things I would like to remove immediately from the opponent's hands.
Your victory doesn't need to be embellished by my music. I'd much rather
Oh, this one doesn't happen
perform
after?
for you
Oh
a
wow,
piece
okay.
inspired by that cloud passing overhead.
Rusted Crown. Vina was a really bad storyteller, but we managed to figure out how she got here from the palace. From that day on, she would be Siege of the Glasgow Gang, she said. Ugh. How long have I been? 4.5.
Come quick, Professor.
Oh wow, no before.
Berry on that vine.
We're just going, huh? Okay. Hey! Illegal! I didn't even know that could get bye-bye. My child! Going blue, and then blue goes there, and then it goes there. Okay, gotcha.
Don't nothing.
Wait, is this not... It's passable. Okay, it didn't. Sure.
Crash the mission briefing. I know what you want.
Where's the robot? Did I just click that for nothing? I think I did.
Now, wait in line. We got plenty for everyone.
Oh, this is not the block? Fine.
An improv from
us.
A pebble returns to her hometown.
Neat.
I got this. Focus elsewhere.
I know what to do. Don't order me around.
For For them, the bell tolls.
So funny.
A refreshing breeze mixed with bubbling soda.
Kinda RNG though, no? Unless this is like a fixed position or something. I'm still not really sure how to use this properly.
Picked out your bait yet? Roar.
Always so focused on the ground. But have you forgotten
Kaboom.
to look above?
Yep, look at all these equipments. The only problem with this is someone has to take them. Because the enemy's getting like, the shield is pretty bad. Stages are pretty chill so far.
Mission accomplished.
No before, but there's gonna be an after, yeah? Yep, looks like it. I don't like the throne room in the Palace of West Halig. It's so empty and bleak. That lonely throne just sitting there. I can't imagine what it'd be like if Vina actually sat on it. One woman on that cold, lifeless chair staring at the Baron's steps. Knowing Vina, she wouldn't last a minute there. I'd bet on it. Wee! Can I click this, actually? Did you find the crown? Where is it? We didn't find it per se. Someone delivered it to the speaker's office. We can't determine the precise time it was lost. We're fairly certain it happened after your speech started. Vina already placed the crown on that empty throne, so what's the point of stealing it? Was it an order from the Dukes? I don't think so. The Dukes are never of one mind. They each have their own agenda. However, for the crown to go missing at the same time that they're visiting Londinium, that's far too much of a coincidence. So that's like from PV4 when she leaves the crown there. But according to what you've told us, isn't that crown just an old rusted hunk of iron now? Not exactly, Morgan. To many people, the crown is extraordinarily important, no matter its current state. It's been left untouched for over 20 years, but the people have not forgotten about it. In fact, they are more eager than ever for its return. They're waiting for a wise new monarch to put it on their head, someone who can dispel the shadows hanging over Victoria. No, most people are just desperate for a miracle, something that can satisfy their craving for royal authority. I cannot deny that. Plus, you have listened to their voices for ages, Vina. Your identity is truly unique, a descendant of the royal family and a bona fide war hero who was nonetheless raised on the streets. It's no wonder so many people naturally feel drawn to you. Now that Parliament is up and running and the Dukes have willingly relinquished their authority, the people are all the more convinced that you are secured universal support. The next step is plain as day. But the Dukes have no intentions of doing anything like that. The public only cares about the outcome, Morgan. Yes, I've understood that since the day we returned home. Unfortunately, sometimes I'm still very good at letting people down. Well, when you put it that way. New Arknights streets. Thank you for sharing the energy bars, Eliseo. I'll gladly undergo daily sampling if I get tasty treats like this every time. Haha. Are these really things you can just buy off the shelf in Colombia? Why do you Colombians stock up on stuff like this? Is it for catastrophe or something? These bars are my own personal thing. Food is fuel. It's about energy and nutrition. Energy bars are convenient, so why not? Then again, Diane definitely disagrees with me on this. She's more of a foodie. I understand. We're thankful just to fill our bellies in Londinium these days. Her Royal Highness Alexandrina has worked very hard to ensure that we have enough food to eat. Quit yapping his ears off, will ya? Thank you, Eliseo, for these energy bars, but we'd best be on our way now. Stanley, you're not afraid that Eliseo will? Of course not. Surely I can't be arguing with you about such stupid things in front of someone else, right? It's not proper. huh? He doesn't like it when I refer to Alexandrina as Her Royal Highness, that's all. He and I don't see eye to eye politically. I think having a king again would be half bad, but he insists life was worse for us when the monarchy was still in power. But think about it. Whether it was back then or right now, aren't we managing to get by all the same? So you're saying the presence of a monarch doesn't really impact your life all that much? It doesn't matter what she thinks. Even if someone does ascend the throne again, it's not like we'll be invited to the coronation feast. Stanley, when are you going to come up with an argument that actually convinces me? Sorry about this, Eliseo. I need to talk some sense into this stubborn mule. Oh, by the way, about the increased patrols in the city. I've heard a rumor. Supposedly, someone stole the crown, and the defense forces are investigating anyone who might be connected with the theft. Let's go, Stanley. Goodbye, Eliseo. I mean, it's probably, what's her face? Milscar. Come to think of it, Diana's never mentioned the king or the crown. Not even once. Maybe I should ask her about it when I get back. I mean, who else is gonna steal it? I mean, obviously the dukes. Eliseo, you should take a break. You've been working nearly non-stop, helping collect patient data. The city's infected all experience acute infection around the same time, with many showing rare pathological progressions. I need to document this valuable data thoroughly. Whether it's for future research into oropathy or for developing targeted treatments for Londinium citizens, this data is critically important. By the way, Sarah, why didn't Diane visit you today? Diane? I thought she was helping you. Many of my old comrades came by the sanatorium today. You wanted to ask if anything unusual had come up recently? We were hoping to bring Diane along for a little reunion with them. Hello, Speaker's office. Throughout the whole war, Vina never told us where she found that crown. But it didn't matter. None of us cared, and no one would ever see that hunk of iron again. It was supposed to remain sealed in the throne room in the Palace of Westhaling, left to corrode and decay into nothing. The age of kings is over and done. That's what the drunken Vina said to me, with her arms slung around my neck. And yet, barely 2 months later, here it is again, staring us in the face. The ghost of this ancient empire refuses to let go. It's always ready to claim its next victim. Hey, it's almost Christmas. Does anyone else know about this? We've taken steps to contain the information and we'll do everything we can to minimize its impact. So, what do we do with this thing? Morgan points at the battered crown sitting on the desk. This is my first time seeing it up close. I believe so many people are fretting over this old thing. Vina? Vina? She notices that Vina isn't looking at the crown at all. Instead, she's standing silently by the desk, her gaze fixed on the dejected figure sitting in the chair across from her. The one who stole the crown. You really have no questions for me, Madam Speaker? I reckon many of you have fanciful notions about me. Besides, my colleagues will soon have a more complete and objective report delivered to my desk regarding this matter, so don't lump me with those people. All they care about is the throne itself. They care about the one on the throne. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm well aware of every new law Parliament has enacted, Speaker Vina. Unauthorized entry into the throne chamber is indeed a serious crime, and I'm not planning to deny anything. Vina shakes her head. But that doesn't mean you're fundamentally different from those people. Provisional court will try your case according to the law. Do you have any further objections? No, Madam Speaker. Delphine, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll personally return the crown to the throne room and make sure security is tightened up. And then I need to prepare the report for the council meeting. A report. You didn't have to do all this, Siege. You know all too well how inefficient Parliament is. It's just a group of individuals all looking out for their own self-interest. You must already be exhausted just from dealing with all those MPs, no? Londinium has no need for a speaker operating at the whims of Parliament. What Londinium needs is a real, absolute leader who can guide the city through its transformation. Vina, there's no point in arguing with her about this meaningless stuff. I know, Delphine. Madame, are you suggesting that Londinium needs a dictator? No, I'm talking about a king. Victoria needs a king. I can guess what you want to do, Madam Speaker. You're unlike any ruler I've ever known. You don't even care about your own lineage, but if you wish to achieve your vision, Speaker, it won't be enough. This ground should not and will not become an obstacle to you. She stands up, giving Vina a crisp salute. That is all I have to say on this matter. I give my thanks to the Exemplars and the Siege for all you've done for our homeland. I'm fond of the changes she's undergone and firmly believe she'll become an even better leader in the future. It's just a shame that her transformation is still so slow. I won't live to see that day myself. Let's go, Lady Delphine. Where should we head next? Do you really know what I wish to do? You want to change Victoria. No, you want to defeat her. You want to defeat the Victoria of the past. Back in Vesalig. Vina stands at the foot of the staircase, holding the crown in her hands as she gazes at the throne. Beside the throne, a golden lion lays sprawled, his eyelids drooping halfway. Gawain, you should have told me sooner. Step by step, she ascends the staircase until she reaches the throne. Instead of sitting on it, she sits on the steps before it. The lion doesn't seem to open his eyes. His gentle breath brushes through its mane, sending up faint specks of dust. He is displeased. I'm sorry, Gawain. I had another sleepless night. There are still so many thorny issues left unresolved. She feels the warmth at her back. The golden lion has moved closer and his massive body is now supporting her. Just like it had when she was a child, Vina catches a whiff of sunlight. Gawain, how nice it would be to fall asleep leaning against you like this. Walking all the way back here from outside the city feels like a dream. But it's been so long since I've had a good night's sleep, let alone a deep satisfying dream. The lion lifts his head slightly, brushing against Vina's golden hair, tickling her just enough to make her smile faintly. The chill in the air sends a shiver through her, jolting her back to clarity. Has it always been this cold here? It's not time to rest yet, is it? What we're doing now still falls far short. It's not enough medicine, not enough food, and endless arguments. Sometimes I wish I could just rip off this uniform and knock those idiots down one by one. Maybe things would be much simpler that way, huh? Defeat the Victoria of the past. If only it were as simple as a match in the ring. The golden lion closes his eyes, drifting off to sleep, though his tail is still lazily swatting against Vina's arm. Teacher, I'm sorry for complaining to you again. There are some things I don't know how to explain to Morgan and the others. They wouldn't understand and I don't want to make them worry. As for Delphine, I don't want to show too much doubt or vulnerability in front of her. She's already taken on so much for me and pinned so many expectations on me. There are already so many people counting on me, Gawain. I don't want to let them down. She shuts her eyes and grips the crown. King, Speaker, these titles mean nothing to her. She just wants... Vina, I knew I'd find you here. Wait, were you just asleep or... No, I was just thinking about something. Gawain, She instinctively turns her head to the side, but there's no one there. Yet that warmth remains, unmistakable. He's gone. Thank you for being here with me, Gawain. Morgan, what are you doing here? Delphine convinced the Provisional Court to hold the Crown Thief in the Defense Force's detention quarters for now. The full report on her is out now. I didn't want to waste time, so I came straight to you. Here, this is the report. Her name is Diane Weaver. Morgan pauses, watching Vina closely for a reaction. But Vina simply looks at her with curiosity, waiting for her to continue. She didn't just decide to steal the crown out of the blue. She has been working with a pharmaceutical rep from Colombia for a while now, helping spread awareness about oropathy infection protection methods. That's how she learned when the guards patrolling outside the palace of West Halig would change shifts. When she got inside, she waited until your speech and slipped into the throne room. And then she stayed there for quite a while, at least half an hour. What did she do in there? I don't know, and she won't say. Maybe she was hesitating, or maybe she just got lost in thought. In any case, she managed to make off with the crown without alerting anyone. Wait, something doesn't add up here. She stayed in the throne chamber for so long. She didn't run into the patrols after the shift change? No, she didn't. Even she was surprised by how easily she escaped. She thought for sure the patrols would catch her. So someone must have helped her. Was it one of the guests? Unclear. But if she had help, she didn't know about it. She came up with this whole plan herself. But why? Just to bring the crown to me and goad me to... Her name is Diane Weber. I know. You don't remember her. I kept thinking she looked familiar, and when I saw the report, I realized it's her. Remember that day when the Alliance surrounded us on our doorstep? First soldier to defy orders and escort us forward. We recalled the sky that day, filled with steam, the lingering smell of smoke and gunpowder, and the soldier whose face had become a blur in her memory. This is Lieutenant Diane Weber of the 6th Column, 10th Infantry Regiment. Lower your weapons, soldiers, and escort the exemplars in their advance. Before I was a soldier, I was a Londinier. This is my home too. Go, Siege. The fight is not over yet. We will take back what is ours. Diane Weber, soldier who defied the Duke of Caster's orders, she contracted an acute infection in the final battle against the Naxxter King. That rings a bell. She was the one who took the Sigh of Kings from you and charged towards the Naxxters. She doesn't have much time left. We are short of Oripathy suppressants and she never got enough medicine to slow her condition. We took a look at her, but the crown lets out a faint metallic creak as Vina's hand tightens around it. It looks so fragile, yet its resilience is undeniable. She really loved our home, and she really loved Victoria as well. That's why she volunteered to join the ducal forces, only to defy their orders and end up forced into retirement. She trusted you, even though I don't agree with some of her ideas. Vina, maybe we could... I never finished asking for mercy on Diane's behalf. Vina knew what I wanted to say and I knew how she'd respond. No, I knew what Speaker Vina Victoria would say. Even now, I can't imagine what must have been going through Diane Weber's head when she made that crazy decision, but I admire her. Even though she stole the crown, she did it out of love for Victoria. I don't understand. Since coming back to the city, so many things have changed in ways I can't fathom and don't want to understand. And on that day, I finally made up my mind. From the end of that final battle outside the Palace of West Haleg until now, I've lingered here far too long. Maybe it's time to go home, back to the boxing gym.
Good, good. I had no idea you were so clever and learned.
Good.
I was going to ask you help me make mayatang, but with such a good head on your shoulders, I'm feeling a little bad now.
Go 8. Sword reforged in war. When the steam dissipated, Vina told me that history will remember its heroes. Hello! Looks nifty. Oh, B4? What's happening? Riot? 1098 October. Sudaram. Death awaits at the end. My liege watches. Death watches you. Captain, the target has been neutralized, but our remaining ammunition is estimated to last only 2 more minutes. We need our next set of orders. All units, prepare for close quarter combat. Hold the line for the next 2 minutes. I'll cover your retreat. Siege, our artillery support is running out. The bombardment will end in 3 minutes. What's the situation on your side? We can't clear this Naxxter fog. These things have severed the supply routes our work is cleared for us. We can't get supplies to your position quickly enough. Prepare to retreat from T1. Negative. Abandoning T1 will create a gap in our encirclement and the Alliance forces will break through from our side. Captain, I can't accept that. The battlefield is the place for heroics. Honor your orders. Send a distress signal to our friends at Rhodes Island. Now we have to trust the doctor and the plan. Soldiers, we've made it home. Do everything you can to survive. Only then can we take back what we've lost. Siege, we'll hold the line for the final 2 minutes, then retreat to regroup and assist you in clearing out the creatures in the fog. Bagpipe, keep them safe. Aye, Captain. If the fog can't be dispersed, don't wait for us. Head to I-12 and rendezvous with Gaudadin's 106th Assault Brigade. Keep fighting. Understood. I'll be seeing you soon, Captain. Strange howl. Look out, Siege. It's the Confessarius Chimeras. Everyone, prepare to retreat. It's lit itself up. Hannah, watch out for its flames. Oof, it hurts. Vina, are you alright? Everyone else, fall back. I can't allow any more needless sacrifices. A piercing wail. Wait, where did this backup come from? Anti-witchcraft cannon has struck the target. Enemy movement disrupted. Remaining squads continue setting up anti-witchcraft cannons. Mission objective, eliminate threats within the fog. Friendly forces at T1, hold your position. Emergency supplies will arrive at your location in 3.5 minutes. Exemplar T1 combat team, message received. Please identify your unit. Duke of Normandy's 8th Grenadier Battalion, under orders to support the Exemplars. The Duke of Normandy? 8th Grenadier Battalion? Horn, do you know anything about this unit? They're not under the direct command of the Duke of Normandy. They report to the Earl of March. Lieutenant Scamandros truly has an exceptional grasp of our intelligence operations, as to be expected from someone born into a military family. Lieutenant, keep Her Royal Highness Alexandrina safe. As for your Highness, please accept this small gift. Once all these matters are resolved, I'll visit you in person, Vina. Siege, do you know the Earl of March? No, we've never met, but her name was mentioned in some of the information sent to me. That doesn't matter now. With the reinforcements, we should be able to reopen the supply line. Horn will meet again soon. At last, it's time to bring all of this to an end. Finally. Crowd cheers. Whew! He gazes at the shard in the distance in the faintly visible Palace of West Haleg, calmer than she has ever been. Triangle, cello, oboe, Tempest platoon, everyone, watch closely. As we scatter the dark clouds over Londinium. All members of the Exemplar T1 combat team, hear this. Hold your ground. Do not give them a single inch. Whoa, roger that. The fucking shouts. Oh, factory time. Highbury Secret Beige. Captain, Rock 18 just uploaded a scan of the last segment of our route to PRTS. Do you receive it? Got it. Rock, we're already repairing the final track shift node. Given the current damage level, how long until the repairs are complete? 10 minutes. Located Granny yet? We need to retrieve that weapon as soon as possible. The Exemplars will need our support on the front line. Still trying to pinpoint our correct location. The signals we found over the past few days were all decoy beacons they left behind. Might take a bit more time to re-establish contact. At least that means Granny's team is still safe for now. Captain, if we can't get in touch with Catherine, what should we do? We'll use this passage to transport as much of Highbury's remaining supplies as possible to... Boom. Captain? Is everyone okay? Where did those sarcasms come from, and what was that artillery fire I just heard? The smoke shifts, yet a small ember glimmers brightly in the depths of the haze. The ember of a cigarette. A familiar acrid smell hits Feist's nose and makes his eyes sting. I keep telling you, when you're busy working, you always forget to watch your back. Welcome home, brat. Granny, we've been looking for you all this time. I know, when someone told me the passage was being repaired, I figured it was you. That's... Witchcraft Candace? He spots a massive shadow in the depths of the smoke. Haha, remember the blueprints you left behind? It took some effort with the sarcasm blockade and all, but we finally managed to build your big machine. The crawler. Is it the tank thing? Sudean Secret Underground Passage. October? I know you're there. Your earring has grown rather warm. Those workers who came to support the SSC earlier, that was your doing, wasn't it? Hello, Entelekia. Shh, you'll disturb my friends. Still, thank you for taking good care of little Garnet for me, kitten. And thank you for cleaning up those filthy rocks Duke Ariel left behind. Here, you can have this back. I have more important things to deal with. Off to find that hunk of sheet metal again? He wouldn't want to miss this battle. Thank you for saving me earlier. Farewell. Where are you off to next? Oh, hello! Ascalon? To meet with him. You're not going to go help Dame Calcit? With Amia and Logos there, nothing will happen. I'll wait for them beneath the Palace of West Halig. It's his last known location as far as I know. Her Highness is gone. It's time to put the past to rest. Your wounds. Insignificant. You don't need to involve yourself in the frontline work anymore. Take care of yourself. Don't you understand how powerful I am by now, Runt? You learned quite a bit from us back in the day, didn't you? Bringing you into the city was the most I could do. Whatever is between you and the Regent, Rose Riverside will no longer be involved. Rose Riverside again. Good. Where will you go next? I'll keep tracking her down. She disappeared so suddenly, abandoning Her Highness at the most critical moment. That demands an explanation. Who is she, Nadine? One of our sharp-eyed sisters managed to track her as she left Londinium. She's still heading west, through her destination is unclear. And when you catch her, will you bring her back or kill her? She owes all the riverbank canoes an explanation. But you, Runt, should worry about yourself first. The Regent is close at hand. The Riverside canoes swore not to get involved with anything related to Babel anymore. However, helping an old acquaintance doesn't break the rules. This smear of blood, it is a gift and a blessing, for less pain and fewer scars. Safe travels, Ascalon. Did you really have to wipe it on my neck? Not my fault you always hide your face so well under that hood. You look better this way. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask, what do you think of that kitten? She does not emerge from the shadows, and the wind carries her voice. My judgment is unnecessary. When the dust settles, the truth will reveal itself. We're all the same. Even today, many still argue about what exactly the war ended. Some say it was when the Naxxraker king fell at the gates of the Palace of West Halig. Others say it was when the Sarkas fully withdrew from Londinium. As someone who lived through it, I've been asked quite frequently about my opinion. Luckily, I share the exact same view as Vina. The war ended the moment we found the courage to take the sword from Vina's hands and wield it against the Naxxraker king ourselves. We fought back. We destroyed with our own hands the enemies who tried to ruin us. We never needed a singular hero. That day, everyone who fought for her home and her future was a hero. Everyone, no matter your unit number, which squad you belong to, or which duke you serve. There's no retreating now. Support the allied forces. Why should we lag behind this lot? Quick, go help the exemplars. Captain, my weapon's broken. Take mine. If it breaks, grab another. There's none left, snatch a blade from the devils and keep fighting. Advance! Advance! For Victoria! For Victoria! Soldier, you should not continue this assault empty-handed. Take this sword. But this is the size of kings. I can't possibly. It belongs to your Royal Highness. No, it belongs to Victoria. On the records of the glorious, trusted allies passed the sword from hand to hand until it reached me, completing its mission. Now, take it from my hand. Let it reach the hands of everyone who needs it. Let its mission continue anew. This is your right as a Victorian. But if you take the sword, what will your Royal Highness use? I still have my hammer. I will not stop. I will stay with you until the end. The early morning sun breaks through the dark clouds. A golden-haired feline and a Victorian stand together. The soldier grips the sword tightly, her gaze locked on the determined Aslan, despite the blinding sunlight. She refuses to look away, for she sees the thousands of Victorians rallied behind her, fighting for the same cause. She sees the king walking alongside her people. As you bid. All survivors of the 6th Column, 10th Infantry Regiment, advance with me. For Victoria! May the vast lands they keep overcringe. She cuts down 2 Naxater Royal Court elites and a caster. Her blade bears 2 new notches. His people and ale his well-willinge. However, she is too gravely injured to continue, so she passes the sword on. A worker grips the sword and presses forward. He perishes alongside a royal court elite, leaving yet another notch on the blade, and give them grace without ending. An infected picks up the sword from the pool of blood. She does not defeat any enemies, instead protecting it with her body. In so doing, she protects her Victoria and hope itself. Then may we call and savely sing, Victoria, give thanks for our own home. Finally, the sword pierced the Naxater king, after which it disappeared into the chaos of the battle. To this day, we still don't know who the final hero to wield the sword was or whether they're still alive. But one thing is certain, the sword fulfilled its mission. The Victorians wielded the blade against the invaders. But its legend didn't end there. They say it was the workers who recovered the broken sides of kings from the blood and mud. As for the rest of the story, well, every child in Londinium can sing it loud and clear. Boy got off screen. Or so they say. The Naxater's final camp. I don't see any more Naxaters. Is the battle finally over? But this blasted fog hasn't let up one bit. Something's not right. The Sarkas aren't attacking under the cover of the thick fog like before. Is this a trap? Based on our previous encounters with the Naxater army, they are far more elusive than they seem. Horn, what do you suppose we should do next? Coordinate with the main allied force, hold off on advancing rashly, and minimize unnecessary casualties until we get a clearer read on the situation. Alright, sound strategy. Dagda, send the orders to all of our troops. I'll pass it on to the Alliance commanders, as well as Closure and the others. Hello? Hey, did Hood even get the frequency right? Huh? We're already live? Yeah, everybody listen up. Babel's captured the Military Commission's command center. The bastards don't know their heads from their asses right now, and nobody's got it in them to help out the crusty old Naxater king. So quit wasting time and get those feet moving. I don't care if you believe me or not, just go and get this over with. Oh, and by the way, you might want to look up. The old dag owes me big this time. Oh, we should. Delphine. We traced the transmission. It seems this communication was received on several different frequencies. Both the allies and the Sarkas probably heard it. That voice, it was Wishadel. Sounds like they've been busy. Horn, please reassess the situation. Vina, look at the sky. It's... All eyes turn upwards, and soon they hear the sound of steam bustling at full force, echoing above the palace of West Halig. Victoria. The Victorian army boils. It's Charles Lynch. He's gone into the fog. I can hear the commotion inside the clouds. He's battling the Naxaters. Horn? Although morale is currently high, the Alliance has yet to make any major moves. Clearly, the Dukes are still hesitating. They have reason to be cautious with intelligence from an unknown source. Rose Allen trusts Wishadel, then so do I. Ha! I trust you as well, Siege. I'll go tell everyone to get ready. Huh? What's going on? Did you hear that sound? Right beneath our feet. The Exemplars. We meet at last. Wait a minute, Vina. Am I seeing things? Or did a giant thing just burrow out from underground? A giant thing? No, it has a name. The Crawler. My grandson designed it. Pretty good, huh? The gray-haired pilot blows a smoke ring, standing proudly on the ladder of the massive machine. It has 4 massive steam-powered hydraulic legs encased in protective armor that bears the unmistakable signs of a worker's handiwork. Smoke is still billowing from its enormous black cannon barrel, a clear sign that it was the one responsible for the massive hole on the ground. A steady stream of SSC members emerged from the gaping hole beneath the crawler, carrying combat supplies up to the surface. You. Siege, thank goodness we made it here in time. Starting now, the SSC will join forces with you, with Granny and her team helping out. We'll have a much greater chance of victory. We just got that message ourselves. Seems the timing is spot on. Victoria thanks you. Horn? All clear, the preparations are complete, and we're ready to move out at any time. Good. Everyone, this is the final battle. Wait a minute, there's still one thing left. I need to adjust the cannon. There, that should do it. Cover your ears. I need to see the whole thing. I'm pretty sure it's only showing me like one appendage. The cannon strikes the giant bell at the center of Arknights, an ancient relic that had stood for centuries. The bell tolls, loud, clear and beautiful, followed by the sound of the Alliance war horns and their furious battle cries. We've got to let certain people know we're here. You're in command now. Victorians, charge forth to our final victory. Whoa! Hello.
Let's see. Which insect is falling into my trap?
Hey, it's legal. They're powering themselves.
I'm listening. I know nothing.
That sounds like chapter 13 music. Interesting.
No one can see me.
We'll get one up now.
Wow, looks awfully dangerous.
Hello, Milscar. Oh wait, it's just you again. I think. Unless you're a different kind of Milscar.
So you wrapped.
Of course they keep using shield. Brah.
The lava surges on.
You hit air, you do not, it seems. Which is good for me.
For them, the bell tolls.
Ow, Jesus, they hurt.
So you wrapped your.
I can't do that one.
Roar. A word I've not heard in a long.
Ooh, this does not seem like the final stage yet.
So you wrapped. Now, wait in line. We got plenty for everyone.
Yeah, activity seem bad. Huh, nothing's spawning.
If you'll through the mountains when summer leaves the white dew, see the plains when equinox paints russet hue.
Chop chop.
Mission accomplished.
Neat. Pretty easy so far. Victory. In the boxing ring, victory is about honor and glory. On the battlefield, victory is about lives saved and lost. The Naxxter King's death terrified everyone who saw it. I don't want to think about it now, much less include it in my book. That sarcasm won't get a eulogy from me. But I'll forever honor the last Steam Knight, Sir Charles Lynch. How long has it been since he's moved? 10 minutes. No one dares approach Charles Lynch. Everyone gathers around the last Steam Knight, down on one knee in a show of respect. He stands tall and unwavering before the Palace of West Hailing, steam gushing from every crack in his armor. Scorching, unrelenting. Like the sound of a beating heart. How can he be still standing with such grievous wounds from the battle with the Noxeter key? It was never his body alone that kept him upright. Would have never made it out of the Mausoleum Kings. Vina walks towards the Steam Knight as everyone else watches on. Vina, don't get close to him. He's off his rocker. I have to know for sure. He almost killed you back in the underground, Vina. Let her do it. Something's not right with the Steam Knight. Sir Charles. Siege probably sensed it too. But trust her. Vina approaches the Steam Knight. She can feel the temperature rise from the hot steam. I've never seen you like this, not even back in the Mausoleum of Kings. The war is over. You protected Victoria. You've completed your mission. What are you still searching for? The sword? Sorry, it was lost somewhere on the battlefield. Or perhaps you're waiting for something else. Vina gently touches Sir Charles's armor. Every scratch and mark etched into it tells the Steam Knight's story. Battle with his comrades on the day he swore to inherit the title. Battle on the frontier to quell uprisings. He survived amidst a storm of witchcraft. The betrayal in the Mausoleum of Kings. The charge towards the glorious, towards Originum. Sir Charles Lynch has never fallen. Sir Charles Lynch shall forever watch over Victoria. You're looking at the Palace of West Haleg. I understand now. You're not the only one. Many more are looking over at the palace. Vina looks back at the gathered Victorians in the distance, wounded, silent, excited, weeping. The people had already formed a long human wall on their own, holding back the restive and agitated crowd. They are all murmuring different names. Siege, Vina, Alexandrina, Victoria. I never believed you'd gone mad. Sir Charles, this is our second official meeting. I once hoped that if you found your way out of the darkness, you would find something worth protecting. You've already made it this far. Please wait a little longer until I return. Steam hissing. Vina walks past the Steam Knight, up the steps of the Palace of West Haleg and alone through its door. Time slowly passes. At first, the crowd is silent, but gradually they stir as unrest begins to spread. Why is it taking so long? Could there be other enemies inside? Should we go and help? Quiet, have faith in Her Royal Highness Alexandrina. Can't you see that even the Steam Knight is waiting here in silence? I've heard the crown is still inside. Do you think that when she comes out we'll have a new king? Something's not right here. Based on our intelligence, there shouldn't be any more of the Military Commission's forces left. There should be nothing left in that palace. Are we just gonna stand here like idiots? We ought to just go in and see for ourselves. I'll go. There are better choices. Well, we're the only ones who can drive the crawler. As long as we've got the crawler, we've got nothing to fear. We'll be protected, even against the Steam Knight. Vina never told us what she saw in the Palace of West Haleg, and we never asked Feist about it either. It doesn't matter. I'm just relieved that once the Military Commission's banner fell from atop the palace, Vina didn't actually walk out wearing the crown. That's my Vina. At least, that's how I felt at the time. There she is. She's coming out. Where's the crown? Why isn't she wearing the crown? Quiet, you moron. She hasn't been coronated yet. Why would she be wearing the crown already? What's that in her hands? Is that the devil's flag? Good people of Victoria, the Noxeter king is dead. I have torn down this flag that the enemy has stabbed into the heart of our great Londinium. We will tear down every Sarkaz banner left in our home and drive out every enemy still consumed by their bloodlust. But please, spare the unarmed ones, spare anyone willing to surrender. The war is over. We must not avenge slaughter with more slaughter, nor meet hatred with more hatred. I, Vina Victoria, wish to speak to all the heroes who have fought to defend our Victoria. Hear me. We have liberated Londinium, liberated Victoria. In these coming days, months, and years, we must revive Victoria. We shall revive Victoria. Vina raises her hammer aloft for all to see. The people rise to their feet, and a wave of cheers spread outward from the center, each surge louder than the last. Londinium and her citizens celebrate her rebirth. At the center of the crowd, the last Steam Knight lets out his final roar, steam bursting forth. His heart stops beating, so he ignites it with the suit's burning core. His vision blurs, so he clears it with steam hot enough to melt flesh. Plop. Then Sir Charles sees it. Victoria's flag basking in the sun's golden glow. Sir Charles Lynch can finally fall. Hello. He falls to the light of dawn, to a new beginning. Steam completely envelops Sir Charles's enormous body, making his demise unceremonious and almost unnoticed. Amidst the cheering crowd, the figure walks into the cloud of steam. Allerdale bids farewell to the hero she once so deeply admired. You could have killed me back then. The despicable meeting her end at the hands of her hero. That would have been the perfect ending to her story. So why must the despicable be the one to bid farewell to the hero? Sir Charles, you have completed your mission. My father once taught me that every Steam Knight returning triumphantly from his mission would have a squire to remove his armor and wipe away the dust. Allow me to remove your armor. It has long fused with your body. Core temperature dropping. I will keep your core. I promise that your heart will never stop burning. Will bear witness to Victoria's future. Sir Charles, you've seen the things you've hoped to protect restored to their former brilliance. Have you any final words, good Steam Knight? From this day forward, you will be honored as a Steam Knight. Sir Charles Lynch, tell me, what do you want for your reward? Your Majesty, I wish for your blade to always be sharp. I wish for the wheat my wife harvests to fill the granary by our doorstep year after year. I wish to hold my newborn daughter in my arms and fly over Londinium, gazing down at the factories bustling every day and night throughout the city. I wish for my neighbor, whose legs were crippled by illness, to stand again, so we can drink, sing, and celebrate throughout the night with our comrades we know so well. Your Majesty, what I wish for is a life of lasting peace. If this reward requires me to fight for it myself, then Your Majesty, I pledge to you, I will always keep fighting for you, for all my loved ones, for myself, and for Victoria. Victoria. The Oath of Sir Charles Lynch, final words of the last Steam Knight. You never abandon yourself, even when Victoria abandoned you. Huh, Steam Knight. I don't deserve that title nor this set of armor. Swar has already claimed too many lives. I hope yours is the last. Goodbye, Sir Charles Lynch. Listen, they're all bidding you farewell. Victoria, victory. Victoria, for Victoria. Last burst of steam, Victoria. His final hoarse whisper emerges with the crowd shouting, like raindrops quietly dropping into the sea. Allerdale sees the excited faces in the crowd, yet cannot help falling into silence. Her eyes are drawn to the woman standing on the steps, Vina. She knows Vina can see her as well. Vina just stands there, looking back at her, her lips moving slightly. Did she recognize me? Allerdale sighs. You made the right choice. You are standing exactly where you belong. As am I. Londinium does not need any more heroes, Vina. He turns and walks away, disappearing into the white billows of steam. What are you looking at, Vina? Steam Knight is gone. He has completed his mission. That steam, I thought it was like last time. This time is different. Then there is no need to bother him. Someone's already seeing him off. Alright. Celebration and mourning. Vina, what should we do next? The people stand cheering in front of the palace of West Halig. They all look to Vina. They're waiting for you. Then I will show them all, Delphine. Seld? Oh, we're in the chamber again. Is this the speaker's answer? She sent you, her old comrades, to drive us away? No, guarding the Citadel is only one of the Defense Force's responsibilities. Justice is justice, Hoff. Heroes shouldn't be treated this way. Diane and all the exemplars who bled don't deserve this, do they, Commander? I understand what you're saying, but this isn't how Parliament makes decisions. We cannot let this become a precedent. I do not know politics, Captain. I only know that Diane is a good person. Parliament exists, many hearts will be lost. And you, sir? You still will not yield? I know Diane well. She would never act out of selfishness, nor does she have any ties with the nobility. Therefore, I humbly ask the speaker to take time out of her busy schedule to reconsider Diane's verdict. This was a decision rendered by the Provisional Court. Diane broke into the locked throne room in a direct defiance of Parliament. We also know Diane very well, but I'm afraid there's nothing... Diane? Yes, she's the one who introduced us to you. After the war, we lost our homes and nearly our lives. If it weren't for her constant encouragement, I'd probably still be passed out in a barrel of ale. You don't think she's a bad person either, do you? It's just that Vina... Speaker Vina, sorry. It's a force of habit. Speaker Vina must have made a mistake. We've all gone to her office, but I feel like just having numbers on our side might not be enough. Feist, your words carry more weight. Please, I'm begging you. Sorry, but I have to assume that if Parliament put Diane on trial, they must have also allowed her to present a defense. No matter how strange or unfair I think their decision is, having Speaker Vina force them to change it at the last minute would be even more unfair. But Diane's case should be treated differently. We just barely survived the war and now she's going to die over something so stupid? Listen to the radio. Listen to patrons in the bars. You'll hear that nobody's happy about this decision. What do you think, Catherine? You said we could lodge our complaints with Vina anytime. I think Diane is just a stupid girl who did a stupid thing. Nothing more. She means well, but what she did was moronic. She defied the direct order of Parliament and left Vina with no other choice. So you're planning to turn down the farmer rep? How do you expect me to convince Parliament? Actually, Vina does have a chance to solve this. With her reputation, persuading Parliament to impose a lighter punishment is not impossible, but many eyes are watching as she makes her final decision. This is just one of the many tricky issues that the Speaker of Londinium's Parliament has to face. A hero may be able to save everyone in a war, but... Lady Delphine, we spent quite a bit of time trying to find you. Me? Just one day, Diane's case caused quite an uproar across Londinium. We briefly investigated who was spreading the news and inciting the public. So Parliament wants me to shut up. No, Eliseo, compared to deliberate acts of sabotage, your actions have had significantly less impact. Actually, we all admire you for fighting so hard for someone you have not known for very long. Vina understands how you feel. She wanted to come to see you in person, but I stopped her. I apologize, but Madame Speaker has more urgent matters to attend to presently. Is there absolutely no room for negotiation regarding Diane's case? No, Vina could change things, we all know that. Frankly, this is a very sad case. However, it will serve as a message from Parliament to all the citizens. I saw that you requested to review Parliament's records. You must be well aware of Diane's charges, the defense that she herself presented, and the various PM's opinions of her. The citizenry has collectively established Londinium's current laws, and the Provisional Court made its judgment of Diane in accordance with those laws. Isn't this how you do things in Colombia? But she's a war hero. Shouldn't her merits outweigh her faults? That's a notion steeped in reason, yet brimming with arrogance. I often come across this phrase in history books, usually said by old Victorian kings. But if Vina crosses this line and the others allow it to happen, then what is the point of having parliament? How would our parliament be any different from the one where the king himself served as speaker? I don't know the answer to that question, Eliseo, but none of us want to take the risk of finding out. Parliament will not interfere with any of your endeavors. However, as far as Diane's case is concerned, I'm sorry. This is Parliament's decision and it cannot be changed. Diane never told me specifically what kind of soldier she was during the war. Most of the time, she talked to me about her hopes for Londinium's future. Most of the people I met in Londinium harbor high hopes and dreams for the city's future. This is the city's great fortune. Our duty is to ensure we never let its people down. I see. The herbs Diane grew in the greenhouse against all odds will mature in February. I hear they can alleviate the excruciating pain of oropathy. I'll wait until they mature and take some samples back to Columbia. Okay, if you need any help before then, just let us know. Actually, when I first arrived in Londinium, I was also curious as to what kind of person speaker Vina was. Far away voice. When Hannah and I visited schools and sanatoriums to give surprises to the infected children, they always ask us about the story of Princess Alexandrina, the Princess Royal. We then tell them the whole tale of the street urchin who became a legendary war hero and the savior of Londinium. But the story always ends when Vina walks out of the palace of West Haleg. At that point, it's not so fit for children. How I wish the story could end with Vina tearing off those fancy clothes and returning with us to Northport, to the Glasgow gang. Oh, color. But I know that it's not possible anymore. On the day of the mass protest against Diane's verdict, Vina explained to us in detail the proposal she was going to submit to the Dukes at her upcoming meeting. We covered a whole lot of topics like food, healthcare, education, and civil service reforms. Vina had the right solution to all of those issues, but she didn't say a word about Diane. We listened quietly to all of her proposals and then left without bringing it up. Fuel inventory report, comprehensive report on all city sanatoriums, report on oropathy suppressant distribution. Vina returns her gaze to the documents in front of her. She struggles to absorb the reams of data. She knows that in just a few minutes, the bell on the table will ring to remind her to head to the banquet hall. She also knows that those guests don't truly care about the numbers she has tried to memorize, much less the actual lives, deaths, and hardships they represent. But she cares. This time, she's the one who invited the Dukes for dinner. I hope this works. In the now quiet office, the faint shouts of protesters outside the window could still be heard. I'm sorry, Diane.
All units, proceed according to
plan.
plan.
Medal.
I will hand the report to the doctor.
Sword forged in war. Goal 9. A hero's final bow. We all love Victoria, but there's nothing more we can do for her. Hello. Look at the statues though. Oh, golden echo. What is that? I guess it's boss time? Question mark? Maybe? Who's even the boss? Oh, we're in the prison. Nice. Well, detention room. Same difference. Hello, Diane. Phew. Zone 2 is finally all cleaned up. Now it's just Zone 4 left. How are you doing? Tough work, eh? Wanna take a break? I'm cleaning just as fast as you are, as you can plainly see. You don't need to try and accommodate me just because I'm an infected. That's not it at all. I just thought you must be tired with everything you've been through and all. Oh, I thought... Never mind. As for that incident with the crown, I'm fully clear on that now. It was just a spur of the moment thing. Besides, you're not the only one who wanted to do that. Actually, it seems like all of a sudden, people aren't as afraid of the infected anymore. That's because we're in Londinium. Policies instituted by the Speaker in Parliament have, at the very least, stopped many people from openly showing fear and resentment towards the infected. But according to a Colombian friend of mine outside of Londinium, things haven't changed. Anyway, thanks for helping with the cleanup. We wouldn't have the captain on us again without you. I should be the one thanking you for not shackling me. Having something to do helps put my mind at ease. If you ask me, you need not worry about Parliament's decision. Think about it. Of all the places in Londinium where they could have detained you, why did they choose the Defense Forces lockup? It's because we're all either old war buddies or familiar faces who can look out for you. Don't worry. Once things cool down, we'll find a reason for you to go home. The protesters outside the speaker's office, they're the ones who are missing the picture. We all know what kind of person Vina is. Are you feeling alright? You need something to drink? You're saying the speaker is going to release me? I'm saying just rest here for an hour, it's safe until things die down out there. Captain didn't allow you to have a radio or read a newspaper, right? It's because he was worried that you might get to thinking too much. If you're still feeling jittery, my good buddy gets thrown in the drunk tank every few days. He stashed some premium hooch around here somewhere. I'll go grab a few bottles for you. Diane gives a faint, wry smile as she stains to catch the sounds coming from outside. But aside from the faint sound of water running through pipes, she hears nothing but the distant drills of the defense forces. Ever since she was brought in here, she has been more or less cut off from the outside world. I wonder if Eliseo is doing alright. I really should have let him know beforehand. He must be so worried about me now. Indeed, he went to nearly everyone he knows to bleed on your behalf. Madam Speaker. Good. They aren't treating you like some common criminal. And you made sure of that? No, they did it on their own. They believe you don't deserve this sentence. Many came to me on your behalf. Your friends, my friends, our comrades in arms, and even some civilians who don't know you at all. Diane, I snatched up my buddy's liquor for you. Takes a big swig of whiskey. Irk. Before the soldier even reaches Diane and Vina, he snaps to attention, the whiskey caught awkwardly in his mouth, too afraid to swallow or spit it out. Quickly hides the bottle behind him and salutes Vina. Gulp. No need to hide it, Patel. Oh, it's Patel. As I recall, Horn did mention that drinking is prohibited in the barracks. Yes, Vina, but this is, I won't tell Horn, but in return you'll keep my visiting Diane a secret. And settle the bottle down, will you? Won't you bring it to Diane anyway? Alright, Vina. You came here to discuss the plans with Diane, right? Yes. See, Diane? I told you not to worry, didn't I? I'll go finish cleaning Zone 4. I've been on duty all day. I didn't see anyone here. You like a taste of the whiskey Patel left? Doesn't smell all that bad. Diane shakes her head slightly, a bit downcast. Mind if I have a sip then? Meeting with those looks have left me parched. Damn Speaker, did you put me here because you really wanted to? We thought you'd feel better among old friends. You would rather I throw you in solitary? No, of course not. Honestly, I'm not as resolute as you think. My past isn't much different from yours, or from that of most Londiniers. Diane, I did hesitate over my decision. So does your visit mean Parliament has come to a verdict? I feel it best I inform you of Parliament's decision in person. I bid you adieu, Lieutenant Diane Weber of the former 6th Column, 10th Infantry Regiment. You are unquestionably a war hero. Thank you for your great service to our homeland. Parliament? I see. Madam Speaker, when will it happen? Tomorrow. Alright. Have you any regrets? Have you? Perhaps my biggest regret is that, after the war, I didn't immediately strip off this outfit and hide myself away back in Northport. You would never have done that. I know you. The siege would never abandon our homeland, and the Speaker of Londinium would never abandon Victoria. I have no regrets either, Vina. May I call you that? You may. We've met many times and fought side by side just as often, but today I think is the first day we can truly call ourselves friends. Vina, before I go, would you share a drink with me? When you walked alone in the palace of West Halig, everyone believed that the woman who emerged would be wearing the crown. A hero must one day be crowned king. Every collection of fairy tales in that old bookstore on Baker Street had a story like that. It was my favorite place to go before I enlisted. I really did want to witness history, Vina. But I let you down. I let a lot of people down. Yes, you could have been a great ruler. Just because I wanted to make Londinium a better place? Didn't the old king, the one who was hanged public, also want to make Londinium to make all of Victoria a better place? Things rarely go as planned. Sometimes what you believe is right may look wrong to others. I've only recently begun to understand that. Then what is there to do? I'm still searching for that answer, Diane. Someone I trust told me to try to accept those who hate me and to stand firm in my own sense of justice. I'm still learning, but I never imagined this path would be so lonely. You're drunk, Vina. Vina shakes her head. She draws her sword and hands it to Diane. Do you remember King Gesikath, the Sigh of Kings? Yes, I took it from your own hands after all. After the battle, I discovered that it had completely dulled. The smiths worked tirelessly day and night to reforge it for me. This new sword is heavier. It carries the weight of even greater expectations than before. Diane, this sword reminds me every day of the right path. The future of Victoria doesn't rest with me or Parliament. It rests on all of you, those who reclaimed our home with their own strength. Vina, I have one last question. What really happened in the Palace of Westhaleg that day? What kind of story would you like to hear? A heroic fairy tale that will make it look like the books of that old bookstore, or the truth, so plain that it's almost boring? Yan takes a long swig of her drink, her hand brushing over the cold steel of the sword. To be honest, I prefer the old sword. When I used it to strike down our enemies, those were the moments I felt closest to Victoria. Back when I was living a simple, uneventful life, I never imagined I'd have thoughts like these. And besides, there's hardly any time left to savor those quiet pre-war days, is there? Vina, forgive me, but I can't save the last bit of this whiskey for you. I really need it. Why now of all times am I suddenly afraid to die? Vina, before I'm completely drunk, would you tell me one last fairy tale? Her tears fall on the sword, sliding down its blade. Drip, drip. Dan, you already know the stories of the past, and you were there for the best part of this fairy tale. But you may not know how it ends. That day, I entered the Palace of Westhaleg, tore down the Sarkas banner, and was about to leave, when suddenly I heard someone call my name from the throne room. Alexandrina Vina Victoria. Then I pushed open the door that had been sealed for so long. I saw... Hello? My father, Alistair II, speaking to me. My Alexandrina, you're finally home. Come sit by my side, daughter Victoria. That's a long-ass spear. Vina couldn't make out the king's face. The golden mask blended with his golden hair, radiating authority and an air of mystery. He was Victoria personified. My daughter, are you afraid of me? Are you afraid of Victoria? Vina, never reveal even the slightest hint of fear to your subjects. Your teacher should have taught you that. You died long ago. 26 years ago, they hanged you from the gallows. Laughable. Who could kill Victoria? Those greedy condor wings thought they could tear the flesh from my body to feed themselves. They were so blinded by fear that they conspired in regicide. Also, they could feast upon the lands of the Aslands for their own gain. No one can kill us. Not the Dukes, not the Red Dragon. We are the beating heart of Victoria. So that's why your statue in the Mausoleum of Kings was never completed. The Dukes never truly laid you to rest. You've been here all along. What little courage they possessed drove them to confine me in this throne room, but never to claim my throne. Cowardly usurpers. They fear my people. They fear my Steam Knights. They fear us, Vina. My daughter, tell me, do my people still remember me? Do my knights still guard our palace? The people of Victoria have long since adapted to life without a monarch. As for your knights, they're all gone. They were murdered by the very people they were sworn to protect. And what of you, Vina? Ah, I can barely remember what you look like. Then come closer. Take off my mask and look closely. You'll see only yourself, Alexandrina. The blood of the royal line flows in us both. I'm sorry, my child, that I failed to keep my promise. I intended to hand you a peaceful and powerful Victoria, yet betrayal has left me sitting here, rotting on my throne for over 20 years. But at last you've returned. Take my scepter, wear my crown. Proclaim to our people that their sovereign has returned. Purge our land of all dissent and punish every coward who betrayed the crown. Let glory endure. This is Victoria's rightful way. Ow, my ears! The king's scepter struck heavily against the throne platform, its dull echo reverberating. Blood was never the source of our strength. How familiar those words are. How familiar those words are, just like my defiant boast to my own father. You still have much to learn, my daughter. Let me teach you a long overdue lesson. The meaning of royal power. Still, I grant you the right to oppose me. Alexandrina, return to my side and listen. No, you're already dead, your majesty. All that remains here is your echo, lost in the glories of a bygone empire. I do not need you to grant me anything, nor do I need you to validate the strength of my convictions. I just want you to rest in peace, father. Vina tightened her grip on her hammer, stepped onto the platform, and walked towards the Empire's last glimmer of twilight. Okay, so it's either she's hallucinating this, or it's another, what's his face? Hercule Sorn. Witch King problem. Well, like the Witch.
Reap not what's sown by malice.
Suddenly, Alistair. Ah, shoot! I was gonna read that.
Whose turn
Hey,
is it
a lion.
to get blown to bits today?
Another lion. He's gonna summon one here.
The lava surges on.
Hey,
Never
illegal.
turning back.
I need a ground unit. I'm a ginger.
Oh, son! Bow to me!
Oh, they're like giga
Awaiting
weak.
only your orders.
God dang it.
I'm listening. I know we can't hide your fear.
Okay, let's see this.
Wow, looks awfully dangerous. So you wrapped poor little guy.
Hey, shield! Get necrosis. Okay, maybe he's not getting necrosis. Who died?
And fall
Really?
into a sweet dream.
Fine.
I got this. Focus elsewhere.
Okay, he's kind of dying. I mean, that is wish though.
No one follow me into the shadows.
Ow! That freaking hurt, brother. I have no idea what this guy does, by the way. Absolutely zero clues.
Bring breeze, time
You may. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have used that, but whatever. Is he dead? There's no way, right? He's that weak. I mean, he's like a decrepit old man. Unlike the final throes of his dying empire. Well, his era, I guess, instead
So
of
you
empire.
wrapped your brain.
I plant you into the soil to
I
grow
think
anew.
Qui non è successo
Lions aren't that resistant as well.
Più fai veloce, meno farà male.
Vengeance shall be no more. Yes, I am fully ready.
役に立つ情報を奴らに吐かせてやる。
GG? Oh! With the highest current HP. Okay, so it's just a Steam Knight. Why are you here?
La fortuna ti ha abbandonato. Ora te la vedrai come.
I'm not even sure if that's Charles Lynch.
Più fai veloce, meno farà male.
Potentially. Maybe.
They don't like behind.
Oh, stunnable. He only does it one at a time. That's funny as hell.
An improv. Chroma?
This is a very weird final stage. Well, he was weak too. Yep. Fucking decrepit empire here. Another one. Pew 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 pew. And then he just shoots one. I don't even see the oh, I see the damage now. He's like doing nothing though. That's pretty sad.
Mission accomplished.
Huh, easiest event enemies ever? Seems like so. Vina, I don't like this story. The king who found no peace in his eternal rest upon the throne and the hero who laid down her crown. The story's over, but has anything really changed? You and King Alistair both wanted to make Victoria better, but in the end... Diane takes a hard swig from the bottle. Burning liquor stings, coaxing more tears from her already swollen eyes. If the king couldn't do it, then what hope do we have? How can we possibly change anything? But the story's not over yet, Diane. I had also believed it would all end when the king found peace. But then someone unexpectedly appeared. Who this now? Should I even ask what brings you here? A white figure emerges from the shadows behind the throne. Faint glimpses of that fairy can be seen in so many of Victoria's legends. Is this No, it's not Clovis, right? Power, intrigue, destiny, dreams coming true. Throughout the centuries-old tales, she seems to possess different powers, yet no one can say for certain which one is truly her. Oh god, maybe it is. Vina, who do you see? I saw the... Ayo, dude! What is Vina? You far exceeded my expectations. You've shown me new possibilities. Put down your hammer. I am not your enemy. We fought side by side once, didn't we? Who are you, Unicorn? Taylor's daughter, a leader of the SSC, a witness to Victoria. Of course, many old men, even as they faced death, insisted on calling me the nation's sentinel. In their history books, wishful thinking I suppose. I guess this is like, if Ursus has Casche and like the Aegis sort of protecting their nation, might be victorious? In a sense? Over the hundreds of years I've remained in Victoria, I've assumed and later erased countless identities, but at present I am Clovisia. In short, I am your friend, one sincerely pleased by all you've achieved. Does this answer satisfy you, Vina? Another one of the long-lived. You deceived every ally in the SSC as well as all of Rhodes Island. Deceived? I've never deceived anyone. Everyone has their desires, I merely fulfilled them. Ordinary people tormented by Sarkha's bloodshed wanted to survive, so I led the SSC to find a way out. Ancient families mired in power struggles feared annihilation in the Empire's whirlpool, so I eliminated every threat to the continuation of the ducal lineage. Frederick III hoped Victoria wouldn't fall into chaos beneath the Red Dragon's shadow. I could grant that wish too. So now you've come to me. Alexandrina, daughter of Alistair. What would you think I'm only just noticing you now? Vina, history is like a sailing ship, and you all are the ones who steer its course. Since you wish to change Victoria, I can help you. What role would you assume to realize your ideals? You could be a king, a speaker, or even the sole leader of the Exemplars. Any of these titles are yours to choose. Huh. Well, hold up. Let me do this quickly, and there you go. Vina, I must say, yours isn't a new story. I've read far too many like it in old shops. In the end, the hero always accepts the fairy's gift, so in the end, you choose the role of speaker. No, Diane, I chose nothing. For hundreds of years, the unicorn has chosen the heroes, and the heroes have merely chosen their boons. But why? Why? Yes, why did I have to choose her? Why are you laughing, Vina? Do you hear that sound outside? They're cheering for victory and for Victoria. Many of them do not have grand ambitions. They don't think of protecting anyone. Some of them would not even share a piece of bread with a starving man. Yet they are still willing to risk their lives for even the smallest sliver of hope. They are my Victoria. I like those fools, and I'm willing to look out for them. And you, Clovisia, have no right to make me choose something I've been doing all along. You'd best leave unless you don't mind it getting awkward. Siege. You're a fool too, Alexandrina, just like your father. Send them a message for me. Tell them the tailor's daughter is dead. I have fulfilled their wishes. Siege, I got a crawler in here to back you up. We've been waiting outside for you forever. We were afraid something happened to you. It's been taken care of. Thank you, Feist. Huh? Come on then. Aren't they still all waiting for us? This battle must end now. I knew Clovicia was too sussy. It's a damn unicorn, for God's sake. That's the end of the story, Diane. Diane? The condemned soldier had finished the last drop of alcohol and is sound asleep. Diane wanted to drink herself into a stupor. Vina has finished telling her story, but Diane cannot bring herself to face her own ending. She wanted to drink herself into a dream in which even death could not catch up to her. She gets her wish. I'm sorry, Diane. I am not worthy of being a monarch. Not even sure I'm qualified to serve as speaker. Besides, this war has changed many things. Old beliefs have been shattered and we are striving to rebuild our lives amidst the imminent threat of destruction. I believe that soon, a great transformation will begin in Londinium and sweep across all of Victoria. I don't know what tomorrow will bring, but I am certain of one thing now. One thing, now that we've found the courage to face adversity, why should we ever return to the past? Victoria no longer needs a monarch, Diane. Sweet dreams. On the eve of her march to the gallows, the drunken soldier sleeps the most peaceful sleep of her life. She dreams of the king's coronation. She dreams of the factory in her hometown, the whistle blowing to signal the end of the workday, as the workers shake off their hats and step out through the factory gates. Then she soars into the sky and sees Londinium gliding across the mist-covered verdant earth. She dreams of Victoria. She is singing her song. In the vast lands to keep our king, his people and ale his well-willing, and give them grace without ending. Then may we call and savely sing, Victoria, ye thanks for our home. "26. Vina, I can't believe it. The graffiti on the gym wall is still there. Look at this one. Morgan painted it after dreaming of being a famous artist. Oh right, look at this photo. The sign on the movie theater has been nailed back up. And look, there are two dumb-looking foul beasts perched on top of it. Norport is in much better shape than the last time we saw it. I can't wait to go back and see it with my own eyes. Aha. So where did these photos come from? The envelope only had the photos, no signature. But plenty of people have joined the engineering team to help rebuild our home. Some of them are old friends from Norport. Oh, there are two videotapes in here too. They're just some old worn out movies, but hey Delphine, you love watching bad movies, don't you? Here you go. Thank you. Vina, are you okay? You seem a bit distracted. Are you all going back? Why the serious look? We're just heading home early to do some housekeeping. Morgan, you were more excited than anyone when we said we were going home, or am I missing something? How about you, Dagda? I'll go lend them a hand. There's not much I can help with here, Vina. The Knights of the Tower Museum is coming along smoothly. My wish has been fulfilled. Alright. Vina, actually, we could still... Ding dong. Bell tolls. It's 4 o'clock, Vina. I know. We can set out now. You want to go see Diane? No, I have a meeting with Parliament and the Dukes. Oh. Vina, those protesters outside. I'll handle them personally. I know their concerns go beyond just Diane. They've been waiting a long time for a king. Huh, well, that's definitely something the Glasgow gang can't meddle in. Morgan? Alright, we'll head back and tidy up, you know. Norport is better than I expected, but not by much. We'll be waiting for you, Vina. Vina? You could ask them to stay. Of course, I'd love for the Glasgow gang to stay together, but Auxerre isn't their home. Besides, just take a listen. There are plenty of people outside waiting for my response. But before I address them, I intend to bring back more than just empty promises from the Dukes. Vina, Parliament has done more than just make empty promises. They've helped revive our industries, restore order, resettle these affected by the war. Tell me, Delphine, does everyone now have an equal right to a decent life? I need to show them that even without a king, we can prove this nation's potential to any doubters. Let's go. I don't want to be late for the meeting with the Dukes. We should sing something. Sing what? Any song will do, as long as it's not that blasted Overture carol. Like the song Hannah hums every time she steps out to the ring. Hannah's a star, knocking him down one by one, round after round. Stuff it, I don't do that anymore. Besides, didn't you all say the song I made up to cheer for Vina was better? Oh please, if I remember, he just replaced all the name in Dagda's favorite song with Vina, right? I wonder if Vina even remembers something that silly. Of course she does. I know she mustn't have forgotten, it's just... Forget it, she said it best herself. Looking forward is what really matters. And there's still a long road ahead, isn't there? That day, we didn't take a detour to watch Diane's end, and we didn't listen to any radio broadcasts. I heard her oropathy was so bad that they had to separate her to prevent any incidents. To think that her last shred of dignity came from oropathy. I've stopped trying to make sense of these things as we left central Londinium and caught sight of the factories of Norport. I knew we were home. Here's the meeting. Could have been an email. Vina, are you not attending the execution? They are relying on you to calm the many protesters there should things take an unfortunate turn. My good Earl of March, I'm not that indispensable. Besides, the defense forces are already maintaining order on site, and several MPs are there to oversee the proceedings. They don't need me. Diane Weber truly was a hero. Shame really, she didn't really do anything wrong. Alexandrina, you manage this matter well, but you need to be more heavy-handed. You're too concerned with dissenting voices, much of which don't matter. Madam Speaker, why not let us shield you from the storm until Londinium's parliament fully matures? Wellington's stance remains ambiguous, the Windermere domain is simmering with unrest, and the Duke of Ashworth continues to keep a low profile as always. If the Speaker requires assistance, we won't dare refuse. We must secure Victoria's future. Very well, since you've offered, I won't hesitate to accept. Your Graces, you are undoubtedly aware of the dire situation with the infected within the city. I must insist that you promptly reopen the supply route you have kept closed for over a month under the guise of ensuring safety. Return the medicine and supplies we already paid for. Of course, if you're still concerned, the defense forces can escort the shipment and clear out those bandits along the way. Of course, those are minor issues. Now, how about my proposal for forming and training infected fighting squads? I understand you're considering forming infected units in your own territory and want us to test its feasibility. That's fine, but I insist that the safety of the soldiers remain a priority. I'll make all the data available to you, of course, and to every other Duke. After all, this has critical implications for the future strength of Victoria, doesn't it? This is no simple matter, Madam Speaker. In truth, it has given me quite a headache. I've been waiting eagerly for some good news from you. As for your Grace Duke of Castor, the Trilby Asher should soon be delivering an invitation. After all these years, Londinium will finally reopen diplomatic channels with foreign envoys. This time in the name of Victoria. I trust you all will be in attendance when the time comes. But you'd best pray that Londinium presents herself in the form you can be proud of. I'll consider this a provocation, Alexandrina. From the moment you deliberately blocked Londinium from contacting other nations after the war, you've been provoking Parliament. We call it protection. Where I'm from, we have another word for it, kidnapping. Unfortunately for you, we always have our ways of reaching those whom we want. Oh Vina, is it my turn to negotiate now? No, Earl of March, we have nothing to discuss and certainly no need to be friends. I'm afraid that's not for you to decide. Instant shutdown. Whatever your intentions may be, Londinium's affairs are none of Columbia's business. It seems you found what you need to refuse any deals with me. All I have is a few photos. Surely you're aware of what's hidden beneath Londinium, right? Oh. Vina, it seems you've managed to find yourself some leverage. Alexandrina, I admire your candor, but I must remind you, you're the Speaker of Parliament now, not just some street thug with the Glasgow gang. Well, do you know how we used to keep corrupt cops away back in Norport? Either everyone pretends nothing happened and keeps things as they are, or we expose all their dirty laundry and let everyone goes down in flames. It worked every time. And I'm sure your graces understand that it has always been Victoria who has kept you safe, not the other way around. I believe your grace has even said something of a similar nature before. Alexandrina, I'm starting to doubt our decision of choosing you as speaker. You're mistaken. The decision was mine all along, not yours. I know your schedules are packed, so let's not digress anymore. I have a long list of things to discuss with you. Parliament seats, medical purchases, military reform, private communication lines, supply routes, aid for reconstruction, so let's not waste time. Of course, you're free to continue arguing with me. Don't worry, this time my sword won't be on your necks. Well, there goes bureaucracy. Sheesh. She's coming. Everyone, get over here. If we can make the speaker hear us, we can save that poor soldier's life. Okay, what's she gonna do here actually? On the street, the eagerly awaiting crowd surrounds Vina, who stands alone. She knows they are all waiting for her answer. You've heard us. That innocent hero doesn't deserve this fate. It's not too late to change your mind. Sorry, I have nothing to say with regard to Diane. The Parliament has decided. As its speaker, I stand by its decision. Okay, she's agitating them. Everyone, please disperse. Then again, if you absolutely insist on a resolution, you're welcome to stay. Just now, I reclaimed many things from the visiting dukes, things that rightfully belong to us and are crucial to our future. I will tell you about each of these things one by one. This is the only matter I'll be addressing. Sounds of protest begin to subside. While most await the outcome of the meeting, a few discontented voices still rise from the crowd. Is there really nothing that can be done for that poor soul? But why? This isn't something that needs explaining. Do you want the speaker to go back on her word? If we start bending the rules now, the new laws passed by Parliament won't be worth the paper they're printed on. Catherine, what brings you here? Some old friends passing by saw the protest and worried things might get out of hand, so they asked me to see if I could help. As luck would have it, quite a few workers just got off their ships, heard about it, and came to support you. Take a look. As more and more workers gather around, they wave at Vina and spot familiar friends and family members among the protesters. Conversations begin to ripple through the crowd and the street suddenly comes alive with activity. Hello. Looks like we're a bit late. Lieutenant, aren't you supposed to be waiting at the sanatorium for your departure? Delphine told me about your situation. I wasn't planning to come, but once the others at the sanatorium found out, they insisted on coming to see who was causing you trouble this time. I couldn't stop them, so here we are. A column of soldiers, marching in perfect formation and singing, approaches the congested crowd. The noise instantly dies down as people instinctively make way for the soldiers, who march up and stand in front of Vina, forming a barrier between her and the protesters. Vina, we all know you went to negotiate with the Dukes today to fight for us. We're not about to let you be humiliated in front of the Dukes today. We might not be ready for another battle, but we'll win anyone in numbers. Thank you, all of you. Everyone, come quick, I think they're over there. A group of rowdy children fearlessly push through the crowd, squeezing their way right up to Vina. It's really you. You know me? Of course, we've all heard your story, the great hero of the Exemplars, our very own speaker. I made so many new friends recently. They're all people who walked back to Londinium with you. They told me you would definitely recognize them. Take a look. Hello, Vina. Annie? And there's Annabelle. Oh, Jones, you're here too? I guess they were telling the truth then. But why have you come? We ran into this lady with really tanned skin. She said you might run into trouble and told us to come help you. Did we actually help? Of course you did. Thank you, Morgan. More and more people gather in front of the steps, while those who had been protesting for Diane start to quiet down. Oof. She thinks about everything that has happened over the past few days. She thinks about the drunken Diane, departing Glasgow gang, and the stolen crown. Bloody hell. Vina relaxes, sitting down on the steps and gazing at the fiery red sky. The retired soldiers sit as well, huddling with the other citizens around Vina. Let's all take a break, okay? Can I ask you something? Will we ever have a king again? I don't know, but not having a king might not be such a bad thing. Why is that? You'll understand when you grow up. Huh? What do you think? Will this be good or bad for Victoria? It's still too early to tell. We have to accept the dawn of a new era, then we all need to change the way we think to keep it up. Parliament regulated by the people, no more individual authority, no king. That's a first in Victorian history. Even I have to admit, she may well be biting off more than she can chew. Catherine glances at the speaker, who is sitting on the steps without her expected grace, and can't help but wonder. Vina is surrounded by the children. They all smile and laugh together. Every so often, she raises her voice to share jokes about the dukes or what she managed to wrestle from the dukes, things that belong to the people. Sunset's warm light bathes her figure before slowly fading as the time passes. I'd say the days ahead will only get better. She breathes out a ring of smoke, watching as the thin wisps drift away into the dying light. So, and Diane? Parliament has passed a resolution. Crown will be placed on the throne in the Palace of West Halag, guarded around the clock by the defense forces. Until a suitable candidate for the throne is identified, the crown will be guarded by Parliament. Once a candidate is chosen, a nationwide referendum will be conducted under parliamentary review and supervision to finalize the coronation. Additionally, Parliament will soon announce decisions regarding the distribution of living supplies and other public welfare matters. Parliamentary supervision. These meetings are truly exhausting. I much prefer settling matters at a grand banquet. At least there's one where my lips are parched. Sir Davis is certainly taking his sweet time fetching the wine. Your Grace, Duke of Castor, where are you headed next? You already know the answer, so why pretend to ask? Getting the news from you is quicker than waiting for Wellington's spies to report back. So how about you, Eleanor? Your Grace, we're hardly close enough to be exchanging warm farewells. Words wound me, Eleanor. I suppose I'll have to present a fine bottle of wine on my next visit to Old Normandy and ask him to put in a good word about me to you. Your carriage has arrived, sir. Allow me to get the door for you. Much obliged, Earl of March. And remember, we are all Victorians after all. Of course. I guess Duke of Wellington is busy in the Eblana event? It's been so long since I last heard these bells. The sound brings back memories. Oh, hello! Your Grace, I brought you one of the finest wines from our cellar. Even those sarcastic devils couldn't sniff this one out after they took my estate. Sir Davis, you are a man of rare wit. Rest assured, there will always be a place for you in the Gododin territories. The Duke of Gododin takes a sip of the wine and turns to make a remark, but then suddenly freezes. He is confronted with a stunning sight. The sun has set. The crimson sun sinks slowly, as though setting the entire city ablaze. The scars the Sarkas has torn into the city stands out even more vividly in the evening glow, as if they are still bleeding. The winter sunset truly shows no mercy. Much like the speaker's attitude towards us, I suppose. I could send someone to deliver a few sets of winter clothing for your Grace. Take care of yourself. Victoria isn't ready to do without you just yet. Many thanks. After all, we can't very well go before Wellington, can we? Why the sudden melancholy, Your Graces? I find the sunset rather breathtaking. Day fades into night and night into day. How often do we get to witness such a sight? Londinium's thick fog and heavy clouds rarely part like this. Eleanor, back in the day, the lads at school would always joke that it was the sun that had to follow behind Londinium. It would rise as we please and never set if you willed it. Now, though, she has to go full speed just to barely keep up with the setting sun. That thought keeps me awake at night. Day or night, sunrise or sunset, only Londinium can be Victoria's capital. Earl of March, remember my words. Droll. Very droll indeed. Ha! The sun really does move. Another bell tolls. More black-feathered fowl beasts stir and take to the skies over the city, circling before flying through the stream towards the setting sun. As the sun dips out of sight, the glow of the twin moons become very clear. Night approaches.
Ring-a-ding-ding. When the flowers gently fall, the berries you can haul.
Ring-a-ding-ding. Thank you, Aya. And here we go. Potentially last one. Fairy tale ending. There will come a day that you, Vina, will read these words I wrote down. Who this? Alistair? Baird? I'm just throwing out names then. How things go on your end, Agda? Mr. Lane's still alive, but he's got a busted leg. His sworn brother didn't make it though. Tried asking some old friends. I didn't know when that brother passed away exactly. Might have been when trying to escape Norport. Might have been some sarcasm at the end of their tether during the island counterattack. Wait. Is this the guy who killed Baird? Did you manage to see Mr. Lane himself? I kind of forgot. I did. He works at the port He works at the port now. He didn't bring up the old days and he avoided talking about his crew. But he thinks that now he's living a good life. Bloody hell. I strolled around one of the factories we used to look after. It's full of little punks now. None of those youngsters have even heard of us Glasgow gang. That pack of brats deserve a right thrashing. Did you swing by the old restaurant we always went to? Torn down. Parliament sent some men over to get in touch with all the old shopkeepers. Anything so run down it couldn't be fixed up, and whose owner was missing was slated to be torn down and rebuilt. The pub on Sunset Street, Paul's Bar, the magazine stall that run from Casimir Saran, they're all gone. Hannah. I checked out that public cemetery they were talking about too. I couldn't find McLaren or... Damn it, why didn't these graves have names on them? Stuff me. Can't believe you caught me crying. Let's head home already. Don't want to leave Morgan waiting. I thought the gym was going to be a rougher sight. Thank you. Looks to me like you've been taking care of the place this whole time. There he is. I forgot your K-Door. There you go. I thought if you were still alive, you'd be coming back sooner or later. Doesn't matter how you look at it, I'm still part of the Glasgow gang. You didn't get on Duke Windermere's ship with us back then. I wasn't so far gone that I needed saving by the Dukes. But I gotta admit, I was being a right fool back then. After all that, I took some of the crew out to fight some devils hanging around Norport. I ended up hearing about the exemplars from them. You pulled off some crazy stunts I could never dream of. An army. The battle outside was in total chaos. Some of the gang helped out on the front line with me. But there wasn't much we could do. All I got in the end were a few cuts and bruises. You're infected too? Yep. Heard the same happened to Indra after she took a bad scrape on the battlefield not too long ago. She's real lucky she had friends like you there with her. Morgan stares blankly ahead. She never considered that problem. Not even Indra herself had. No, that ain't right. Why do I feel all funny hearing you say that? Though I gotta admit, I'm not sure what's not right about what you said. Huh, whatever you say. Anyway, if you get the chance, tell Siege I said sorry. If you stick around, you can tell her yourself. My Glasgow gang's long gone. Since you're coming back, it's only right that I head out. Did Delphine not come back with you? She's standing by Vina's side. Huh, sounds like you lot had a squabble too. I heard about her mom from a broadcast. Doesn't matter who she might be, at least she's got some nerve. Where are you headed off to next? Norport needs more hands to rebuild it, and the port's busy shuttling in goods from outside all day every day. Me and my crew are gonna keep an eye on it. And then I'll head into Central to bash in some merchant bastard's head. That's only a maybe. Norport's changed, Morgan. The folks I know are gone, and the shops too. Some new gang of brats that's popped up. Don't know their R's from their elbow, yet they're still trying to fight for dominance. Anyway, I'm giving the gym back to you lot. Parliament talked a big game in that broadcast of theirs. I talked it over with some of the boys. We'll wait a spell, then head over to some other dukedom to see what's what. We'll find a new turf. A new turf, a new beginning. I'll need some time to forget a few things. Morgan, was that Kador leaving just now? Yep. He came to say goodbye and decided to hand this back to us while he was at it. She pulls out a butterfly knife from her pocket. It's badly scratched, but the emblem of the Glasgow gang can still be clearly seen. Baird's butterfly knife. Hannah would recognize it anywhere. It was her who insisted on engraving that emblem once she beat Baird after all. Kador found it on the body of a cleaner. He couldn't find Baird herself though. Oh, hold up, hold up. Cope, we can cope, we can cope, we can cope. I went there too. All I found was some stuff on the wall I didn't get. It's almost all gone. What with all the rain? But I'm sure she was there. I saw her handwriting. I hope so too. Right, the cope is alive. I hope so too. What did Baird hope for? We thought about it long and hard, but we were never able to make sense of it. Her wishes had already been washed back in Norport's soil by the rain. We decided not to dwell on it much longer. We never could guess her last little secret. She's definitely having a good laugh at us right now. I remember that whenever we went to the video shop, Baird hated weepy scenes about grieving the most. Yeah, she never thought death was worth being all that sad for. Pass the knife to me. I'll think of a way to hang it up on the wall, and I'll go get some drinks. To celebrate us coming home and a toast to Baird. Should we wait for Vina? She ain't got the time to come. But just in case, then we'll hold off right before we get completely pissed, Hannah. Booze waits for no man. That day, without having to say a word on the matter, we all drank our drinks real slow. We were waiting for one more person. Seems there was a lot of chit-chat going on that day. Not that we remember any of it after the hangover. All I remember is that Hannah and I got into a fight, and Dagda's brow got itself another scar. Why? None of us knew. If Vina were there, it'll all be fine. She always stayed the most sober out of all of us, and she'd remember for us. But she never showed up that day. Hello? Milskar? Yep. I dragged the body back, boss. But will this really be okay? I mean, snatching away the corpse of a condemned criminal from right under Parliament's nose. Uh-oh, what is this? Did you really think you could take that away without some silent approval from above? What of the Colombian? He's not in the best of moods, boss. Do we really need him to carry these goods? What if... Milskar says nothing. The mercenary sighs. Alright, I get it. Look, boss, I'm not trying to make you mad, but ever since Parliament made a move on us, everyone's been on edge. It does concern you lot. I'll handle the Colombian. By Colombian, I'm assuming bobbing. Ooh, finally, chill music, Jesus. Eliseo, I presume I don't need to introduce myself. Milskar, I've heard about you. Good, no need to waste words then. I need you to see this batch of goods out of Londinium safely. You will, of course, receive payment. I can send this corpse along with you. Leave the city and go as far away from it as you can. Her name is Diane, Milskar. Who she is isn't important to me. What's important is that she doesn't show her face again in Londinium. Call this payment? Making someone who just got home leave again? Eliseo, you are well aware she cannot stay in the city. As far as everyone is concerned, she is dead, hanged from the gallows. Vina made a mistake. So long as this person is alive and within the city, sooner or later someone is going to use her as a knife to stab Vina in the back. She really must learn to be more decisive. You know the condition of her infection better than I do, Eliseo. She doesn't have long. You're welcome to refuse, of course, but I will still have Vina settle this matter in my own way. I know your story, Milscar, or rather, Lady Allerdale Cumberland. There's a lot of versions of it out there. They all agree you really did fit with the title of Cumberland the Ever on High once upon a time. Fine, I'll get Diane out of here. I can take better care of her back in Columbia. Happy? You're a good man, Eliseo. She's lucky to have made a friend in you. Get ready. You could be leaving at any time. You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Why did you say that? Damn it. You ever think you'd turn out this way? The fucking huge ass irises. Why ask just me? Countless heroes lived through the war, from the most radiant of them to those that none remember. I too am curious as to how they will change in the face of reality. Hello? You got pretty far. I mean, it's pretty much Columbia proper enough. Unless it's somebody else. Lying down amidst the meadow, the soldier senses a slight itch. The cold wind blows at the stalks of grass and their tips tickle her face. Who this? Is this what the land of the dead is like? She opens her— oh. It's from Diane's perspective. She opens her eyes and sees someone most unexpected. Hello, I'm kidnapping you. What the— Huh? What? You're awake. You? It's me, Eliseo. You shouldn't just go off on your own to do dangerous stuff without a word, Diane. I remember standing atop the gallows. You're dead. At least to those who witnessed the execution. Before we left, I asked the people at Rose Island to give you the once-over. It's not looking too good. A lot of your major organs have already begun to crystallize. In other words, Originum is replacing those organs. So I'm not dead? Am I lucky or unlucky? I'm not sure if the speaker knew about this beforehand. So it was Vina who let me go? That's rather foolish of her. Tell you the truth, I really don't get some of you people. Sorry, Diane. I'm afraid you can't go back to Londinium. Only now does she realize they are no longer in Londinium. She sees the telltale giant tracks laid down by the nomadic city not too far off in the distance. Just ahead of them, Sarkast's children run around in the meadow, waving at her as they pass. Most displaced Sarkasts have lost the light in their eyes to confusion. They can go anywhere, but nowhere can they call home. I'll be taking you to Columbia, Diane. I might be able to do more for you there. Alright then, Columbia, eh? I still remember saying that if I get the chance, I'd love to see the place you keep talking about. How far are we from Columbia, Eliseo? Well, still very far away. Let me get out my map. Will I be able to make it there in my condition? Walking the whole way? I see. Could you promise me one thing, Eliseo? I know what you're going to ask, Diane. When the day comes, I'll bring you home. I'll bring you back to Londinium. I'm rather curious myself as to how much the city would have changed by the time we return. Well, that won't be too long, I'm afraid. Unless they actually have a breakthrough in Columbia or something. The day we went back to the gym and got drunk, I had a dream. In that dream, there was a tomb, all dressed up to the nines. Our names were carved onto the plaques inside it. Morgan, Kate Morgan, Indra, Hannah Jackson, Dagda, Isabel Montague, Baird, Bridget Lucan. Outside the tomb, there was a blazing carriage, and atop it sat a golden lion. He was calling my name, Vina Victoria. Vina. A blanket? Who put this blanket on me? My head hurts real bad. What time is it? Morgan, didn't I tell you not to drink like a sodding wino all the time? Considering how wild Hannah and the rest can get, shouldn't you be looking after them? Eh? Vina? Vina. Morgan nimbly launches herself out of the sofa, leaping over the short table to throw herself at Vina. Vina, you came over. I thought what? Why did you wake me, Hannah? Weren't you yapping and yowling yesterday about how she definitely wasn't coming? Look at you. You turned out the most excited out of all of us. No, I'm not. Stubborn prick. Quiet down, Morgan. Dagda's still asleep. The one resting her head atop Indra's lap twitches her ears, still lost within a lovely drunken dream. Seems like Dagda drank the most out of you lot. I tidied up a lot of empty bottles. She must have been in a real rotten mood, Vina. Sorry. I just hope I'm not too late. Well, of course you're not. Wasn't what you said yesterday, Morgan? Shut it, Hannah. Welcome home, Vina. I was really hoping to pop in earlier, but there's simply far too much to handle over at Parliament. Then, how did you... I'm afraid I've given Horn another headache to deal with. I suspect she'll only just have discovered I slipped away. Then does that mean you need to head back? I can't run away from my responsibilities. But I owe you all an apology. Vina, you don't need to... Siege? Vina? How long have I been asleep? Relax, Vina's only just arrived back. That knife hanging on the wall. It's hers. Kador brought it back. Kador? Vina never brought up having to head back the whole day, but we all knew that the Siege Vina, the boss of the Glasgow gang, the ever victorious king of the slobber knocker, and one of my best friends, could leave us at any moment. So I was loath to lose a single moment where I could tell Vina all about the changes in Norport that she hadn't had a chance to see yet. Kador, Mr. Lane, the video shop, the reworked port, the rebuilt stores, a handful of old friends who rushed home after hearing the news. Of course, who could forget the inexperienced little buggers who wanted to take over our gym? After Vina beat them all to Kingdom Come with a smile on her face, they apologized by the way of a few cartons of beer and said they wanted to join us. Seems like Norport's forgotten about us, but I don't think that's such a bad thing. The war really was over. You still remember this place? Why don't we get back to our little games? See who's fastest this time around. Before Vina has even finished speaking, Indra has already begun to set off. Hannah, you lousy cheat. She didn't say nothing about a countdown. I'm still the champ here. Gotten lots. You've gotten slower ever since your injury, Hannah. Say that after you've caught up. What? What's going on? Wait for me. New BGM again. Don't fall behind, Delphine. Follow me. Hear that, Del? You're a real slowpoke. Several figures speed through the streets and a few workers heading home after work give an inquisitive glance at the brash crew. They can't quite seem to remember who this gang is. Must be another bunch of outsiders just arrived at Norport. Maybe. Of course, booze. High above the gaps between the factories, the Glasgow gang return to a favorite spot of theirs. Here they can look upon the squatting factories and look out at the Shard's pointed peak over at Central. It was here that they started, and it was here that they left home. After a long period of wandering about, they have finally returned to this familiar place. But I left the glass for Baird. Surely you don't want a tipple, Dagda? No thank you, I'm not going to embarrass myself in front of Vina again. I'll give your share to her then. Just fruit juice for you, Del? Don't call me that, I'm still not used to alcohol. Suit yourself, I'll keep watch over you all. Hell yeah, finally the part when we can start bloody drinking. To Baird, to the Glasgow gang. To Baird, to the Glasgow gang. To Rhodes Island, to the Exemplars. To everyone who fought in the war. And to all those who risked their lives coming home. To all those who live and who left. To all those still by our side. To all those who shed blood and tears. To all those who struggle in darkness and in pain. To Victoria. To Victoria. There is no need for sorrow. The living engrave the moment in their memories, while those who left leave behind their hopes and dreams. The foul beasts croon as they spiral overhead, echoing their words. You heading off too, Delphian? Only for a short while. I need to go back to Linkardine. Shearer will come along to recuperate. If you ever get real fed up with those lousy bastards, you can always come back here. This is your home too. Of course I will. I promised Vina after all. There's ever a day you feel like it's all too much for you, Vina, I'll come back. But I think I can handle it. I hope the Londiniers can live in peace and happiness, and I hope that everyone can live their best lives. It's what they deserve. Everyone should be like us, smiling, without a tear in sight or an empty belly to be hurt. Not going to let everything we've accomplished go to waste. If someone tries to take it from us, I'll be fighting back. Just like how we looked after this place back then. Vina. Vina, Alexandrina. Either's fine. There's no difference the way I see it, no? Baird were here, that's what she'd want me to do. You're right, Vina. I really do hope so. To the Glasgow gang, to all of you. Welcome home, everyone. Yes? Vina left us on the morning of the day after. She didn't let us see her off. Maybe she didn't want to wake us. In truth, we were all awake. I watched her change into those clothes I was never fond of and walked off on her lonesome towards central London. I hope Vina managed to get a real good night's sleep. Achoo. It's the best she's had in a long while. After all, it's only when she's at home that she doesn't need to think about anything. I spent the entire night writing down everything that happened the day Vina came home, no matter how big or small. Hey look, there's Baird. I believe there will come a day that you, Vina, will read these words I wrote down. They might not be of too much use, but they can help you remember some of the more easily forgotten things. Vina, do you still remember that that dream I wrote about earlier? In that dream, there was a tomb, all dressed up to the nines. Our names were carved onto the plaques inside it. Outside the tomb, there was a blazing carriage and atop it sat a golden lion. It was calling my name. Vina Victoria. I dreamt I was you. I dreamt of a time I was all old and withered, some afternoon decades after I lost touch with my Glasgow friends. I walked into the tomb the siege built for the gang. I cherish that unforgettable memory that is no longer mine. Cherish the tale that started in Norport. Vina, from the day you put on those clothes, I knew. In the end, you walk alone. You have no choice but to walk alone. I'm sorry, there's no way for us to help you or to stay by your side. But I wanted to let you know we will always be here. The Glasgow gang will always be here. To you, Vina Victoria. The Memoir of Alexandrina by Kate Morgan. They should have closed the book, but they used the closing book SFX music. Whew, there it is. How long is it? 6.5 minutes? 6 hours? Pretty much a staple Arknights. What do you call that? Duration, length of time. 6 hours plus. Pretty much focus on Vina and Glasgow gang, but not sure how I feel about the Naxxramer King being off screen like that. What else was there? We have the steam armor. I mean, what's his face? Feist built the crawler, so they can still build the armors. And then Allard and Telekia came out of nowhere. Didn't see that one coming. I guess she was hinted here. Nadine was also here. And apparently they're fighting each other. Catherine. Diane, I have no idea what's gonna happen with that one. Bobbing Diane going to Colombia. And then, what's his face? This guy. Final Flame of the Empire. God, was he weak as balls. You mean to love it? You can stun him? That's just sad. Oh, that's what happens to the last monarch of the Empire. Potentially. I don't even know what he does. Arts damage splash. Physical damage. Sure. Okay, who are you? His memories, their steel bodies line up to form mountains and white steam covered the sky above. He doesn't even fly, which is sad. And I see a steam knight that doesn't do that. Very sad. Very easy enemies. Very easy. I don't even really quite the mechanic's kind of hard to use. Because it has to be in the 8 surrounding tiles. And you have to like deploy, redeploy. If it's like outside your range, it's kind of weird. But yeah, that's it for now, folks. Didn't get the Vina Victoria though on